Hello again. The purpose of this video is not political, despite how it may appear. Instead, I aim to inform by sharing all legislative proceedings from start to finish on one bill, House Bill 115. Recently, I made a similar video about House Bill 108, the other bill I prime sponsored. I recommend that video to anyone who wants a basic understanding of how the system works, because the standard process was followed to a T, and ultimately the bill became law without any objection or fanfare. I am grateful for that relatively easy experience, but the same cannot be said for what you are about to see regarding House Bill 115. To add context, the original policy of House Bill 115 is current law. This expanded the Education Freedom Account, EFA, program to all New Hampshire K-12 students. In the short time since this became effective, thousands of families have already applied, proving this change to be worthwhile. Nonetheless, this was, and arguably still is, a contentious issue. So for the sake of transparency, this video will showcase both sides, unedited in any way. That being said, I do not support the views expressed in opposition to this bill and to school choice, which will become apparent momentarily. To further complicate the matter, House Bill 115 was the companion bill of Senate Bill 295. In other words, both bills were identical, and deliberations occurred simultaneously. Personally, I spoke in favor of both on the House floor. However, this video only shows public meetings on House Bill 115, but I encourage anyone interested to look further into Senate Bill 295, which was the version signed into law. House Bill 115 was instead used as a vehicle for a larger and unanticipated purpose. As you will see at the end of this video, it was selected out of dozens of other bills fated to die on the table, to live a second life. In a truly 11th hour effort, a non-germane replace all amendment, and an unprecedented suspension of the rules, briefly put House Bill 115 in between New Hampshire and a government shutdown. Fortunately, the shutdown was avoided because the legislature passed a budget. That is something we can all be happy about. But what does that mean procedurally for House Bill 115? Well, it passed the House, and it unanimously passed the Senate, so it will be sent to the governor. Frankly, I hope she vetoes it. This is the best possible outcome, considering the original policy of House Bill 115 is already law, and House Bill 115 in its current form is entirely altered and fortunately not needed at the present time since we avoided the shutdown. Taking this process as a learning experience, my key takeaways are that 1, we achieved a huge victory with universal school choice that kids, including the kids I hope to have one day, will benefit from. And 2, thanks to a number, but certainly not all of my Senate colleagues, there is never a dull moment at the New Hampshire General Court sausage-making factory. They know who they are. But despite this, I truly love representing Salem, my hometown, in the People's House. Thank you for entrusting me to work on your behalf. Together, we will continue to deliver meaningful results for our community. Now, let's roll the tape.
Possible. With that, I'd like to welcome Valerie McDonnell. She's the representative who's going to be presenting the bill. I see her eagerly waiting at her seat. So welcome, Valerie, to our hearing today.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and good afternoon to you all as well, and to everyone in this room and the overflow rooms as well. For the record, my name is Valerie McDonnell. I represent my friends and neighbors in my hometown of Salem, which is Rockingham District 25, and I am the prime sponsor of the bill before you, which is House Bill 115 FN. I brought this legislation forward for a number of reasons, primarily to fund students, not systems, to ensure educational attainment is not limited due to a student's income or zip code, which are both beyond the child's control, and to make strides upon what was accomplished during a committee of conference over the summer. I served on that committee along with a number of you as well, and as well as members of the other body. Feeling that the final report was too much of a compromise from the original House position, the House ultimately voted not to accept the report, and as a result of that committee, no changes were made to the statutes regarding education freedom accounts. House Bill 115 FN would change the statute, but only slightly. The only change is to strike income limitations from the eligibility requirements, which effectively removes less than a sentence from current law. The English teachers among us may note that the bill attempts to repeal a dependent clause from current law. However, this modest bill will have significant benefits. For example, every New Hampshire family would be empowered to choose an educational setting that best fits their needs and is most conducive to their child's learning. Current EFA participants attend non-public, homeschooling, and even public education options such as our wonderful public charter schools, two of which are located within my district but service students across the Granite State. Additionally, and I seldom hear this point mentioned, EFAs are permitted to be spent on testing fees. This enables participants to take exams for college credit, such as AP or advanced placement exams. These exams, which are administered by the College Board, can be costly. The current cost ranges from $99 to $147 per exam, and considering students often take multiple AP exams and families often have multiple students taking these exams, it can become a large financial burden. However, these exams do make higher education not only more affordable, but also more attainable. And as a result, there would be less of a need to debate other issues in committees such as this, like loan forgiveness, because there would be less of a need for students to take out loans. And I can personally attest to the benefits of the AP program, which combined with dual enrollment allowed me to complete college in half the time and at a fraction of the cost. And HB 115 FN would afford every student the same opportunity. Furthermore, the EFA program is both wildly successful and wildly popular. Notably, 72% of K-12 parents support ESAs, and 69% of those students support universal ESAs. I mentioned ESAs, or Education Savings Accounts, which is a term used in other states for the sake of comparison. Recently, Arizonans passed universal ESAs in their state, and a new report suggests that the resulting expenditures came in under budget, and the same can be true in New Hampshire, and that report is provided to each of you. For specifics, I do direct you to the attached fiscal note on the bill, where the legislative budget assistant estimated the average EFA grant, if this were to pass, to be $4,419 per student. And on the other hand, the Department of Education, through their iPlatform software, checked this morning, estimates the average cost per pupil to be $23,999, and that amount keeps increasing year to year. So I said something to the English teachers, now to the math teachers in the room. You may note that 4,419 subtracted from 23,999 equals $19,580, which is an extreme tax savings. Also, under current law, when a family's income is assessed to determine if they qualify for the EFA program, their expenses are not considered. This was brought to my attention by Christy, who is a mother of 2 young children in Swansea. After an intensive search for the right fit, her children are learning in a way that meets their special needs. Having an annual income over the current limit, the family has been self-financing this. Unfortunately, Christy's husband was recently diagnosed with terminal brain cancer, specifically stage 4 glioblastoma. And as a result of paying for cancer treatments, the family's expenses have dramatically increased. And as a result, they can no longer afford their children's education, the option that was finally working for her children. The couple are taxpayers, they're small business owners, And several years ago, they decided to make New Hampshire their new home. So needless to say, they contribute to the New Hampshire community and don't deserve to choose between paying for cancer treatment and to educate their special needs children. At your leisure, I encourage you to read Christy's testimony, which is in front of each of you. However, I will note that it was difficult not to be moved to tears when I spoke with Christy twice this week. In the provided testimony, you will also hear the story of Amy from Auburn, who says an EFA allowed her son to read at grade level and catch up with his peers. Renee from Troy, she cites that her children's EFAs are miracles. And Hannah from Antrim credits an EFA with saving the life of her daughter, who unfortunately experienced sexual assault. These are just excerpts of a few of the testimonies submitted in support of House Bill 115FN, and there is more testimony in front of you and available digitally, including from each of your constituencies. I find myself reading through these testimonies again and again. They remind me of the reason that I am here, which is to help people. Many of the stories in front of you, which I encourage you to read when you get the chance, are from parents and educators alike, and they are crying out to us for help. Isn't that our job as legislators? To help them? After all, if we don't help our constituents meet their educational needs, then what are we doing here? Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the representative? Not yet. Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative McDonnell, for bringing forward this this bill. It's really one question, but it's tied to some of the comments you made in your opening remarks. You talk about this being just a slight change compared to existing law. So I just want to make sure I understand where you're going with that. I believe existing law has the program providing vouchers. And by the way, I'm using the term vouchers because I know some states call them EFAs, some states call them ESAs, some states may use other terms as well. But vouchers, I think, is the universally generic term for programs like this. But currently, under state law, state of New Hampshire will provide vouchers to students who are in families earning up to 350% of the poverty guideline, and that's about right at the median household income statewide. So by removing the income cap, this bill, and I just want to make sure I get this right because you're talking about a slight change. This bill would make these vouchers available to families making well above the median household income. Am I correct in that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And in regards to a slight change, I was referring to the language of the bill itself. And if you were to look, the bill, not including the fiscal note, is less than a page. I'm referring specifically to lines 4 through 8, where you notice that literally part of a sentence is crossed off, not an entire sentence. As regard to the change, the 350% of the federal poverty guidelines, that is a figure given to us by the federal government, and it's a guideline used for a number of programs. That's not controlled within the state of New Hampshire whatsoever. That number could change, but currently for a family of 4, that's about $109,200. And so in regards to a slight change, I was referring etymology to the language within the bill. This bill would expand it to all families, regardless of income, because currently other factors, as I mentioned, such as expenses, are not included.
Okay, and follow-up, Mr.
We're
Chair.
going to try to stay away from follow-ups. If you can ask a quick question.
It's going to be
very
real
quick.
tied to that. So the answer is yes. I believe I characterized it correct, the existing law and what's being proposed here. And then in terms of the modest nature of this bill, and that's another term you used, when opening the program up to families earning above and well above the statewide median household income, we're looking at costs growing by more than $100 million a year. Isn't that correct?
I would not agree with those cost estimates. I do have in front of you provided from the Arizona state where they are a universal state. Their program is structured a little bit different than ours, but their cost estimates were seen a little bit differently. And in regards to the term modest, I do think it's only a modest request that every child has an education that meets their needs. I don't think that's asking for too much for a student. And I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. You made a comment that there was a tax savings. You referred to the 20,000 or so average cost of an education, which includes revenue that came from federal sources and local sources and state sources. And then you subtracted the average cost of an education freedom account voucher and declared that was a tax savings. So I'm a little confused by that, because if the student it goes to was already attending private school, that's not a tax savings to taxpayers or the state. That's an expenditure for the state. And if the
Do
student
you have a question?
was, yes,
We need it in the
and-
form of a
and-
question.
And if the student was in public school, then they will lose some of their adequacy aid. So can you explain to me exactly who's saving taxes here?
To clarify, the figure I was citing is on the DOE's website. If you go to their iPlatform, click on iReport, the number is right there, and that's $23,999 as of this morning when I checked. And in reference to the savings, I am referring specifically to parents when they choose to put their kid in an alternative education, their child that meets their needs. The savings is, I'm struggling a little bit to understand your question when you're saying that students that are already in perhaps a private school, that because the way the question is worded, with all respect, implies that that itself was not a choice. And so for that family, there's tremendous savings. And at the moment, you did mention public schools. We currently do have phase-out grants going to the public schools to make up for any loss to that school that they would receive in adequacy aid.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you support amending the bill to require that the Department of Education's contract with the Children's Scholarship Foundation, which administers the program, include data sharing requirements so that taxpayers in the state have more complete information on how the program is operated and the funds are administered, and so that the ongoing audit of the program could be accurately completed with all the data needed?
Thank you for the question. It's nice to see you again, Representative. As for the Children's Scholarship Fund, I do know they have representatives here, so that question may be better posed to them. However, as regarded in the EFA statutes, the third party that administers the program, which is currently the Children's Scholarship Fund, is able to operate the program and take 10% for administrative fees. It is my understanding that the Children's Scholarship Fund is using far less, closer to 7 or 8%. For exact percentage, I would again refer to the Children's Scholarship Fund. So that reporting information is completely available to the best of my knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be more clear, my question was not about the amount of money paid to Children's Scholarship Foundation to administer the program, although that's a separate concern. My question is about getting the information on how the money is being spent, what it is that we are paying for as taxpayers, and we're not getting that information. So the question is, would you support amending the bill to include a requirement that full data sharing happen from Children's Scholarship Foundation as the sole entity administering this to provide complete data to the Department of Education?
I do know for a fact the Children's Scholarship Foundation on their website does have a list of regulated expenditures that are permissible throughout the program. And I do know that it is monitored through an application known as Class Wallet. So all expenses are double checked. It's not that a family can purchase something without a separate check from the Children's Scholarship Fund from Class Wallet and only from certified retailers. So it is my best understanding that that information is already available. If it's the data sharing you're asking, that would be a question better directed to the scholarship fund themselves.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much for being here today, and best of luck during the upcoming session.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Representative Howard. Representative Howard here?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
he's in another hearing. I'll text him if you can just give him, he'll come in.
that'd be fine. Representative Wendy Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here today in opposition to HB 115, which removes the income cap for the voucher program.
Mechanical error.
Okay. I was going to say, I just started.
I had 2 seconds, not 2 minutes. Excuse me.
Okay. My concerns with HB 115 include increased costs for public funds. The voucher program often diverts money from public schools, which serve the majority of students, to private schools, which serve fewer students. This can lead to unfunded public schools, larger class sizes, reduced programs, and inadequate resources for teachers and students. Specifically in New Hampshire, the state's Education Freedom Account program has significantly expanded. Initially projected to cost $130,000, the program exceeded $14.7 million in its second year, far surpassing early estimates. This shortfall means less funding for public schools, which still must educate the majority of children. Increased local taxes. When public funds are redirected to private schools, local taxpayers are often left to cover the gap to maintain public school services. Specifically in New Hampshire, the EFA program is funded through state dollars, but as more families opt out of public schools, fixed costs like teacher salaries, transportation, and facilities remain. With less state funding, municipalities will need to raise property taxes to make up the difference. Lack of oversight and accountability. Private schools accepting vouchers are often not held to the same standards as public schools in areas like curriculum, teacher qualifications, and student performance. This can lead to inconsistent educational outcomes. Specifically in New Hampshire, private schools in the EFA program are not required to follow the state's rigorous academic standards or assessments, making it difficult for parents and policymakers to evaluate their effectiveness. Support for religious schools. Voucher programs often direct public money to religious schools, raising concerns about the separation of church and state and the promotion of specific religious ideologies. Specifically in New Hampshire, over 75% of the schools receiving funds through the EFA program are religious institutions. Was that really 2 minutes?
That was 2 minutes.
All right. I'll just give you my final sentence. Voting against HB 115 is one of the most fiscally responsible actions you can take for the New Hampshire taxpayers. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Farrington?
This is
That's Howard.
Howard.
Yeah, sorry, I was in another committee meeting.
Oh, okay, that's okay. We'll put you in then,
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
so you can hustle
really
back
do.
there. Yeah.
I really do apologize. Sorry, I serve on EDNA and we're meeting right now as well.
Well, we have 3 members that are other places right here.
Yeah.
You can see.
Yes. So, honorable members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, my name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington. And just like the overwhelming majority of people, I have responsibility for the state and would operate as a tax subsidy for the wealthy who are already sending their kids to private school. It makes no sense when we are seeing serious budgetary constraints in the formation of the Commission on Government Efficiency under Governor Ayotte, and that we would pick up the tabs of people who are willing and able to pay for these services. It just seems rather inefficient, if you ask me. Every single school in the state has minimum required operating costs that they have to pay for, like heat, water, electricity, maintenance, faculty, staff, and that's before getting into things like books, lesson plans, paper, and printing costs. My point is no matter how many kids attend a school, there are costs that will remain the same no matter what. And removing these funds from already struggling districts in order to pay for people who were previously paying private tuition out of pocket will make it even more difficult to cover base costs. Last year, we failed to pass increases in adequacy for both funding for both general and special education, and it was found that we have a constitutional obligation to act as ruled on by the courts. If anything, the money we are spending on this, I would rather be spent on special education because private schools do not have to adhere to the requirements of educating with people with special needs and can refuse service to individuals. Regardless of how you feel about the voucher program itself, we have a duty to fund public education first, and the state has been failing to do that. Maybe we should, before funding private education for the wealthiest in our state, we should do the bare minimum and fund public education first. Thank you, and no questions.
Thank you very much. No questions. Thank you. Representative Farrington? Welcome.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sam Farrington, and I represent Rochester, Ward 4. I just want to share with you all a story today about how one of my constituents in particular would greatly benefit from expanding the Educational Freedom Account program. Over the course of the summer, I did door-to-door campaigning. This family in particular, it was a father and a mother. And when I handed them my campaign card, they saw that I was in support of expanding educational freedom, school choice. Now, after talking with the family, I learned just how important the issue is to them. They have a son, and now he's in high school. He goes to a private school here in New Hampshire. But a few years ago, he went to Rochester Middle School. And at the time, he was a mediocre student. Not a bad kid, but just not the best student. And then the father shared with me that the son was being sexually harassed in the boys' bathroom. As one would imagine, you don't know how to respond. Your heart breaks. You just don't know what to say to them. And later on, with talking with the father, I learned that he had to pull his kid from the school. You know, the school wouldn't do anything about it or couldn't do anything about it, but that was their decision as a parent. The worst part of the story is that the father had to go into debt to pull his kid from the school. And now, like I said, he goes to private school and he's a straight A student. And most importantly, his psychological issues, the emotional issues, those are gone. I share this story because this circumstance shows why there's a cause and a need for the state to increase educational freedom. A parent shouldn't have to go into debt for their son or daughter to succeed. Thank you, and no questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. I'd like to call forward Representative Wendy Thomas. Oh, we need to get over there then. Okay. Okay, you're welcome. No, we're not going to do it 2 times. Representative Megan Murray.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Yes, same to you.
Yeah.
Honorable members, for the record, my name is Megan Murray. I represent the towns of Amherst and Milford. And I'm here in opposition to House Bill 115. HB 115 flies in the face of our commitment to locally elected public school boards, public education, educators, and our students. The EFA voucher wallet system has no legal requirement to financially report to the Department of Ed, to our local boards. Even though they may do that from time to time, there's nothing in current statute that says that they are required to do so. Once those funds are dispersed into these accounts, large amounts of payments are going to these accounts with our public taxpayer money being placed in those accounts without any real requirement to report those in any real significant way back. The other concern that I have is before we consider opening these unlimited expansions is that we're making sure that we are taking care of special education needs. This is another sort of area and component to our education, especially in public education. We have a duty to educate all children. And it is not clear to me through the vouchers or the wallets whether that is happening or not, because we don't have that information or data coming back to us. Our school boards do those things, report those things back to the state. Though we may have to travel over to another third-party management software site to get this data. There is nothing in statute that is requiring that information to come back to the state of New Hampshire for fiscal transparency and oversight. I am strongly opposed on this on behalf of my constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from you willing to take questions?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Like to invite Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative Cyril Orrs, represent Chichester. And I just wanted to say, as people graduate, as students graduate from K to 12, they have choices. They can go to Dartmouth, they can go to Southern New Hampshire University, they can go to MIT, like some of us in this room, Arizona State. You can pick a place. And they have that right to go. Now, why do they have choices? Why would they go to a different university other than maybe a school here in New Hampshire? Because probably that school offers something that will benefit them the most. I'm a graduate of a Christian university. Why did I go to a Christian university? That was my choice. That is where I thought I would get the most bang for the buck. So why do we limit K through 12? If we have parents that believe that their student would perform better, do better, and it would be better for that student to go to a different school, whether it's the next town public school, a chartered public school, a Christian high school, whatever, I don't see why we would want to limit their choices. And by the way, I'm really glad you got to see me today. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Like to invite Representative Stephanie Grund. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Representative Ladd, and thank you to the committee for having the hearing today. My name is Stephanie Grund, and I represent Hillsborough County 34, which is Amherst. I'm here today to present my opposition to HB 115. There are many reasons why, and I'll be as brief as possible. Impact on public school funding. There is an obligation to support public education in our towns. Raising the voucher cap will divert funds from public school, especially in underfunded districts. Has there been a study to ensure that public schools will continue to be funded appropriately? Access to quality education. Vouchers are not adequately addressing issues of access to families in lower income neighborhoods because they may lack the resources to navigate the system or to travel to other schools, especially when there are not many choices near their town. Raising the income cap will just allow more families that are already in private or religious schools to access the EFAs. The point of the EFAs was to ensure students could leave the program they are in and find a better pathway. If a student is already in a setting that works for them, then this money is not for them. They already made their choice. And who is ensuring that students that are receiving vouchers are being held to a high standard of academic performance? Our public schools regularly test and report the results to the DOE. One of the reasons is to ensure schools are meeting the standards of education. If public schools who take public money are held to high standard, shouldn't any family that takes public money in the form of vouchers be held to the same standard? Before you lift the income gap, there should be a requirement that all families taking voucher money are taking the same tests public school students are to ensure the money is being used to properly educate and produce adequate results in the education. It should not matter if a student is attending a private, religious, homeschool, or other program. There should be a requirement for testing and reporting to the DOE to ensure students are receiving the education they deserve. As there has been no true audit of the current company managing our state EFAs, there should be no money flowing through until an audit is performed. I will again point out that all public schools receive an audit by an appropriate accounting firm. Can I
just finish up or summarize it very quickly?
I have one last, yes. These results show that monies are being used in accordance with laws and that what is given to the public is trusted. But right now, there's no way to trust or show that current monies are being handled legally. Let's keep the standards the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Representative Tim Horrigan.
So I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And I have some written testimony, and I've actually, you've theoretically seen it 3 times because I submitted it to the portal, I emailed it to everyone, and I handed copies around. But anyway, so the program, in my opinion, a fiscal time bomb, even in its current form. And as others mentioned, it's ostensibly limited to 350% of federal poverty guideline, but in many cases, essentially, there already isn't a limit, because once a child qualifies, he or she stays qualified forever, even if the family's income increases, which would normally be the case, given that most parents are in their prime earning years at this time when they're raising their children. So, but this bill relieves in that limitation, and we expect the program to go dramatically. So the fiscal note, I just don't. It's rather vague. I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. And I think I attached in the back my printed thing an analysis by a group called Reaching Higher in New Hampshire, and I don't necessarily take that as gospel, but that's an extremely conservative estimate, just assuming the number of private and homeschool students doesn't increase, which of course it will increase. And they say it's 100 to 130 million. So that's, it's really not affordable given the budget situation in our state. And anyway, the program also is very poorly designed. It creates a huge entitlement program, turns it over to a small private organization with little or no oversight. That's the Children's Scholarship Fund, which is based in New York City, although it does have a small office on Loudon Road, actually on the campus of a local church. And which has raised another problem with that organization, which is it's an advocacy group for one type of private education, i.e. religious schools, both parochial Catholic schools and so-called Christian academies. And the Department of Education, I think, has been its oversight has been extremely ineffective. And the design of the program is almost impossible to audit anyway. So I think this is private schooling. I think, at least at this time with our budget situation, should be funded with private dollars, which they're not evenly distributed, but they are very abundant. And our taxpayer dollars should be saved for public schools. So that's why, and I'll.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And
thank you again.
And you'll be hearing from me in a few weeks. I have a similar bill about
yes,
this.
I know you do.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Representative Stephen Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm a representative from Manchester, Ward 12. I received over 50 emails for this in support of this bill today, well, actually in the last few days, to support the bill. I didn't receive any that would say not to support the bill. But I want to come to you from a different perspective. Being that I was an EFA recipient and my daughter was in the program, I have a different perspective on how it can actually help. Being that the EFA program was near and dear to my heart after, my daughter went through it, I was able to see how it can help other families, and I've seen that a lot. Not to say that, the families that are in the program would have chosen it if there wasn't a different pathway for it, like with the ESA and other programs, but to say that the expansion of this program would be fiscally irresponsible is something that you guys have to decide. What I'm telling you right now is that I think in terms of the physical side of what the kids are actually going through, right now in Manchester, we have 26% efficiency scores according to the Department of Education. So the conversation needs to change. Not so much, obviously, fiscally responsibly, you need to discuss that and how that works out. But as far as the children go, we need to focus on that. And that's one of the things that's lost. In Manchester, I've seen that we've increased about $14 million from the hold harmless grants that were given to the city of Manchester because of these students, the 852 students that have joined the program. That has increased the funding of the city of Manchester schools, if you look at it. And that is something that's going to phase out, I believe, in 2028 to 2030. So again, the argument is that the schools definitely have to figure out how to be able to manage their funding a little bit better in their budget. But there's two sides to this, that the education of the children that I have firsthand experience in can be far more improved. And again, my daughter is signed up to speak too, and she's going to speak on this to let you see from a kid's perspective. But beyond that, I would just say that I support the program, and I wish that you would vote for it, yes.
Very good timing. Any questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You cited that you had received 50 messages in support of the bill from constituents and 0 opposing it. Are you aware that the current numbers online of folks who have submitted in support or in opposition are 744 opposed and 3,107 in, I'm sorry, I said that backwards. Whoops. 744 supporting the bill and 3,107 opposing the bill. The statewide numbers are apparently quite different from your constituents.
I appreciate that, and I did not know that number until you just said it. Again, I'm only doing what I have from the emails that I get. And again, I encourage anybody that's listening or watching to reach out to me and tell me their feelings and opinion about it if you're in my district. So,
Thank you. Not seeing, yes, Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Would you possibly support an amendment to this bill that would require the state to perform an annual audit on the performance of the program, make sure that it's compliant with state laws, the way other public assistance programs are monitored in the state?
to be perfectly honest with you, I haven't looked into that part of the bill to understand what is already there. I'm hearing it now, and I will do my due diligence and look into it more to understand it better. So I guess that's a question that I would better answer it in the future when I actually have time to read that portion of what it currently says in the law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. At this point, there are still 5 or 6 reps I want, but I also have some notices here that there are several parents that have to be out of here by 2 o'clock, and we're almost on it. So this is just, I think Michaela Demeter is on the other room. So, oh, you're here. Okay, good. Thank you. And Brenda Quinn will be next. We're going to try to unload some of the parents and all.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Demeter. For the record, I serve on the Dover School Board, and I'm also on staff with the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project, though today I speak only for myself. I oppose HB 115's attempt to expand the voucher system in New Hampshire, as I believe it represents a spending decision our state simply cannot afford to make. An expanded voucher program is a fiscally irresponsible use of limited taxpayer funds. Approximately 20% of Dover's 3,500 students, including my son, receive special education services. Last year, our district submitted nearly $5.8 million of special education aid reimbursement requests. The state paid $1.53 million, less than 27% of what was submitted, forcing Dover taxpayers to make up the $4.2 million shortfall. This gap widens annually, as shown on the chart I've passed around. This reality negatively affects all communities with students receiving costly academic support, not just Dover. But we're here to talk today about vouchers, so I'll tie the two together. This year, New Hampshire's voucher program has cost taxpayers $28 million, nearly twice the statewide shortfall in the Special Education Aid Fund. Reaching Higher New Hampshire, as mentioned earlier, has predicted universal eligibility in this voucher program could cost New Hampshire taxpayers more than $100 million each year. This spending will not save taxpayers any money, as some proponents, including the person who submitted this bill, have suggested today. We must assume every single private or homeschooled student in the state could or would enroll in the voucher program. These students currently receive no state funding and would be a new liability for taxpayers. Meanwhile, many districts like Dover are already not receiving all necessary funds to adequately educate their students, including those with disabilities. These expenses sit squarely in the must-do category. Indeed, state and federal laws require it. I'm not here to invalidate anyone's personal voucher story. I'm simply here to remind the committee that vouchers aren't a must-do. They are a want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Demeter, for joining us this afternoon. You talked about the questionable tax savings, and I think tax savings was one of the things that the sponsor of this bill was really leaning on heavy. But in the previous year, so the last year of the voucher program, where we have full data from the Department of Education, that there were 5,321 students in the voucher program, but only around 200 of them had actually exited from their public school to take a voucher. Could you sort of contextualize that in terms of what that means for tax savings?
Sure, yeah. In the Dover public school system, we haven't really seen all that much difference. The majority of people, as you mentioned, who are using the existing voucher program are coming from either existing homeschool or private school relationships. The numbers that I have seen fluctuate a little, but generally it's around 85 or 90% that I've seen never were using the resources available in the public education system. So I think it is a misrepresentation to say each person who uses an expanded voucher program would be saving the state 19 or 20 or whatever $1,000 it was, because these students weren't using taxpayer funds to begin with. By contrast, they would start using new taxpayer funds. And in a year where we have budget shortfalls and concerns about how much revenue we're raising and how much revenue we've lost, I think it is, I go back to the phrase fiscally irresponsible. I think it is not money that we have to spend to create new spending for students who weren't previously receiving these funds. Thank you for the question.
Further questions? We do have a number of parents waiting to get out of here. Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I believe you indicated that you're a parent of a student who receives special education services.
Sure am.
And I'm thinking that as a school board member, you're aware that children who receive an education voucher sign a waiver to not participate in the federal requirements for special education.
Sure am.
Could you comment about that and about your experiences as a parent of a special ed student in public school? And thank you.
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Boy, 2 minutes goes quick. I had originally had more in there about my son. My 14-year-old is a ninth grader. He's been receiving special education services since he was 7. So he's now 7 years into the public education program receiving special education services. Because of lack of funding, he didn't have a paraeducator for his entire 6th and 7th grade year. Those are hard years as a middle schooler to not have the support that you require and that the federal government has mandated you deserve through the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I think it's essential for us to remember that students who receive special education services, they are the only students in the country who have a federally protected right to a free and public education. And as I mentioned, this is why I included the data I did. As I mentioned, when you have schools like Dover who are demonstrating that the amount of money that's coming from the state is not enough to provide those services, we have that continued downshifting to local taxpayers, it has negative effects on students like my son, who didn't have the ability to receive those services for 2 years in a row. It's getting better now for him. Thankfully, he's a freshman now and he's really thriving at Dover High School. But it was really rough in those mid-years, and it would have been rougher if his disabilities required him to receive out-of-district placements, which, as we know, regularly cost 6 figures a year. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Gabriel Jetty and then followed by Wendy Santiago. And did we have Brenda Quinn? Yeah, Brenda, come on up. And then Gabriel Jetty, then Wendy Santiago.
Thank you, honorable representatives, for hearing my thoughts. I will say I've heard a lot about the financial, and I was actually going to say some focus on the financial, and that there's financial irresponsibility in a program that is for the merit of children. And I'm a mental health professional. I've worked primarily with children for 36 years and care very deeply about their well-being. So I want choice. I'm a New Hampshire resident from birth. I like choice. But I also understand that the lack of accountability for any programming outside of the public school district is very dangerous for the young people that I see. I also want to just speak to a couple things that were stated. One, that choice is an important thing for young people. I think public schools are an important thing for young people. And if you look at the developmental task of young people through grade school, through high school, generalization is incredibly important, and meaning that sitting next to somebody with a different opinion, a different background, different needs, is imperative to healthy development. And public schools offer that. It is not for everybody, I understand, but those who fiscally can decide to be elsewhere can do so. This expansion speaks to making this available to people who could already afford to make that choice. And the voucher as it stands now allows for people who can't to have their needs met. But I do think that I would much rather see, for the well-being of the many kids that I've seen through my practice, that the public schools get more of the attention that they need, and that special education needs get better addressed, as they were back when I worked with the area agencies in my first 9 professional years, integrating kids into schools. We are not adequately nor fairly funding those. And I understand there's a plan available to do that. I would rather have our energies put there than expanding a voucher program that does not assure or even offer any kind of accountability, and does offer an increase in taxes that are going to harm so many people who want to stay in their homes and stay in their towns and stay in their communities that are largely built around healthy public school systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. So we have, is Gabriel Jetty here? Oop. Okay.
You can sit right on my lap.
Come on. Okay.
Okay, sorry, we're just
You
getting
got your hands full
situated.
there.
Yeah. Awesome. And I'm assuming it's about 2 minutes, right? I'll just keep my hands.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I first just want to thank the committee for listening to public testimony on this bill. My name is Gabrielle Jetty, and I am here today to ask for your support of HB 115. I am a born and raised New Hampshire citizen. I've been here my whole life. My husband and I have 3 children. 2 of them are with me, and the ages are 6, 4, and 1. This is Henry and Gracie. And as a mother, I want to, and I try to give my children the best opportunities for them in the ways that fit their individual needs. Because of this, we have enrolled our children at St. Francis School in Litchfield, where we live in Manchester, but it's very close to us. We could not be happier with the education that they have received so far. Henry right here has gone from having problems with letter recognition to reading in just a few short months. They have natural science classes in the woods. They have a little farm with sheep and chickens that the children help out with. So it's just a really holistic education, and we really, really loved it. They also have very small teacher to student ratios, which allows for more of that individualized learning, which has very much benefited Henry as well. But we, like many other families, sit just above the income limit to qualify for the EFA benefit. Now, because of this, we do pay out of pocket for all of the children's education expenses. And we are able to make it work, but it's not easy. It is difficult. Every single month, my husband and I are budgeting to make sure, like, where can we cut things, because the education is expensive. Now, again, as a mother, we want to give them the best opportunities, so we make those sacrifices. But expanding this bill, it would really help families like mine with 3 and 4 plus children, many of them at St. Francis as well, who again sit just above the income limit, but because they have larger families, they have a lot larger expenses to take care of as well. So anyways, I'm here again to ask for you to support this bill, because it's really helped. The school that our children go to has been wonderful and beautiful, and we would just love to see that for every student. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
With 2 youngsters.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next person is Wendy Santiago, followed by Michelle Sarah Wengren. Okay.
It's like a ski ref. I guess I can lean these down here. So, thank you for allowing me to speak today. What I'm going to speak about is morally my.
Could you please start by explaining who you are so everybody else can hear it?
Yes, sir. My name is Wendy Santiago, and I am a recipient of the EFA. And so I represent my family, and I'm going to talk about the story about my son and how we came about EFA. through the program. So my family started receiving the EFA approximately about 5 years ago. Before this program, my son had been in a school where he had been significantly bullied, including being taunted, verbally threatened, insulted, and physically harmed. He would come home with ripped pants and severely bodily injuries that needed medical attention from both his primary care office as well as specialists such as orthopedics. Unfortunately, the schools turned their blind eye to this situation. This is a public school, causing it to continue. That my son's accelerated academics declined significantly, and he became afraid to attend school. In turn, I had to choose to homeschool him for the rest of that year. This incident has caused my family to be quite alarmed. If my son had had this same violent harassment in any other location other than a school, the individual's actions would violate the New Hampshire harassment laws outlined in RSA 6444, which supports to protect citizens, including children, from such offenses. Now that we have the EFA, my son, who sits next to me, has been flourishing significantly. Not only in his education, but in his self-esteem and confidence. He is 16 years old. He is a full-time college student. He just acquired his first job, and he's also a student pilot. So if it had not been for this program, this would not have been available for
Wendy,
my son.
if you have more, now Noah also completed a card here, so he's entitled to 2 minutes as well.
Okay.
So are you on Noah's time right now?
He can speak.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I don't exactly know what to say, but, well, I did have something planned. I just...
It's okay.
So, this...
Speak what you were talking about. I don't know. Okay, so basically, everybody has a right to have school rights. My son is just one person out of many. We just heard testimonies of children being sexually assaulted, sexually harassed in the school systems. Everybody has a right to be free from those things, but if all families just took their kids out of school to homeschool them, we wouldn't have families working. So unfortunately, it is necessary to have a program like EFA to support the needs of these children who seek alternative schooling so they can avoid being abused at school. My son would like to finish.
So, I remember that one of the main arguments against this bill is that it provides much funding to Christian and other religious institutions. And while the Constitution does say that Congress and, well, any law-making people can't specifically support one religion, the EFA program doesn't specifically support only Christians. It can go to anyone. If a Jewish person wanted to go to a Jewish school, then they can go there. Same with a Buddhist or anyone else. And also, with the public schools, another big point was that the private schools don't perform as well as public schools, which to me that doesn't make any sense. Because of my brief time in a public school, it seemed quite the opposite. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Michelle, pardon me? Are there any questions?
Any questions? Yeah, questions.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say, Wendy, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Can I get your name, please?
Myself?
No, we got Noah's card right here.
Oh,
Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Michelle/Sarah Wingren, followed by Ronnie Grover, or Grover. Yeah, GRO, yeah. Oh, there you are. Good.
I'm Sarah Wongren and I'm 10 years old. I used to go to public school, but am now going to private school. When I was in public school, there were after school activities, but as I went further into my education, things were getting cut off, starting with these after school activities. Then the foreign languages were gone. Just before I got into middle school, the school didn't have the budget to pay the teacher anymore. We need teachers to help with what we're struggling with or to go beyond the curriculum when we're ready. There's only one music teacher to teach grades K through 8. The money that you would want to send to families going to private school could be helping public schools across the state have opportunities for students to learn what they love in the towns they live in. In conclusion, this money is better spent on public schools to help students prepare for high school, college, and their careers.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. And thank you, Sarah, for testifying today. So I am testifying today in support of a choice. I am asking for a choice I'm asking you to allow parents to make a choice to send their kids to quality resourced public schools in the communities that they live in. As you heard, as my daughter has progressed through schools, because of the choices that this legislature and the towns have made to reduce funding to the public schools, these students have diminished opportunities at every turn. And over the past couple of years, I've engaged in a significant amount of school board advocacy to bring these opportunities back, but there just isn't any local money to bring them back with. And so in the end, we made a very difficult choice to send our child to private school last year, both of our children. And it was hard. It was very hard. We had to make cuts. We are not going to remodel the basement that we had planned to do. We are not having the savings that we wanted to have. Can I have 2 minutes? And she also talked.
So take another minute.
Okay, thank you. My personal sting is that I don't have my ski passes anymore. But in the end, last year, we went to the annual meeting, and at the annual meeting, the fight was not about what programs we could bring back to the school. It was whether or not we could fix the leaking, moldy windows in the building. These are the choices that the schools have to make. And so I'm asking you today to make a choice. I'm asking you to fund public schools and make sure that students have quality schools in their local communities so we don't have to drive 35 minutes out of our way to access a quality school. Or I'm asking you to make a choice to spend public money to make sure that people like me who choose private education can afford ski passes in addition to that private education. I think the choice here is clear on where your public money is best spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Sarah, did you type all that up yourself on that report?
I did, but then my mom did help me a little bit with the editing, but it was mostly me.
Very good job. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Ronnie Grover and Donna Chick is following Ronnie.
Hello, I am Ronnie's mom. My name's Amanda Quince, Quince. This is Ronnie. He is 11 years old, and he has been participating in EFA for about 2 years. Ronnie was in public school for 7 years. We live in Kingston. He started when he was 3 in preschool. He got diagnosed with high-functioning autism and sensory processing. Now, throughout school, he always had a difficult time with the surrounding, the noise, the lights. So even though he was having a tough time, I still pushed him to go. fast forward a couple years, he was being bullied at school. Kids were not being nice to him, and the school district would not do what he needed to make him feel comfortable and safe at school, which to me is not right. That's not right. Every child should feel safe at public school, and if they don't, they definitely should be able to receive EFA funds. Now, the EFA funds are less than $5,000 for a school year. That is not anywhere near what a private school costs. So if I was, right now we are homeschooling, so we don't have any extra money for anything out of the ordinary. We barely can get food on the table, but that money from EFA helps him feel comfortable learning and feeling safe at the same time. All children should be able to feel safe while they get an education.
May I speak real quick?
Just a second. I want to make sure that people are speaking do have pink cards. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. EFA has helped me through a lot. If it wasn't for it, I would not have all the supplies that I have to do and get a good education that everyone deserves.
Great job.
Any questions?
Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Thank you both for
Thank
coming.
you.
You're welcome. So is Donna Chick, and then followed by Renee Austin. Now, before we start, the kids are on your time. I got Donna right here. We're looking. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Haley Cajun. I'm 13 years old. I live in Ossipee. I'd like to start off with, I have been in and out of the foster care system a few times, involving 2 different states. Because of that, not only were my academics low, but my grades kept dropping. In my prior educational settings, I started to project an image of myself that really wasn't me. I was frustrated and I felt lost with my life. My family and I decided that homeschool was best for me. With the help of EFA, we have been able to hire a tutor. My grades are not perfect, but they're all on their way. And I am now able to take lessons for dance, which has helped me get out more and build my self-esteem. EFA has given me an environment to learn and to be successful in my education. But I do fear that if we no longer qualify for EFA funding, my family would not be able to offer the education that fits me best. My parents have worked hard to straighten their life out for the best. It would hurt me and them to see a piece of that hard work dug out and thrown away. Please guarantee EFA will be available regardless of my parents' income. Thanks.
Thank you.
I should be within the 2 minutes, but I might steal a little bit.
34 seconds.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Donna and I'm from Ossipee. My husband and I have fostered over 17 children and we have 12 adopted children. If learning from the trenches qualifies a person as an expert, then in the field of helping and caring for children, I hold that title. I've been a homeschooling mom for more than 24 years and I've seen my homeschool children succeed in their chosen fields. Beside me are some of my grandchildren. I'd like to focus on one of these great kids for a moment. 20 months ago, at the age of 8.5, oh, that must be her time. 20 months ago, at the age of 8.5, my grandson could not identify numbers 1 to 10. He didn't know his alphabet, nor could he write his name. Due to his parents' drug use, he had only sporadically attended public school. Upon taking guardianship, our immediate task was to educate him. We have utilized tutors and one-on-one homeschool instruction.
He's here today so we can put a face on educational freedom. The thought that a financial cap could deny this child all the advantages he needs to catch up and succeed in his education should hit a chord with each and every one of you sitting in front of me. Some of my grandkids were in and out of foster care. Their end story is a happy one, as my daughter and her husband were reunited with their children 3 years ago. But along with the emotional toll these children paid, their education also suffered. Public school isn't working for them. Private school isn't working for them. Their parents recently brought them home to learn in the security of their home, where the closeness of family creates a safe learning environment for them. A cap on EFA could end this. I'd like you to just take a minute, look at these children, and let them be the face of educational freedom. This program should be open to all children so that they all have the same opportunities as my grandchildren. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much for
you.
coming, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work. Alyssa Sosa Molina, and followed by Daryl Hall Jr. And then I think we're done the parents. Yeah. Yeah, I've got to get them too.
Hi. You're
Hi.
Renee Austin. These are my three kids, Lucy, Fiona, and Xander. I attended on public school for my kids. Each of them have special needs. And so when I was told by world-class experts, I'm talking doctors from Boston, and even doctors Boston had flown in, and I saw specialists, when they said, your kids need this and this will be needed for school, I thought it would be really easy. I also have a niece that I helped raise, and 4 times I have been sat across from public school educators and been told that they do not want to follow the educational and even the physical safety plans for my children. So my intention was always to public school, but it did not work for us. We have found the solution in going private. We have PT, OT, we have neurology from Boston, and many others. The EPA allows us to make a positive choice. For my niece, this meant a private school. For my eldest, she's in a private learning program. For my middle and homeschooling, and for my youngest, when he ages into the program in the fall, it's going to be working with private OT and PT specialists to help him work on the skills he needs to catch up with his peers. And just to let you guys know, I've heard that the money is not tracked. Actually, every last penny spent by parents or schools on the EFA program is on the Children's Scholarship Fund website. And income levels shouldn't be a factor. The parents who have millions are not going to bother with the paperwork necessary, because there is a lot of paperwork for parents. And those who are on the edge who need this money will be able to access it. They should not have to decide between working 2 jobs to make sure their kids get what they need and having the money to send their kids where they believe that their kids do best. Please give all the kids in this state whose parents are on that cusp the opportunity to get the help they need.
Thank you very much. I saw the young one coming down the hallway, lickety-split.
Yeah, he is very capable, and
He's very capable.
it's mostly due to the fact that we are able to access private PT. The school actually said that their primary goal was to get him walking, despite the fact that Boston Children's said his primary goal is mobility. So it's been a long fight with a lot of different people. I want to be able to access this for my children.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming today. Are there any other children, I mean young ones here? I heard a voice back in the corner. Pardon me? Yeah, and we had Daryl Hall. Yeah, Daryl. And then we'll have the corner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Daryl.
My name is Daryl Hall. I'm here with my family. We have 3 children, Olivia, Sophia, and Logan, age 9, 8, and 4. Thank you for allowing me to read my testimony. In 2021, we moved to Pelham, New Hampshire, and enrolled our kids in the school system. In 2023, the elementary school failed us by lacking quality education, inadequate disciplinary policies, and pushing disagreeable social agendas. The following year, we embarked on a personalized, attentive, and home-based education program for our children, and all 3 have surpassed metrics from their public school education. According to town reports, enrollment in the Pelham School District has had an average 3% decline over the past 5 years, from 2019 to 2023, yet is an average 65% of total taxes. According to the New Hampshire Department of Education iAchieve data for the same period, students had an average English language arts, ELA, and math proficiency rate of 51% and 41% respectively. Their proficiency numbers fail to meet the state targets each year. Suffice to say, we have no intention to re-enroll our children into the public school system unless those shortcomings are remedied to a satisfactory level. These unfortunate circumstances leave parents to choose between a poor public school education or taking on the financial burden just to give their kids at least a decent private education. At the end of the day, it is always in the best interest of our children to choose the method of education that best prepares them for life with the values of our family. So, my statement to those who oppose this bill is this. As a family on the Mass border, where cost of living is high, my and other children in our community are being denied resources because of your perception of what success should look like. An EFA would help lessen the burden of providing a better education for our children by opening access to additional resources currently out of reach.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you for coming and thank you for your testimony. And I recognize Bo as one of the headline schools in this state. And you're talking about having to face disagreeable social agendas. Was there any way for you to hold it, to address this with them one-on-one and just have a conversation with them, explaining to them what the nature of that was and why it was so disagreeable, or did they just shut you off?
Well, there wasn't really any one specific instance. It was a culmination of social agendas that don't fit with our family values.
Did they have these in writing?
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
You're multiple questions over there.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
If there's a forum for me to express those concerns with the public school system, I'm happy to do it. But just an atmosphere of social agendas being pushed in the school system made us choose to homeschool our children.
Okay. We want to stay right on 115. Yeah. Excuse me?
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, that was, what school were you talking about?
Pelham, New Hampshire.
Not Bo.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so thank you for the clarity. The corner, we had children, we have children all kinds of angles here, and a lot of cards. I want to get the real, you're holding children back there. Do you want to speak right now? Or did I call somebody else prior to that? I don't think I have. Because those are Daryl's kids over there, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Daryl.
Thank you so much.
Come on up. Yeah, well, we'll have to find the name. That's just a new one. Okay. Yeah. We need your name so we can get the card.
Sure, it's Jessica Mehlig.
Pardon me?
Mehlig, Mehlig.
Okay.
And I am here in support of the bill. And I am not a recipient of the EFA because I lie, my husband and I lie just above that income bracket where we would be able to apply for it. And as a result, we've had to make great sacrifices. The only reason why we're here today is because my children had dentist appointments. Trying to put them back into school at noontime is a nightmare. So we were able to be here. And I wanted to speak today to say that even if we could get a little bit of support financially to send our kids to a school that supports what our family values are, it would change it would change the mindset for my husband and I. We live just above that line, and my husband works in sales. One more dip of the economy, and it wouldn't just be our kids' education. It would be a whole lot more. We live in Dover, New Hampshire. Rent in Dover, New Hampshire runs about, let's just say I barely can afford my rent. I'll leave it at that. And should something happen and we wouldn't be able to do that, not only would we potentially lose our kids' education in the school, and he's 4, Isabella's 5. We would not only lose their school, but we'd probably have to leave the town and go to a different school. And this also presents an issue for us where our kids are established. And so just having the freedom of education for our kids is everything. I understand that public schools need funding too, but when it comes to my kids and our community around us, having an education that not only backs up what our family believes, but also like the values of the kids that our kids are in school with and spending a lot of time with. That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Good luck down there in Dover.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Alyssa S. Is that the card now? That's okay. We got your card. Okay.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Sosa Molina. I'm here today to ask you to support House Bill H-115. I'm a senior in high school who has been receiving the Education Freedom Funds for over 4 years now. I grew up being homeschooled by my single mom until I was of high school age. I wanted to seek out new, better opportunities and try new things. For the last 3 years, I've been attending a private school that has afforded me much growth, opportunities, and a brighter future. I would be in a very different situation right now without the EFA. Just this recent year, I can tell you, a very dear and close friend of mine was being bullied at her school. It was drastically hurting her and her life. She needed a change, a new school. She couldn't go on in this same environment. She is now at an amazing school, but that wouldn't have been possible without the EFA. I ask you to please take a moment to think about someone you know, someone you love, who has been bullied, stuck in a toxic environment, or maybe they would be stuck at a level, unable to reach their full potential when they could be excelling in things they're naturally gifted in, perhaps like mathematics or history. Or maybe they would be even worse, experiencing the opposite, academically challenged, struggling to keep up with everyone else, their confidence and self-worth being torn down, leaving them questioning, wondering, why can't I be like everyone else? When they would be excelling if they could receive the help they needed. Think of these kids, please, who are at a disposition in their life that is entirely out of their control. They didn't get to choose their family's incomes, where they were born, or how others would treat them. Sadly, there are hundreds of kids like this in New Hampshire who face these realities daily. The EFA has started this positive change for these kids, like me, to have better growth, opportunities, and achievement to attain a better life they deserve. I would know, as I'm one of them. By passing this bill, you would be making the EFA more accessible to all, regardless of their income, giving these kids and their families a chance to attain a life they deserve. Wouldn't you want that if it were your child? So I implore you to please be part of these changes, to give these kids opportunities, which in turn create a better future and help them create a better life.
Thank you very much.
Because just as Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. These kids are counting on you. So please vote in support for HB 115 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Representative Mark Vallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Long time no see.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Good to be here. My name is Mark Malone. I represent the town of Epping, Rockingham, District 5. And I'm not here against Educational Freedom Act's accounts. What I am here as a capacity is also as the vice chair of the Epping Budget Committee. And as of right now, my opposition to this bill is based on the fact that family who wants to send their child to Phillips Exeter Academy, which has a tuition of $52,577 plus $900 for supplies, can get an education freedom account. Right? Is that correct? There's no limit. Now, I don't know how many people will actually do this, but if you think about the numbers of families out there who can send their child, if the day, this is for the day student, by the way, so somebody living in New Hampshire could likely apply for that. As a member of the Budget Committee in Epping, I find that outrageous that the taxpayers of Epping, and I walked around last fall campaigning to mobile homes, shacks where people were struggling to pay their property tax, that we're going to spend taxpayer dollars to fund someone to go to Phillips Exeter Academy where the tuition is $53,000. Now, somebody wrote that local districts spend, I think, like drunken sailors. I think I've read that someplace. What is it if we open the accounts to anyone, regardless of income? How much money are we going to be spending here? How much are the taxpayers of Epping going to be spending to subsidize people? Now, the folks who are here who are struggling, I see the need for the EFA accounts. I see that. But we have a cap and it's means tested. You want to take away means testing, you are taking away the ability of Epping taxpayers to fund adequately public education for the children who don't take EFAs. So again, think about that you are just opening, it's a Pandora's box that you are opening with no limits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Malone, for testifying here this afternoon, and also for your service on the Epping Budget Committee. So there's been a lot of recent news, I think, related to some information released by the Department of Education, New Hampshire Department of Education, in the last several days with respect to the amount of state dollars that support public school districts. But one of the things they haven't released publicly is the fact that across all the 245 districts in the state, that municipalities in the state, that only 100 of them received more state grant, and 145 of them, their state grant went down, in many cases very significantly. As a member of the Budget Committee, you're probably aware then next year that Epping's state grant is scheduled to go down.
Right. Right.
What does that mean for Epping?
Well, somebody's got to pay for the schools. So either we're going to raise taxes, and that was, I mean, we are very aware in Epping about the tax rate and about the implication of voting. And we had our public hearings both on the town and the school budgets last night. And, you know, it's not pretty looking at that. We have pushed back on school and town spending. But at the same time, we're looking to try to keep, and we have a teacher's contract, for example, is coming up. It's going to be a $400,000 warrant article, $400,000. That money is going to increase the tax rate. So I'm just wondering if we're going to be able to pass that. And if we don't pass it, then we saw what happened the last time Epping didn't pass a teacher's contract. The district lost a number of really good teachers. This is what happened when we don't adequately fund our public educations, which educate the vast majority of students in this state. Got to keep that in mind. So we want to spend taxpayer dollars so some child can go to Phillips Exeter Academy with a subsidy. Now, it doesn't pay the whole tuition, but there's no reason why that family couldn't apply for it, and no reason why they won't get it. You have no controls on this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Further questions? Thank you. I'd like to call Jen Black, followed by Rofa Bean.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking me. I have a basketball game with my kids to get to.
Yeah, basketball is important stuff.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Black. I live in Wyndham. I'm speaking in favor of HB 115. Around the time my son was born 22 years ago, I spoke to a neighbor who was a longtime public school teacher in one of the local schools. She lamented the behavior of students and how hard it was to teach. She described the classroom as chaotic, as teachers were not allowed to discipline students. Concerned about my children's future education, I delved further. I asked her if she was able to call their parents when they misbehaved. She says teachers do not want to deal with parents at all because they don't believe their child is ever at fault. I asked, what about parents who want to hold their children accountable and want to make sure their child is behaving? She said, we don't want to deal with parents at all. We just direct parents to the principal. My husband and I, as parents of 6 children, did not want our kids' teachers to think of us as the enemy. We feel it is our responsibility to see to it that our children are raised and properly educated in order to be independent, God-fearing, responsible, contributing members of society. After discussion with this teacher, hearing stories from other parents, and reading up on the state of public education in America, my husband and I decided that I would give up my well-paying job so that I could stay home and raise and educate our children. I homeschooled for several years, but when my kids started becoming interested in sports and other activities, we looked at affordable private options. They were few and far between with 6 children. We found a small Christian school, and after talking to parents and teachers, we're grateful to hear that parents and teachers were collaborators, not enemies, in the education process. That children are not permitted to disrupt classes, and that students are well educated in math, reading, grammar, science, and history. Parents who determine that it's best interest for their children and for society in general that their children be educated outside the chaos of the local public school have to make many sacrifices to afford both the taxes that they pay for the public schools their children do not attend and the tuition for the school that they have decided is best for their children. Although we have never purchased a new car, never gone on extravagant vacations, never taken our kids on an airplane, our children have benefited greatly from our choice to avoid public school, and we do not regret our decision one bit. Unfortunately, there are many other parents who'd like to be able to make this decision but can't afford to make the necessary sacrifices. I would like to submit that you support HB 115, and I have...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rofa Bean. How do you say that last name? Yeah, I'm trying to. The next person up will be Gianna Gellery, G-E-L-L-E, Gelly, E-Y. Penmanship classes needed. Old manuscript, Sainer Bloser, the Palmer method, all that. So we're waiting for Rufa Bean. Yeah, Gianna. Who do we have here? Okay. Not Rufa Bean.
Thank you. I'm Gianna Jolsey. So I'm Gianna Jolsey, a resident of Madbury. I have 2 children in public schools, and I'm a school board member on the Oyster River Cooperative School District, SAU 5. I am here representing the school board of Oyster River. People move to our district because of the public school system. We oppose HB 115. I've heard many people today speak to educational attainment and access and the lack thereof. The best, most fiscally responsible, most equitable way to ensure that all students in New Hampshire access and achieve the best education possible is to fully fund public education. Vouchers, EFAs, do not ensure equity because even with aid, many if not most families cannot afford the cost of private or parochial education. This bill does not affect that fact because it expands access to the higher income as opposed to lower income folks. This is quite evident by who is already receiving the vouchers, which is approximately 75% of families who have never attended public school. Vouchers are not fiscally responsible, and this expansion would make it even more so. Their expansion negatively affects the school district budget and therefore services and programs the schools are legally mandated to provide. In order to maintain and achieve high standards, the funding shortfall must be addressed, which typically translates to unsustainable increases in property taxes and unfortunately cuts to services. This negative fiscal impact is particularly relevant in light of projected budget shortfalls, but also due to the current court-declared inadequate funding for public education overall, and those court cases are still standing, and the massive gap in reimbursement for special education, which is particularly affecting our district. Public education covers and accepts all students. Private and parochial schools do not. Public schools must accept special education students and are proud to do so, but private schools do not, and therefore do not shoulder the costs. The vast majority of students in New Hampshire attend public schools. The voucher program is also deeply problematic due to its lack of accountability, oversight, and standards. The out-of-state organization running it has done such a poor oversight that an audit of a small subsample showed that 25% of the families enrolled should not have been. Public education, however, is very transparent, accountable, and has many legally mandated constraints and responsibilities. In light of all these things, I ask you to oppose HB 115.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for your work on behalf of public schools. Could you speak about your district's approach to teachers interacting with parents?
We have a pretty good access to that. We have rules where if a parent actually emails a student, they have to respond. If a parent emails a teacher, they have to respond within 48 hours. So immediately they have to have that. If that doesn't happen, then it immediately goes to the principal and the people have access to that. Communication in our school district is actually very good. People can email, they can call, they can visit, and there's typically not a problem with that. It's very open access. People attend the school board meetings. One of the things I think is actually a strength with Oyster River is the fact that the community is actually very active. And if they have a problem, they let us know immediately. So I'd actually say the communication is quite excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming today. Representative Bob Wary needs to pick up children by 3 o'clock. You're just about ready to miss that date. Followed by Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bob Wary and I represent Hillsborough District 13, the great town of Hudson. Education in New Hampshire is facing the challenge of economic efficiency. An increasing amount of money is being requested and spent while enrollment is sharply declining, and yet educational proficiency is also declining. From a business perspective, one might say we are simply not achieving the desired return on investment. What are we to do? It is time for New Hampshire to have universal educational freedom accounts. In support of universal EFAs, I would like to first talk about making quality education options more attainable. Though many communities offer an adequate education, not all communities offer the quality education desired by the parents and custodians that meet the unique needs of their child or children, as we've heard from several testimonies already. Suppose you have a student facing challenges not being met by a local school, or you have a gifted student. What are the options if a local school is not providing education at this quality level desired by the parent or guardian? There are limited options available, and these educational opportunities would be made more feasible and more attainable with universal EFAs. Next, I would like to talk about accountability and local control for the money being spent on students' education. Currently, parents and custodians using the EFAs have greater accountability than any school administrative unit has. First, each EFA applicant has their financial status verified and grants are then prorated accordingly. Then every item requested for reimbursement is reviewed by the EFA special program before the EFA funds are dispersed for reimbursement. Each request is reviewed and substantiated. I support universal EFAs because EFAs inherently provide more direct accountability for the money that is being spent. Through universal EFAs, we can give households greater control of a relatively small part of the total money being spent on their students' education. It is the ultimate in local control. Lastly, I would like to emphasize something mentioned earlier, return on investment. Universal EFAs allow for parents and guardians to make that direct investment into their student, whether it is tuition, tutoring, online learning, school supplies, or other scholastic expenses. Universal EFAs will give more options and provide for enhanced accountability for investing in their students. The students in New Hampshire will be found very capable if given the right resources and additional opportunities. Universal EFAs are a good investment in the students of New Hampshire. In the interest of time in picking up my own child from school, I will not be taking any questions.
Oh, thank you. And if you have a written comment, why don't you submit that to us too, or from the portal or wherever.
I will.
Thank you very much. Representative Joe Alexander, then Mary Wilkie.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of House Education Funding. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. I'm here today as a proud product of New Hampshire schools, but my story today is not about education I received. It's about the importance of giving every child the opportunity to find a school that fits their educational individual needs, whether academic, social, or emotional. As a young man, I struggled with my identity. I spent years coming to terms with being gay, but my experience in school wasn't always easy. I wasn't always comfortable with my surroundings or the people I interacted with, which made it harder for me to thrive. I'm proud of how far our community has come since then, how much more accepting and supportive it has become for individuals like myself. But not every child today feels the same comfort and security. For some students, finding a school environment that embraces them is not just important, it's critical. I fundamentally believe that we need to invest in families. If the school is not providing a good product for a family, the state should invest those funds elsewhere. I do not want any student to feel like the bullied gay child trapped in a school with no way out. This bill is about educational freedom. It's about ensuring that every child, no matter their situation, has a chance to find the school that's the best fit for them. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor HB 115, and I hope all of you will join me in voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Mary Wilkie, followed by Megan D-E-double-I-S? No.
Should be Davis.
Davis? Or, I don't know if I got... Gotta take care of Concord. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you for calling me up. And my name is Mary Wilkie. I'm a retired public school teacher from Concord, and I oppose this bill. First of all, any expansion of this program, whether to universal eligibility or to 500% of federal poverty guidelines, which would be about $161,000 for a family of four, would mean more public money taken away from our community public schools, where nearly 90% of our children in New Hampshire attend. We have parents and communities throughout this state who love their public schools, but they're upset about high teacher turnover or lack of foreign languages or arts classes, or the state of disrepair of their buildings. In other words, reduced opportunities that their children face because they happen to live in the wrong zip code. All too often, we hear of elderly people being forced out of their homes because they can't pay their property taxes, and that's because monies that the state is supposed to be providing are being downshifted onto the property taxpayers. We also have a serious revenue deficit looming ahead and the prospect of big budget cuts. So this doesn't seem to be the right time to expand this program by giving money to even more parents who are probably already affording private schools on their own, as have 80% of the people who are currently receiving vouchers. I'm also concerned about good stewardship requires getting good answers to questions before expanding a program. We don't even know if the $73 million that's been spent on this program has had a positive or negative impact on student outcomes. We don't have any data here to tell us, but in reports from other states show that voucher programs are leading to lower academic achievement, in part because many of the providers that spring up in response to voucher programs are of poor quality. To what extent are vouchers simply replacing scholarships that the schools were providing before, which would mean we're enriching the schools, and the families come out with no net benefit financially? I have a number of other concerns, which I feel ought to be addressed before you expand the program, and I feel you ought to know, we all ought to know, and they're on my written testimony, which I will hand in. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Thank you again. Megan Davis, is she back? I think she was putting money in a meter. Amy Hanson? Is Amy here? Okay. Yeah, and then we'll have Megan, if she's back yet from the meter, come on up. Not back? Okay.
Hello, Amy Hansen. I live in Amherst. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposal for universal eligibility for the EFA program in New Hampshire. While I understand the desire to provide more educational options for families, there are serious concerns about extending the program to all families, regardless of income level or specific need. One little sentence being omitted from the original law is a huge impact. One, undermining public education. Public schools serve as a foundation of education for the majority of our students in New Hampshire and would harm low-income and vulnerable students who rely on public education for a quality and equitable learning experience. Equity issues. Lower-income families may still face challenges accessing private educational options even with EFA expansion. This divides rather than helps level the playing field by discounting families who can pay the tuition regardless of the vouchers. Selective enrollment. Private religious schools can also pick who they choose to come to their schools. And that changes the playing field as well, as some of the people who would benefit from it might not even have the option to go to those places. Accountability and oversight. Public schools are held to rigorous standards, assessments, curriculum, regulations, and also hiring requirements based on certifications. But private schools are not always subject to the same scrutiny, leaving students without the protections and supports they need to succeed, like IEPs and 504s. Increased financial burden. The cost of funding such program for every student could lead to higher taxes or cuts other essential services, such as education for all. Separation of church and state. Tax dollars should not be used for any religious entity. Expanding EFA to all students without addressing these broader concerns could have unintended negative consequences for both public education and students it serves. There is currently systems in place for our students who require out-of-district placement. We should use those. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well, next person up would be, is she back yet from the meter? Joseph Calderola? Calderola? Yeah. Welcome, Joseph.
Yes, I'll restate my name, Joe Calderola. I'm from Portsmouth, and thanks for having the open hearing. There's a lot of feeling about how choice has been so helpful to people, but the bill isn't about choice for what kind of education to get. The bill is about whether the public should pay for that. Because the bill proposes that the public, the taxpayers in New Hampshire, pays for that choice. And there's been this whole thing about voucher programs in the last couple of decades has been anathema to everything that came prior to that. Before everything that came prior to that, the public paid for public education. And what's been going on the last couple of decades is public funding has been cut and cut again. And then there's, people need help with vouchers. So it's radical and it's not traditional. There's a lot of things that are not conservative about this kind of a program. One of the things is it undercuts local autonomy. You have a lot of people in New Hampshire, I don't know how many hundreds of people in New Hampshire give so much of their time to school board service and all that sort of thing. And basically what it's telling them is, look, we're going to take money from the public system and fund private system. So it's undercutting all the efforts that individual people are putting into the school systems. So the other big thing about it, I've got to speak what's good about public school systems. I'm a child of immigrants, and I went to a public school where I was extremely low minority. One of the things it does is it works against the silo problem. We all live in silos now. It's a horrible problem. People don't talk to each other. They don't relate to anybody that thinks differently than them. Different cultural backgrounds, and every kid in school has to go to school together. And having that experience, I think, made a huge difference in my life because I got expanded to a lot of white people, and I think it makes a big difference to a lot of kids. So I'm here to speak for public schools and against the bill.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Thanks for coming up. Megan Davis is back, and followed by Hope Van Epps, EPPS, and then Representative Cordelli will follow that.
Hi, my name is Megan Davis. I am a recipient of the EFA. My daughter gets it. She's been at a wonderful school, a Dublin Christian, and I have no money to send her there. So without the EFA, she would not be there. And they have very high standards at Dublin. She was reading in kindergarten, and now she's reading chapter books in second grade. And, I'm really grateful for the EFA because she not only can go to Dublin Christian, but I can also send her to gymnastics too. So the $5,000 covers even more than gymnastics and Dublin Christian. So, I mean, it's a great thing for people in New Hampshire. And, I come from a middle income family, upper middle income. So like $200,000 my dad makes. And we have 3 kids in our family. And I don't think, he struggled at times to send us to private school occasionally. And it was very difficult for my family to do so. But when we were in a district that had bad schools, that's what he did. But then later he went to, send us to college. And that was just incredibly hard for him. So, you don't get to save any money for your kid's college education if you're putting that into private school. And so it's very, very bad, very, very difficult for parents to send their kids to private school. I think that's all that I wanted to say. Also, I find that I've been researching the spike of transgenderism. Okay, just this one last thing is that the Gen Z population is their transgenderism went up by 400% in 10 years.
I think we're getting off topic now.
Well, it's not safe.
Well, you're beyond your time limit as well.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much. Hope Van Ebbs, Glenn Cordelli, Louise Spencer.
Hope Van Ebbs?
Yes.
I'm here.
She's right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Hope Van Ebbs, and I represent myself here today. As a mother of 3 and former Portsmouth School Board member that manage school budgets, I support public schools that educate the majority of our students. While not a perfect system, it is the system that levels the playing field and offers an education to all children, regardless of race, religion, gender, and economic status. Public schools are also a haven for much-needed social services that fall short in communities today. The pandemic magnified how much the public relies on public school social resources. Addressing bullying, it can happen everywhere. For my child, it happened in private school before moving to the local public schools. We found public school staff uniquely qualified to address the diverse academic, social, and emotional needs of students, regardless of their backgrounds. While alternative learning options profile student acceptance, public schools accepts everyone and equip students to contribute in a diverse society. The charge on public schools cut budgets that help close pandemic learning gaps, take funds from mandated special ed programs, and rob students of an adequate education. The voucher program divvies up the limited funds the state provides and makes it impossible for school boards and municipalities to budget and provide adequate education for their own local schools without depending on local state dollars. The imperfections the opposition speak of will not improve with defunding. 77% of students who receive school vouchers were already attending non-public school institutions, yet that money still disappeared from public school budgets. Parents have the right to select an alternative path for their children, though not at the expense of other students' education and taxpayers' wallets. The more the state diverts public school funding, the more local communities will bear the costs when already burdened by high property taxes, inflation and housing costs. Defunding public schools make our state less competitive as public schools build strong communities. This is why I urge you to adequately fund public schools and vote no on HB 115. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Glenn Cordelli, Louis Spencer, Hannah Kesselring? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
I'm State Representative Glenn Cordelli from Carroll 7, Richfield, Tuftonboro, Wolfboro, and Ossipee. And it's a pleasure to be in front of the other education committee. And I wasn't going to testify, but I saw a quote this morning that set me off a little bit. The quote is, it always has been part of their agenda to continue to remove the state's safeguards on children and to continue to give parents more and more control. Parents' control. The Supreme Court in 1925, Pierce versus Society of Sisters, said that the child is not a mere creature of the state. Thomas Sowell, I think, put it best. The basic question is not what is best, but who says what is best. I believe it is in parents. And that leads to parental accountability. This program has the best form of accountability. It's parents. If the parent is not satisfied with their child's education, they can move to another education option that fits their child's needs. That is not always the case with parents attending a public school. Perhaps what we need to do is unlock the schoolhouse doors so that all parents, all children can find the option that meets their needs. And why is that important? Because it creates competition. And as we have seen, study after study shows that when there is school choice available, public schools improve. There was an analysis done not long ago of 29 studies of that subject. 26 found positive results in public schools, 1 neutral, and 2 found a negative impact.
Comes quickly, doesn't it?
Yes. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. I was wondering if you could explain your support for this program that cannot be audited by the state.
There is an annual audit required of the Children's Scholarship Fund every year. That is on their website, and we can easily give you copies. The Department of Education did a compliance audit this year.
Mr. Chair, I'm not talking about the business audit that the Children's Scholarship.
You
I'm
did
talking
say
about
audit.
no.
You did say audit.
I said state audit.
Well,
I said a state audit.
Well, the State Department of Education did a compliance audit. And the legislative budget assistant is in the process of doing an audit, I understand.
A quick follow-up. And what were the results of the state the New Hampshire Department of Education did a monitoring exercise.
It was a compliance audit.
Yeah, and I
yes.
was wondering if you could talk a little bit about. The
I
results.
don't have it with me, but I know that there were a couple of issues identified. In one case, there were pay stubs used instead of a tax return because of a drastic change in income levels for the family. There's several instances like that. And I think there might be someone here who has more information on the details of the findings of that report. But I think that there were 5 findings. 4 were readily corrected, and 1 is in process because it requires a date change in the system.
Okay, and then and in that monitoring, approximately what percentage of the total number of EFAs were examined during that monitoring?
I believe it was a random sample of 50 accounts.
So approximately
So
1%. 1%. Is that correct? 50 over 5,000?
I guess that's about right.
Okay, thank you.
We will make sure that the compliance report is available in everybody's hands here on the committee. It's been out and the oversight committee's also looked at that, but that will be made available. Representative Fellows, do you have a question?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The state has minimum standards for public schools about the courses that need to be available and the qualifications of teachers. How can we know that parents who are homeschooling even know what those standards are and can't come anywhere near meeting those standards?
Are you talking about homeschool parents who have an education freedom account or
Yes.
traditional homeschool parents?
Well, either. The proposal is that could be all of them. So
The
education freedom accounts, that's what the bill's about. So
Yeah, the education freedom account requires parents to guarantee that they will provide education for the children in the basic core subjects, including social studies. That's written into the law.
Further questions? Yeah.
just a little follow up in terms of look. Those are the courses. What about the standards about what's supposed to be in the course, the curriculum frameworks that the public schools use?
Well, yeah, let's talk about that. I get a kick out of the accountability argument because what are the state averages in proficiency levels? In my district, I think it's something like 54 for English and 44 for math, but 96% of the students graduate. What do those numbers tell you? Just up the line in Conway, the proficiency scores are 20%. So where is the accountability there?
You had a follow-up. So we're going to keep the follow-ups to 2 each, and you've had that. We have a whole slug of people to come up here. So
I got a quick question.
yes, Representative Brown.
Representative, some of the placards outside mentioned religious schools were supported by the program. Would you mind commenting on that, please? Thank you.
Yes, I did see that, and I heard someone talk about separation of church and state, which appears nowhere in our Constitution. It was a letter written by Thomas Jefferson that coined that phrase. In terms of money going to religious schools, public money does not go to any school. Public money goes to parents. Parents then, with free choice, direct that money to a religious school, a non-religious school, homeschool, whatever. That concept that it becomes private money goes back many years with constitutional rulings. One that I know of, that I have with me, Zellman versus Simmons Harris, 2002. Let me quote from Chief Justice William Rehnquist. The Ohio program is entirely neutral with respect to religion. It provides benefits directly to a wide spectrum of individuals. It permits such individuals to exercise genuine choice among options, public, private, secular, and religious. The program is therefore a program of true private choice. That money is directed for private choice, parental choice. And that is reflected in the most recent Supreme Court rulings, Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue, and most recently Carson versus Mayock right here over in Maine. Had similar rulings with respect to the Establishment Clause and the fact that if you provided money to any school to exclude religious schools would be discrimination and unconstitutional.
Further questions? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Billy. Article 83 of New Hampshire State Constitution states clearly that, quote, no money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of schools of institutions of any religious sect or denomination.
Right.
Could you please help me understand how your statement that there is no requirement of separation of church and state doesn't violate that article of the Constitution?
Thank you for the question. I was referring to the phrase separation of church and state is nowhere. That clause, the so-called Blaine Amendment, named after Senator Blaine, has been adjudicated by the U.S. Supreme Court, as I just laid out. Many might refer to that Blaine Amendment in our Constitution as a dead letter. It is a term to indicate that is a statute that can no longer be enforced. If anyone would like to test it, I know we have another bill. We've had multiple bills on this subject. If anyone would like to test it, I encourage them to file a lawsuit and let's get it up to the Supreme Court and have them rule on it one more time. What fun.
Further questions? You already have one. Representative Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. A previous speaker, he was state rep, mentioned that he went through a program like this, and he was so proud to be going to one of 4 colleges. And it struck me as interesting that all 4 of those colleges are under strict accreditation with high standards, reports that come out anytime you want to see them, not just on finances, but on academic achievement, what they're accomplishing. And I know because I've been in higher education.
Representative Burton, do you have a question?
Why wouldn't the schools that are getting EFAs also be subject to public scrutiny on their effectiveness of their programs?
All the private schools that have attendance from EFA kids have to be listed and approved by the Department of Education. And let me just mention also in regard to that, in terms of private schools, I heard someone mention Phillips Exeter. There was one child with an EFA going to Phillips Exeter, and the difference between the EFA and the tuition is made up by a scholarship from Phillips Exeter.
Further quick follow-up. Where can I find the reports on the performance of the schools that are getting EFAs?
You'd have to contact the schools.
They don't have an accreditor?
Yes, but I'm not sure who accredits each of those schools.
Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on my prior question and response. So just to be clear, what is your position on taxpayer dollars funding religious schools?
Taxpayer dollars go to parents. Taxpayer dollars go to parents. And in many cases, it's their own tax dollars that are being used then in their accounts. And it is then a matter of private choice whether they send their child to a religious or non-religious school or other educational option.
So you're okay with taxpayer dollars funding religious schools?
I'm okay with taxpayer dollars going to parents so that they can find the best education option for their children.
Further questions? Yes, Representative. Yes, Dan.
Yeah, I'm at the end of the line there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I heard a previous speaker say that budgets of some public schools have been cut. Are you aware of any public school budgets that are lower as a result of or since the implementation of this program?
I don't know if there was an adjustment in hold harmless or extraordinary needs grants, but that would be the only way that any adjustment of the amount has been done. But I don't think that any public school in New Hampshire or elsewhere in the nation has received less money than they are entitled to under state law, under current existing state law.
Thank you.
Further questions? One last question, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much. And it's sort of a follow-up on what I thought I heard Representative McGuire ask you, which was school budgets having been cut. So not the state grants to schools having been cut, because we know from the Department of Education report that 145 out of 245 state grants to cities and towns for schools were in fact cut, or are going to be in fact cut for the coming year. So the question I heard was are you aware of any budgets that were cut as a result of the voucher program?
I do know that, when was it, 3 years ago, I think, the statewide education property tax, which requires $363 million to be cut, we cut that to $263 million to be collected from school districts and lowered the tax rate accordingly. But how many local school districts lowered their budgets based on that less collection of swept money? I heard maybe there was one or two in terms of state budgets.
So basically what I'm hearing when you talk about local school budgets not being cut as a result of EFAs, that the EFAs have not developed any tax savings at the local level. Is that?
No, I think, no, there have been tax savings to taxpayers. We're talking about $5,200 in terms of an EFA account on average, whereas the local public school district, the current average is $21,000 and change per student. So there's a dramatic difference
So
there.
we got to follow the money problem, though.
Point of order. Representative Luno, you're going on with questions, and
fine. You were having a sidebar there, so
no, I wasn't having a sidebar. You were having a sidebar. So no, we're done with the questioning here. Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Louise Spencer, followed by Hannah Kesselring, Lois Esposito, and Representative Potenza.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for taking my testimony today. My name is Louise Spencer. I am from Concord, New Hampshire, and I'm also the co-founder of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. One of our top priorities is public schools and making sure that every child in New Hampshire has access to the best public school education that they can have. We've heard some compelling stories here today from people whose children and some from children themselves who have availed themselves of the EFA voucher program. But there are other stories we're not hearing. We're not hearing from a lot of public school students. We're not hearing from public school teachers. And there's a reason for that. They're in school and they're not able to be here and present, but they have compelling stories as well. And I find when I hear the kind of knee-jerk criticisms of public schools, it really breaks my heart, because public schools are so much to so many, not only the children that attend them, but the communities and the families. And the response that they are failing over and over again, I think, doesn't take into account the real challenges our schools have and the fact that our state has refused to adequately fund our schools and adequately fund the public education of our kids. So let's talk about school vouchers sometime when our state has already done that. Then we can have the conversation about whether we're going to have school vouchers. Yes, no child should feel unsafe whether they're at a public school or a private school. Sometimes public schools don't meet needs, sometimes private schools don't. But without the adequate funding, we're not going to address the needs of every child. And every child, whether they have a parent who's able to come in here and advocate for them or homeschool them, every child deserves a fair and adequate and a great education. And that's what most of our kids get in public schools. And we need to hear more of those stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hannah Kesselring. Lois Esposito. Representative Kelly Potenza. Heather Robitali.
Yeah.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Hannah Kesselring. I live in Manchester, Ward 12, and I am in the 6th grade.
Okay, Jenna.
This way. That good?
Right. They want to speak together or not?
Better? Okay. I just wanted to tell you how the EFA program has changed my life and helped me feel more confident. Because of it, I got to join a swim program, try new subjects, and even learn to sew and play the accordion. Not every kid gets to do things like that, and it makes me really happy to play the accordion with my grandfather. It also made me love music even more. I just started voice lessons, and one day I hope to sing the national anthem for the House of Representatives. I also attend a co-op school where I'm currently learning about ecosystems and drama. I think every kid should have the chance to be whatever they want to be when they grow up. My dream is to become a police officer someday. So I hope you'll think about kids like me when you vote on this bill. Please vote yes for kids like me. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you, Hannah. Any questions? Yes.
Are you saying this was your choice? This was your choice to take the grant?
Yeah, basically, I was really excited about it when I heard about it, so.
Thank you again. Have a good afternoon. No other questions?
You too, thank you.
Yeah. Lois Esposito? Or Lewis? Is that Lewis? Lewis. Okay. It's not Phil, huh?
No. Or Tony for that.
He was one heck of a goalie.
He was.
Or his brother.
David reference.
Yeah. That dates me, I know it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And
before you start going on there, we had another sheet come in here from Jenna Carson, I think it said, and Owen Blood. I'd like to know if they want to speak together or separately. Are they here in the room? I just received this piece of paper. Well, okay, then we need two cards. All righty, go ahead, Mr. Esposito.
Honorable Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Louis Esposito. I'm a former special education teacher, and currently I'm the executive director of ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE New Hampshire is a disability justice organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. School choice programs often require families to waive essential legal protections provided under the IDEA, Individuals with Disability Education Act, when families use educational vouchers to enroll in private schools. Many private institutions are not obligated to provide services that ensure students with disabilities are educated in the least restrictive environment. This can lead to increased segregation of students with disabilities in separate classrooms or schools. Inconsistent, private schools may lack the staff and resources to implement their IEPs, depriving students of critical support such as speech therapy, assistive technology, and inclusive teaching practices. Universal eligibility could incentivize the use of EFAs for private schools that do not follow inclusive mandates. Research shows that families may feel pressured to accept schools that only offer self-contained and specialized classrooms rather than inclusive settings where students with disabilities can learn alongside their peers. School choice programs often exacerbate inequities for families from lower income backgrounds, particularly those with students who have disabilities. For example, private schools participating in EFA programs may not disclose their capacity to support students with disabilities, leaving families with incomplete information when making enrollment decisions. Also, public schools typically provide transportation as part of special education services, but many private schools do not, further limiting access to inclusive options for low-income families. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Esposito, for your testimony on this. And I believe Able New Hampshire was among some groups out in front of the State House earlier this week. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the recent reduction or proration in the special education aid and what that means statewide, and compare that to the amount of money that's being spent on vouchers right now.
Representative Luno, now if we're going to get into the catastrophic aid, special education aid, that is not part of this bill.
No, but I think it's relevant to what Lewis was talking about.
If you can wrap your response around the EFA bill we're dealing with, HB 115.
Yes, thank you. I think our biggest concern is inclusive education practices. And when we cut funds, we are concerned about the different, how that affects teachers within the classroom and the resources that they're provided. Research will show that inclusive education is beneficial for not just special education students, but also students that are in the general education environment.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing anything? Yes, Representative.
I wonder if you can help me understand the difference between an EFA voucher for $4,000 and a state mandate to take a school with extreme special needs and send them out to Ohio for $250,000.
That has nothing to do with this bill. We are off the bill. I'm not going there with that question. No, I'm not going there with that question. That's a whole different proration of money and all this. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
We got one more.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just talk a little bit about the oversight? Oh, sorry. Can you talk a little bit about the oversight that is provided in public schools for students with IEPs versus what is provided, or the lack of what is provided with students in EFAs?
And this is the special education teacher in me. We had to follow IDEA, and it was a full team decision. And we try to make it so that the student and the family are all part of the team. That is the goal, right? And we have to make sure it's in the least restrictive environment. So constant meetings, check-ins, and understanding that all students have different needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Kelly Potenza, Heather Robital, Owen Blood. Okay, we'll go. Is Heather here? We'll jump with Heather first. The other person's not available at this moment. I don't see Heather. What about Owen Blood?
Hello, my name is Owen Blood, and I am currently a senior at Kearsarge Regional High School. I am here today to advocate for the support of public schools in New Hampshire. I've been attending public school in this state since I was 5, and I can say that it has shaped me into who I am today. Without a public education system that provides a thorough and diverse learning experience, kids like me who rely on that system would not be the same people who we have grown up to be. I've had the incredible opportunity to learn in public school, and as a product of that system, I feel compelled to do everything in my power to defend it. In our state, funding education is largely determined by district discretion. I am fortunate to reside in a district that takes education seriously, so this hasn't greatly impacted me. Others, however, are not so lucky and often face the direct consequences from a lack of state funding. Expanding the state voucher program would directly affect the funding of schools, which is already notoriously low. In districts that want to maintain a quality of education, they'd have to place even more strain on taxpayers. At Kearsarge, this issue is already apparent in the community. A citizen petition attempting to drastically cut the school's budget due to high taxes was voted on at the district's deliberative session. By placing the responsibility of funding schools on individual districts, you risk the collapse of public schools due to insufficient funding. I urge all those considering support of HB 115 to think about what this would mean for the nearly 90% of students in New Hampshire who are still enrolled in public schools. Reducing state funding for public schools would lower the minimum level of education in New Hampshire a student can receive. Students in our state deserve strong, equitable education system, and that starts with adequate funding of public schools. We must ensure that all students have the resources they need to succeed. Thank you.
Very good timing. It's about ready to go off. Okay. Any questions?
Okay.
Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm let him talk like that. Yeah. Well, he's been back there the whole time in that corner like that. I don't let anybody talk with those things on. And we've also, at the door, we've been trying to stop him. I got the name right after this one. We go down. Representative Potenza. She also has her daughter with her answer. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Carmela Potenza, and I'm 17 years old, and I live in Rochester, New Hampshire. And I've missed a great deal of school, as you can see, due to a severe medical condition. I cannot attend a public or private school, and I need one-on-one learning. Getting an EFA would greatly help my family so they could hire a tutor so I can complete my high school education. As it stands now, the amount of work my mom would have to do to be able to get the district to pay for everything I need for my education would be an enormous amount of effort and frankly a fight. My mom several years ago fought for a boy named Tyler. It took almost 2 years and lawyers, and they finally paid for his services. I was little, but I remember what my family went through. Please pass HB 115 to help kids like me.
So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I strongly support the widely popular EFA program. I do have to say that if this doesn't pass and it's universal or it gets amended, it has to be fixed so it's not on gross income. It should be on taxable income, because we would actually apply for this program if you look at the $40,000 that we've had to pay out of pocket for Carmela's medical expenses. Polling data shows that 72% of New Hampshire parents support EFAs, and we must put students over systems. I'm going to end with, in the future, I would like to see the EFA program evolve into a more 529 savings plan model. I think promoting transparency, accountability, fiscal conservatism, and school choice for all is something that all Granite Staters will support and benefit from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much for waiting. Heather Robitel, then Jenna Karen. Pardon me? The sound gets to you, doesn't it? Yeah, I just called her after this.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Heather Robitaille. As a parent and active member of the Merrimack community, I'm here to voice my opposition of HB 115. The existing voucher program is already available to families 350% of the poverty level and suffers from a lack of oversight and transparency. While I support families' ability to choose the best avenue to educate their children, I believe that public tax dollars should be spent on public schools. Public schools hire certified teachers, as well as have regulation and oversight to ensure all students receive a free and appropriate public education. Our New Hampshire public schools are already suffering from a lack of funding, resulting in stretched staff and shortage of personnel to provide critical support services to our most vulnerable children. At a recent school budget committee, a number of our residents were asking the district to tighten its belt because times are tough and rising property taxes are threatening to price them out of their homes. Expanding the EFA program would increase the burden on our already overburdened taxpayers while further undermining our public schools. It seems to me that it's fiscally irresponsible and reckless to expand this program when New Hampshire has been failing to comply with 2 New Hampshire Supreme Court rulings regarding its inequitable public education funding practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't see any hands. So going on, Jenna Caron, then Representative Tom Mannion.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Caron, and I'm here today to oppose HB 115. The very foundation of my opposition to this bill stems from my success as a product of New Hampshire's public schools, as a recent graduate from Sunapee Middle High School. A month ago, I completed my first semester at Binghamton University, the best public university in New York, where I'm thriving academically and actively participating in campus life, and I consider Sunapee, my New Hampshire public school, to be the main source of my accomplishments. When I heard about and researched HB 115, it became clear that this would effectively deface how New Hampshire values education, considering that it would significantly divert resources from public education, jeopardizing the integrity of schools that enabled students like me to achieve success. HB 115 fundamentally changes the program from one aimed at assisting families in need to one that prioritizes funding private education at the expense of public schools, costing over $100 million annually. Removing $100 million would move support for vital programs like technical education centers, special education, school building aid, and safety grants, all of which serve 87% of New Hampshire students. Not to mention, over 75% of voucher recipients were never enrolled in public schools before receiving funds, illustrating that this program isn't primarily serving public students in need of alternative options, but instead subsidizing private and homeschool education. Therefore, the bill raises questions about accountability and equity for New Hampshire students. It outlines little oversight of these public funds, no requirement for financial audits, and no mandatory assessments to ensure participating students receive an adequate education. How can we trust that these alternative educational systems are providing the education that New Hampshire students of all backgrounds deserve, with no state oversight? And students with disabilities waive critical protections under federal and state disability laws when they join this program, sacrificing their right to services and individualized education plans, which enable their success in the classroom. Finally, long-term studies show that voucher programs harm student outcomes. Participants score significantly lower in math and reading compared to their peers in public schools. Why should we expand a program with evidence of doing more harm than good, rather than continue and increase investment in New Hampshire's public schools, which could address many of the remarks made by proponents of this bill? Overall, as a student who values my education and the education of my friends, family, and future generations in New Hampshire, I urge the committee to vote against HB 115 and to continue supporting our public schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Our new president, UNH, was dean down at Binghamton.
Wow.
Yeah, yep. All righty. Thank you. Representative Tom Mannion, then Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tom Mannion representing Hillsborough 1 Pelham. It was cool to see my constituent out here earlier, Darrell Hall. I'm here in support of HB 115, and I'll keep this brief. The EFA program's success is directly attributable to the free market forces providing superior products at a reduced cost due to competition. Contrast that with government school programs where the local taxpayers are burdened at upwards 4 times the cost per pupil, with stagnant or even diminishing returns on investment, where local democracy decides the cost and individual choice is removed. It's critically important that we expand on the winning strategy, allowing the free market to do what it does best. We don't means test for government school admission. We shouldn't means test to allow parents the option to enter the education marketplace outside of the government system. I ask that you vote OTP on HB 115. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Ross Smith. Excuse me, Sarah Smith. Sarah Smith. Sarah Smith, followed by Paul Varley. Caitlin Bernier. Any of those names here? Representative Fellows, would you please go in the other rooms and see if we have folks still sitting in those other rooms? You just came from there? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there are seats available in here now. So I called the name Sarah Smith, then Paul Varley, and Caitlin Bernier. Sarah Scott?
I'm Sarah Smith here.
Sarah Smith. Okay. Oh, good. Thank you. I didn't see that.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about accountability. My name is Sarah Menace Smith. I'm from Pembroke, New Hampshire, where last year we cut 27 positions due to unfunded costs beyond what we could afford. If they had gone through our personal tax, would have been at least $3,000 more. Mine. I am a retired teacher, 20 years in public schools and 4 in a private school specializing in learning disabilities. I was certified in elementary ed, general special ed, and a learning disability specialist. I was a certified reading recovery teacher, Orton Gillingham, Linda Mood Bell, and Project Read teacher. I spent 8 years focused on struggling first graders and taught them most of my career. One of my duties as a special ed teacher was evaluating homeschool students back in the day when that was required. One year I evaluated a first grader. It was somewhere around March. I was using the test we normally use. It was immediately clear she could not read, so I started her at the kindergarten level. She needed my cues to read and probably learned more about reading during that session than her previous months with her mother. Testing at that level would have put her in our remedial program with one-to-one help. This was just one example of why we need to evaluate all students, not just public school students. Most of my skills I learned for the private school job, but they were easily transferable to my subsequent public job. Tuitions for students at the private school, many times the school costs were borne by public schools who failed their students. Imagine if we continue down this road and cut special education support and face lawsuits by failed students comparable to the Sununu Center suits today. I oppose the use of public funds for private use and no accountability and support for money for public schools. I especially appeal to my representative, Mohegan, that he support our public school budget and not spending public money for private schools.
Thank you very much.
Your questions?
Questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul Varley, is Paul around? Caitlin? Okay.
All right. Hi, my name is Caitlin Bernier, and I'm a resident of Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm here in opposition of the HB 115. I have 2 children in the public education, and one of them is in special education. As our public school districts are currently going through budget season with even less state funding and facing detrimental cuts, this bill will continue to take away money from public education. Expanding school voucher eligibility for all students, regardless of family income, could cost the state approximately $102 million in the 25-26 school year alone, according to a new study by Reaching Higher New Hampshire. This would deplete our education trust fund, which is projected to have $125 million in the fiscal year 2025. That is 84% of our current fund spent just on the EFAs. Edelbutt recently said he would be working with lawmakers to pass a bill to support districts' special education expenses, but passing HB 115 would leave no money for those students, and that would increase the taxpayers' burden. This is not fair to the children receiving special education and your state obligation to public education. Properly funding special education and public education should be the first priority. I'm not opposed to the current EFA program that has income limits. I am opposed to this change. Those of us that are using public education should not have to suffer more funding cuts and increases in our taxes for those that have the privilege to use homeschool and afford private school. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Scott? Not here. Leah, well. Oh, yeah, good.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes.
you're gonna have to take the yellow label off, please. We don't have any of those buttons or anything like that. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 115, which seeks to expand education freedom accounts to every student in New Hampshire. We believe that every child is unique, and with that comes different learning needs. Families know their children's needs better than anyone else, and empowering them with the tools to choose the right education path can make a world of difference in their lives. Expanding EFAs to every student is not just about providing options, but it's about removing barriers to opportunity and giving them the room to thrive. As a New Hampshire native, I have a deep appreciation for the unique character of our state and the strong sense of community that defines it. This is where I grew up, and it's where I've chosen to build my life and my career. Many of my friends from childhood left the state for college and didn't come back because of the high cost of living. Of the friends who have stayed, many of them are now growing their families and sending their children off to school. This has led to numerous conversations about the education options in the state, and one thing has become clear from these conversations. Giving parents the choice to find an education option that works for their family is a crucial factor in their decisions about whether to stay in New Hampshire. Those friends who stayed here after college are struggling to balance the high cost of living in New Hampshire while also finding an educational environment that allows their child to succeed. These families are looking for options and want the best for their children, even if that means moving out of state. One of my friends is currently expecting her second child, and with a growing family, the ability to choose an education for her family and also afford to stay in the state is a big concern. She's having to make tough decisions for her family about how they will afford childcare for their youngest, purchase a home, and find an education that works for their oldest. Her story is not unique, and you've heard many of the kids here today that have expressed these same concerns. I will wrap up my testimony here and send you all the remainder of it, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Leah Walecki, and then Susan Spence, and Adam Haverstock. Okay, we have anybody up here? So we're looking for Susan Spence, Leah Wolzecki.
Here, but
Pardon me?
I said she's here, but Miss Malecki is not.
Okay.
So can I go ahead?
Who are you now?
Spence, Susan.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, my name is Susan Spence, and I am a 10.5-year resident of Dover, New Hampshire. Prior to that, I was the education librarian at a Jesuit school in upstate New York, and
Need to get real closer like that to the
and
mic.
many years prior to that, I was the librarian at an inner city school system where 49% of the students live below the poverty line. Most of my comments are in regard to special ed programs and how this proposed bill will impact them. In November of last year, the Education Commissioner announced a severe cut in state aid to special education. The aid is being cut from 98.3% of the costs in 2023 to 67.5% in this year. This creates a particularly hardship for schools in rural areas because many of them do not possess the services required to meet federal mandates for special education, and so they have to contract for these with adjacent school districts or have private providers, and then they have to transport the students to those locations. Currently, schools are responsible for $70,000 per student costs, and the state contributes to anything in excess of this. Commissioner Edelblut has not requested an increase in the state special education budget since 2021, even though the costs have clearly increased. The 33.9% million that was allotted last year has already received $50 million of requests from school districts by October 1st of last year, less than a month into the school year. Commissioner Edelblut claims to have no solution to the budget dilemma, but he believes that vouchers may be the solution. A very simple search on my part revealed the fallaciousness of this reasoning. Number one, a large number of research studies conducted between 2008 and 2018 find no improvement in student achievement when vouchers are used. Some of the agencies conducting these studies were the Economic Policy Institute, the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the Institute for Educational Sciences. Secondly, the voucher system has already exceeded its initial estimate and cost. So I will not get to the third point, which is that most private schools do not provide any special ed services they're not mandated to. So why would New Hampshire validate
very much.
such an expensive venture when it has no proven positive outcome?
Thank you.
Question?
I don't know. Do you want to take any questions?
Yeah. Quick question. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can come back to the, no, thank you very much, Ms. Spence. Would the $27 million that was spent on, that's being spent on the voucher program this year cover the shortfall in special education aid that you were referring to?
I can't answer that. I don't know. Apparently, the special voucher program is administered by a private agency, and according to the Education Commissioner, can't be audited because of this. So
okay.
I'm not sure how much transparency of data there is.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, is Adam Haverstock here? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about universal education freedom accounts. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm a resident of Hudson. My wife and I have 2 young children. My almost 5-year-old daughter starts kindergarten this fall, and my 3-year-old son will start in fall of 2027, which is in 2 years. We would like to send our children to a local private school in Hudson, but unfortunately, we don't qualify for an EFA. This is because our income is slightly above the current eligibility requirements for EFAs. As we consider the future of education in our state, I urge you to support Universal Education Freedom Accounts, a program that empowers parents to make the best education choices for their children. By providing a flexible education funding system, EFAs give parents the freedom to choose the best education for their child. whether that's a traditional public school, private school, or homeschool. This approach will improve academic outcomes, increase efficiency, and promote accountability in the education system. EFAs promote efficiency by allowing parents to direct education funding to the schools and programs that best meet their child's needs. By giving parents more control over education funding, EFAs increase accountability and transparency in the education system. Education shouldn't be dependent on zip code or income. It should be based upon what parents believe is in the best interest of their child. I believe that universal education freedom accounts are a critical step toward creating a more equitable and effective education system in New Hampshire. I urge you to support this legislation and give all parents the freedom to choose the best education for their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any? Thank you. Is Representative Ross Berry here?
All right. Sorry, I'm a little disheveled here. I came from work. So I'm Representative Ross Berry. I represent the towns of Ware and Goffstown. I was watching the committee remote, so I don't need to reiterate a lot of the points, but I would like to raise some things, especially to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. You do not income test a public school. This is public education. So I don't know why we would start applying a income test now. No one says anything when a family making $1 million goes to public school. No one says, oh my God, you're hurting the taxpayer. They view it as a duty. Education should be about funding students, not systems. I am the byproduct of both public and private school. I was pulled out of public school because it did not meet my needs as a child. My parents then put me into private school. And then my dad lost his job. He was the only income earner in my family. And, this was right around middle school, not a great time for teenagers. And I remember very, very, very tough conversations, and let's call it arguments and yelling, about whether they were going to pay the mortgage or pay for my schooling. So you guys have an opportunity here to do real good. The money belongs to the student. People raise objections about, I don't want my tax dollars going to a private school. I don't care where you send my education tax dollars. I want them to follow the student. If that goes to a private school, so be it. I had a friend of mine on the other side of the aisle said, would you be okay if this money went to a school, an Islamic school, like trying to poke some religious bigotry out of me? They were kind of stunned when I said I'd have no problem with that. If that's what the parent wants to do, that's the parent's business. Parents should raise their children as they see fit. Even if I disagree with that, they should raise their children as they see fit. And the money that is taken from taxpayers is for the student. So I won't berate that anymore, but I'm happy to be here to testify in favor of this and happy to answer any questions.
3 more seconds.
Nailed it.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Luno, then Representative Fellows.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Barry. So you talked about the equivalency of what should be vouchers and having no eligibility requirement the same way as we have currently for public schools. But would you support an amendment to this bill that would put some accountability, some testing, some data sharing, and an annual state audit reporting requirement into the voucher program?
Yeah, well, let's talk about accountability real fast.
No. Let's answer the question.
I'm allowed to answer that as I see fit.
Let's answer the question.
I'm allowed to answer as I see fit. So you guys bring up accountability all the time. As you know, I used to represent the south side of Manchester.
Mr. Chair, the question was...
Representative Luno, you asked about accountability. He is responding to you on accountability. He'll get to where you want to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I would ask this question. So in Manchester, you have ELA and math proficiencies in the teens. In the teens. Who's accountable for that? And I understand that this is the pejorative that is constantly thrown, calling it a voucher program, trying to drive the program into the ground, saying it's unaccountable. The money belongs to the child. So you can sit there and push forward the amendment all you want and say all you want. If you're going to make an accountability argument, Representative, my counterpoint would be I would start with the failing public school systems first, which cost 5 times as much as this program does.
Are there further questions?
Well, he didn't get to the answer of my question.
You have a follow-up.
So would you support an annual audit performance an annual state performance audit on the voucher program?
I would start with, if you want to talk about accountability, which is your point, I would start with holding the public schools accountable first. The money belongs to the
I'm
students.
talking about an audit. The public schools are.
The money is very well accounted for now.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Oh, yes, Representative Fellows. Yep.
Thank you. You're the second person I've heard refer to, the money belongs to the child and you don't want to fund systems. So what is this? I don't quite understand not funding systems. Does that mean that you don't think the federal government should pay for the military to protect our country? That sounds like a system. Do you think that the town shouldn't fund police or public works? Should everybody get the money to maintain the roads that they live on? How does that work? I don't understand this concept.
Yeah, happy to clarify for you. There are members of this legislature who prioritize the system over the student. So it doesn't mean you don't properly fund school systems, but the student should be the priority. And I think that's a key difference. That's one of the things I love this bill is it makes the student and the parent the priority over the system. And I will always have the backs of students and parents before the system. When it comes to education, the order of operations is very simple. Students, parents, system. Not the other way around. Students, parents, system.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Pardon me? Oh, yes. You're blending right in with all the other traffic back there.
I know, I feel like I'm a part of the crowd here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
And, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is about eligibility and universal eligibility. In my free time, one of the things that I do is I'm a volunteer who does SNAP outreach. And so I talk to people about...
Pardon me? We're not really hearing you on the other side. Really get close to that mic.
So I do SNAP outreach and education across the state. And the first question that I get when I talk to people is, what are the income guidelines? Mm-hmm. And we've heard a lot of stories today about people who are just over the guidelines for the vouchers. And that happens all the time for SNAP. So I guess my question to you is, would you be in favor of eliminating income eligibility for programs like SNAP and TANF and fuel assistance?
Well, I can't speak to those programs specifically, but I think more to borrow your question about, I believe they're called benefit cliffs, right? Income cliffs. And I deal with this a lot actually in the childcare space where we have a state scholarship, which is capped up at 350%. It's actually the same income level right now as an EFA. And I deal with that all the time with parents who fall off. They're at the 360 or worse. Actually, probably the worst thing is they're a small business owner, and you look at gross income and not net income, and you disqualify a lot of small business owners who actually would make it if you look at their net income. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. This is about education, and the state constitution says we should cherish education, and I view that as a constitutional duty. So. I don't see anything in there about SNAP or the state constitution or those other programs. So I guess my answer would be no.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Janet Ward, followed by Representative Janine Notter, then Doris Hohense. Oh, yeah. See, we have all these other people waiting.
My name is Janet Ward. I am the Vice President of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, a nonpartisan organization. I thank you for this opportunity. In 2017, the newly appointed Commissioner of Education, Frank Edelblut, was invited to address the annual meeting of the League. During the question and answer period following his talk, I asked the Commissioner, what do you see as the role of public schools in our democracy? At the close of our conversation in December 2019, the Commissioner told me that he believed that public dollars should pay for private education and that I did not believe this. He was correct. I believe what Thomas Jefferson and other founding fathers believed, that participation in a democracy, a form of government which respects the divergent views of its citizens, requires an educated populace. This is why the public schools were established. All of us present here today recognize that New Hampshire's school voucher program takes tax dollars from taxpayers like me and requires that I give these dollars to parents or guardians to pay for the private, religious, or homeschooling of their children. Applicants for New Hampshire vouchers apply to a private organization which screens applicants and presumably ensures that all monies are properly spent. The New Hampshire Legislative Budget Assistant is required by statute to do a performance audit of New Hampshire school voucher program, but the LBA is unable to do this because it has not been given access to this information. Once school vouchers consisting of New Hampshire taxpayer dollars are awarded, taxpayers do not have any appreciable oversight on how their tax dollars are spent. Unlike taxes provided to our local public schools, the money taken from us as voucher dollars disappears from taxpayer oversight. This constitutes taxation without representation, one of the key reasons why the original 13 colonies revolted against Great Britain. I believe a citizens' revolt against school vouchers should and eventually will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Notter, then Doris Hohensie, and then Executive Counselor Karen Hill. Which one? Okay, is Executive Counselor here? $37 ago. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Funding Committee. My name is Karen Leo Hill. I am honored to serve as the Executive Counselor for District 2. I am also a 20-year City Councilor and the former mayor in Lebanon. As someone who homeschooled for high school, I'm not here to talk about the merits of the voucher program. I know that different students have different needs and that there are many different ways of making sure that our kids have access to the education that they need. I'm here today to advocate specifically for taxpayers. As we heard in the governor's inaugural address last week, we have to tighten our belts. Clearly, we are looking at budget cuts at the state level, and I know very well from firsthand experience as a city councilor that when cuts happen at the state level, local property taxes go up. So on behalf of the 81 cities and towns of District 2, I'm here to encourage you to ITL this bill because local property taxpayers simply cannot afford it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Have a good drive home to Lebanon. Doris Hohensie, she here? Is John Lowecki here? Yes. Pardon? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. We'll get after this.
Chairman Ladd, members of the committee, I'm Doris Hohensie, mother of 6 homeschooled children and a former National School Board member. I'm here in opposition. Parents are frustrated with schools, rightly so. The legislature has destroyed them with costly and controversial regulation, resulting in higher property taxes and no voice in public schools.
Ignore that.
Okay, I will. The legislature accepted federal bribes on an ongoing basis to implement standard-based learning as if children were commodities to standardize. Well, it's not working. Instead of creating a new entitlement, the legislature should take responsibility for the current situation, overregulation of public schools, and restore local control. But that's too difficult, or it's all the federal government's fault. So we have a new plan to provide state funding for every child, rich or poor, who attends private schooling to help them get the best education. Best education, really. That's what they said about the public schools when they put in all this regulation. Funding private school is not a constitutional duty under Article 83. That's for public schools. We're being told that every school child learns differently. Really? Public schools were not allowed to treat children as individuals. We are burdened with uniform standards, uniform assessments, uniform competency-based education, and uniform social emotional learning, which is behavior modification. It's one size fits all, centralized control, eliminating any real accountability. No one's ever to blame. Nothing ever changes. The schools fail, they just get more funding. The original Article 6 gave us an exclusive right over education. I put that in, I'll skip over it, but it's in there for your review. Every public school is a corporate body, not a bodies, comma, corporate, as they mutilated it in 68. The state created teacher licensing for public schools. Now it funds and improves private schools without licensed teachers. Created academic standards and mandates for public schools, but funds private schools without those. It creates laws on employee labor standards for public schools and now funds and improves private schools without such unions. The state has regulated public schools to death, which is why public schools are failing and spending out of control. The state legislature wants to cut costs, deregulate the schools. One other thing, I just want to say that school choice is not a grassroots movement like homeschooling. It's an agenda pushed by nationwide think tanks, legislative conferences, and advocated by UNESCO, which favors state control of education to produce global citizens with values, attitudes, and beliefs different from those of their families.
You have gone beyond your time.
I have. It's an important issue. And I thank you, and I haven't seen you in such a long time. It's nice to see you again. I'm sorry Barbara Shaw isn't here. I miss her. She was wonderful.
She was a wonderful, wonderful person. John Lewicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I will be very brief because I believe this has been pounded to death. I would like to say, 71 years ago, I was in a room. They called it a first grade classroom. However, there was something that was missing. The missing part of it was Miss Tui. Miss Tui was sick all year. Miss Tui did manage to get through to her retirement. 30 kids got the shaft. And I'm hearing the stories from the kids earlier today and the parents earlier today. And the more things change, the more things remain the same. If the schools are failing, if they're failing one student, then that student should be able to get an adequate and appropriate education, however is necessary. And if the public schools can't do it, then we need an escape route. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person is Jack Lavati here.
Starts with H.O. Check.
Yeah.
Last name.
There we go. And the next person would be Representative Wood or Clayton Wood.
I'm in support of the bill, the existing EFA laws, and anything that makes them more accessible. And I'd like to use the rest of my time to talk about how to make it even better. I think the problem with the existing EFA law is that it's not full replacement cost. So parents have to come up. Well, the problem is that it's not full replacement cost to fund the private school. And then parents have to come up with money on their own, no matter what their income level. The secondary problem is that the state revenue needs to be raised at the state level. And the solution, the punchline headline, is town EFAs. And if I use an example from my town of Merrimack, the town school budget is $93,3,600 students, over $25,000 per student. I looked quickly on the EFA, the state website, and found 3 neighboring schools: Terryfield, about $26K, in Manchester, that's a break even. Trinity High School, Manchester, $15K. Bedford Academy, a K through 5, under $14K, that includes lunch. The total school budget in Merrimack is 2/3 of the town budget. So making a significant reduction in the school budget would significantly reduce property taxes. So the details to consider: towns decrease payments to school districts, maybe mandate that as instantaneous or catch it in next year's budget. Towns could decide on the amount. It could be a direct reimbursement to the school or a flat fee. Homeschooling could certainly be included in this. the state infrastructure for EFAs remains. The single payment from the town could go to that state office and they could administer all of the payments to the individual places. So the punchline, are your property taxes too high? Do you support school choice? Solve both problems at once. Support town EFAs.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Charles, is the representative I asked Wood here? No. Charles Smith and then Richard Spence. Charles Smith or Richard Spence? Laura L. Izem.
What was the Laura name?
The EL dash capital AZEM. Kitty, Meshaloti or Micheletti. If I'm pronouncing names, just please let me know that I'm messing it up. It's getting late in the game here.
Good afternoon. My name is Kitty Michelotti. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire, and I am here in support of this bill. As part of New Hampshire's constitution to provide an adequate education for students, that goes into meeting the needs of them through educational content and or other resources. For those students who have been homeschooling this entire time, I myself was a taxpayer for 10 years before we were able to take advantage of the EFA program. I now very much appreciate that the tax dollars I paid for 10 years are now coming back to me so that I can provide an adequate education for my children. One, I've heard a whole lot of testimony today going back and forth on both sides. One thing that has not been addressed is that the people against this particular bill will be funded no matter what. The people for it will not. The people who are hoping to become funded by an expansion of the EFA program will not have another choice for their adequate funding. They are counting on you all to do what you did for me last year, which was expanded to 350%. There's a whole lot of students that I teach that would really appreciate being able to become EFA students, whether they use it for private schools or home schools or whatever. That's all.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you. Ewan Osborne and David Trumbull and Sandra May, in that order.
I apologize. I just need to pull up my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Ewan Osborne, and I'm both a student instructor at a homeschool learning center and a homeschooler who has benefited from school choice. I am here today to ask you to please support HB 115. Throughout my high school career, I've explored almost every educational pathway, from homeschool co-ops to community college classes to even internships. I have tried it all. I am truly fortunate when it comes to my choices for educational opportunities. Unfortunately, not everyone else is as fortunate as I am when it comes to educational options. We made great strides in financially assisting lower-class families in their quest for educational choice via the introduction of education freedom accounts. However, a certain group remains neglected, the middle class. The current income threshold for EFAs does not account for the financial situations of individual families, and despite falling above the 350% income threshold, there are still a good number of families who struggle to afford school choice. Several of these families send their students to the homeschool co-op I work at, and I've heard firsthand how hard it can be to afford their chosen education. That doesn't mean that these families don't deserve the same choices that the rest of us have. Universalizing EFAs would equalize the playing field for these families. I'm aware that there are several members of the homeschool community who oppose both this bill and EFAs in general. Most of these individuals are elitists who selfishly wish to gatekeep school choice so that it is only an option for wealthy families. These individuals have no business thinking that their school choice experiences trump anyone else's. Please, give middle-class students the opportunity for educational choice and vote yes on HB 115. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Representative Mahan.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your courage and your compassion. I have one question. You made these choices for your own education, or you participated strongly in them, right?
Are you asking if I'm an EFA?
I'm asking you because you're obviously a product of your choices that you made. This was your education. And you made the choice. You liked what you got.
I did. My parents did also have some say over it, of course.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. David Trumbull, Senator May. You've been a frequent flyer here in past years. How's Ware doing?
Oh, pretty good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm David Trumbull from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill for two reasons. First is the impact it would have on our constitutional duty to fund public schools. The Constitution requires that the state, not the towns, fund the public schools, and the Claremont decision was very clear. There's no requirement to fund the private schools. The U.S. Supreme Court has upheld that same logic in the case that was, I believe, not quite accurately quoted earlier. It was the Carson versus Macon case. Chief Judge Roberts said, as we held in Espinoza, a state need not subsidize public education. You have to fund the public schools, and you have to do it fully. You do not have to spend a dime on private schools. Once you fund the public schools and do your job, then go ahead and do a voucher program. Second issue is the issue of choice. This is universal vouchers, but it's not universal choice. Let's look at some of the people who would be left out. First is special education students. Over 20% of public school students receive special ed, only 6% in the voucher program, and they have to sign away their rights under the IDEA. Look at ELL students. There's 5,000 in New Hampshire. That's 3% of our students. Under the last report, there is 0 in the voucher program. Look at children living in poverty. That's 7% of the children in this state. The average cost of a private school in New Hampshire is $21,600. They can't afford to pay that. There may be some low-cost private schools, some places with scholarships, but largely people who are poor cannot participate. LGBTQ students make up 22% of high school students. Not all, but there are some private schools who ban LGBTQ students from attending. LGBTQ parents, 5% of our adult population identify as LGBTQ. But if you have 2 moms or 2 dads, many of the voucher schools won't let you attend. There's nothing universal about universal vouchers. The only universal option you have is the public schools because they accept every single child and they give every one of them a good education. And that's why we have a constitutional duty to fund them. And there is no constitutional duty to fund the private schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Will you take any questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for taking my question. If you believe that the state should be funding the schools and that it should not be something that the local taxpayers are paying, do you also believe then that the state should be responsible for the budget in which they're funding?
Are you asking if the state should fund public school education?
I believe I just heard you say that it's our constitutional duty that the state should be funding public schools. Is that correct what I heard?
Yes, Representative.
So if the state should be funding them, do you also agree that the state should be responsible for all of the expenses and therefore be responsible for putting together the budget for the public schools as well?
Those are two different things. The state has the duty to fund. Under the Claremont decision, it said that the state must guarantee the funding, but the actual running of the schools is not required under the Claremont decision. That's left to the local school boards.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Trumbull. So when it comes to the state's funding of public schools, are you aware that that based on the Department of Ed, the New Hampshire Department of Ed data that this committee received earlier this week, that Ware is projected to receive $664,000 less next year from the state than it receives today?
Thank you, Representative Luno. Last night we had our local school board meeting in advance of our deliberative session, and that came out that we are losing $600,000, but under the readjustment of the adequacy aid, we're getting some of that back. So we're really losing $460,000 net. That's 35 cents per $1,000 on every home in our state. So it's like 100 in our town, like $160. That's the first of 5 installments that we're going to lose under the hold harmless plan. So we have the stabilization grant to help towns like mine that don't have an adequate property tax base. This coming 2-year cycle, we lose 20% of the stabilization grant. So my town was going to lose $460,000. The 2 years after that, we'll lose another 460, then another 460, another 460, another 460. The average taxpayer in my town is going to end up paying like $1,000 more just because we cut the stabilization fund. So pull that back to the voucher program. Where do we fund public schools from in the state? The Education Trust Fund. Where are we funding the voucher program from? The Education Trust Fund. If you expand this program and Reaching Higher says it's going to cost $100 million, that's going to mean $100 million less in the Education Trust Fund. That's going to suck that fund dry and there won't be enough money for the public schools. So there is a direct relationship. I'm not opposed to every kid getting what they want. I think that's how we should make it work. But our first obligation is to fund the public schools. And the last thing is, when they set up the Education Trust Fund 25 years ago, it was in response to the Claremont decision. There were Democrats and Republicans together who set that fund up so that we funded the public schools, not to fund private schools. But that's where we now take the money for the voucher program out. So there's a direct connection between the public school funding and the voucher program.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative, will you take further questions? Of course. Representative McGuire, you have no question? Yay or nay? Oh, no question. I apologize.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Sandra May is here.
Right here. Well, that was a tough act to follow. Good afternoon, members of the House Committee. My name is Sandra May, and I'm from Henniker. To talk to you today, I'm taking a break from mudding drywall in the new apartment that my husband and I have built. While I'm proud to do something small to fight the housing crisis in the state, my main reason for building an ADU is that without a unit we can rent out, I don't see how we can keep paying our property tax when we retire. That said, I'm hopeful this apartment will help one more family either stay in New Hampshire or entice some badly needed workers here. Our educated workforce has been a big New Hampshire strength. Hearing that we're facing budget cuts this year, I don't understand why we're blowing up the budget by opening up these vouchers to everyone, regardless of need. What is this diversion of public funds going to do to our public schools, especially when some districts have lacked equitable funding for decades? What message are we sending to the young people we want to stay here or come here? A $4,000 voucher is not going to go very far at St. Paul's, but thousands of dollars diverting funds from schools is ultimately going to make property taxes increase even more. While homeownership grows further out of reach, if people want their child to have a good education, they'll either have to stretch to find the rest of the money for private school, or someone in the household is going to have to step back on their career to homeschool. This doesn't sound like a great way to entice working families to live here at all. I understand that several of the previous speakers have made that exact difficult choice. Excellent public schools should still be a viable option. And I'd like to reiterate what Louise Spencer said earlier. You're not hearing from these working families. They're at work right now. I don't mind paying taxes, not to fund policing or public parks or the education of more electricians for New Hampshire. Having just built a housing unit, trust me, we need more tradespeople in this space. In closing, is this really the New Hampshire advantage? We're just going to keep ignoring the courts and give up on equitable funding for strong public schools. I thank the committee for their time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Matthew Gricko.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
You're welcome.
And the members of the Education Funding Committee. For the record, my name is Matthew Gricko. I'm a college student currently at St. Anselm College, and I'm from Litchfield, New Hampshire, and I've been through the public education system. The education freedom accounts represent a critical step towards true educational freedom, and by eliminating the household income requirement, this bill helps get New Hampshire one step closer to a stronger, freer education system. By giving parents the ability to direct their own education funds that they pay through taxes towards the learning environment that best suits their child's unique needs, we are finally freeing the public education system from the monopoly it holds over most families that has led to statewide educational decline. Historically, the ability for parents to choose the best education for their children has been largely confined to the independently wealthy, who could with ease afford private schools or alternative options. This bill ends the economic barrier, returns the power of school choice to all families, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Furthermore, EFAs serve as a powerful catalyst for improvement within our public education system. By expanding the accessibility of the education freedom accounts to all New Hampshire families, giving them the option to choose alternative education paths, public schools face a healthy competition. They are incentivized to prioritize quality and efficiency in meeting the needs of all of their students. This competition fosters a far more responsive educational landscape, ultimately benefiting all children throughout New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing, thank you again. Honorable Linda Tanner, is she still here in the hallway, or is Linda out there?
No, she left.
She left? Yep. She just left. Okay, Representative James Tebow, is he out there in the hallway? Oh, in back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, got him.
I was lucky enough to get a seat.
Next one's Bonnie Bruno after this.
Hello, my name is James Tebow. I'm the representative for Franklin and Northfield, Merrimack County District 25. And I'm also a product of a public school and a student at St. Anselm College. I'm here to advocate in favor of HB 115 because education freedom is a right that of every student and should be as accessible as possible to every student. I grew up with two special needs sisters, one older, one younger, and public school failed them. They were told by the public school that they were incapable of learning and that they'd be unable to graduate from high school. So we moved on to a charter school. And the charter school really helped my older sister, who ended up graduating high school when the public school said she wouldn't. Unfortunately, the charter school was not helping my younger sister, who is now in homeschooling and working with an independent special needs teacher to be able to best suit her needs. And now she's succeeding where even the charter school thought she would fail. They thought she wouldn't be able to do algebra. Well, right now she's in pre-algebra, but she's working her way up to algebra in ways that the charter school wasn't able to get her to. And the only reason we could afford that private instructor was because of EFAs. Education freedom allows more students to be engaged with the subjects that they care about in more hands-on or intimate settings as needed, just like my sister, who has been able to learn better from them. And they're not constrained to a one-size-fits-all public school classroom. EFAs are also more cost-effective to the taxpayer while offering more opportunities for these students, and especially with struggling public schools in lower-class areas, including the SAUs in my district, which have declining enrollment rates, having more resources available to all parents is critical. So for these reasons, and to fund students, not systems, I encourage the committee to find HB 115 ought to pass. Thank you, and I will not yield to questions.
Thank you very much. Bonnie Bruno? Bonnie? Okay. And in the hallway, we must have a child out there, a mom with kids? Yes. You'll be next.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Bruno. I'm a Hollis resident. I really appreciate this. Me. Is that better? Okay. My name is Bonnie Bruno. I'm a Hollis resident. And I do appreciate being able to speak today in a public forum. Most of this may have been said, but the fact that my parking ticket probably has a parking ticket, I'm going to go ahead and take the time. So I stand in opposition of the education freedom accounts and the expansion of the same. As a taxpayer, I do not want to subsidize private religious or homeschooling options. I want to fund the public school and the Commonwealth, as somebody already said. I don't mind paying taxes. I believe in the Commonwealth. I'd like to have the money that is being used, about 10%, to facilitate the program at the New Hampshire Children's Scholarship Fund, to actually be in the school system and funding the actual school system. Private and religious and homeschooling institutions are not accountable to the public, have no public oversight or input, and do not have to be transparent in their policies and procedures to the public. For example, private and religious and even homeschooling programs can use discriminating, wrong D word, can use discerning in their enrollment process, making decisions, and exclude students, as it was much more eloquently described just a few minutes ago, exclude students, and it's not inclusive, whereas public schools are inclusive. I have so many notes on here from sitting there taking notes that it's like, good luck to me trying to follow this. But, you know, my nephew was in 2 different religious private schools and was severely bullied, and so had to be pulled out of them. So, you know, bullying happens, not a good thing. My friend is a single parent who had hard economic challenges, and the Litchfield Public Schools educated her son so that he went on to become a Brown graduate. And that was thanks to the New Hampshire Public Schools. While some may say that they too pay taxes and they want their tax dollars to fund their school choice, their choice, I say, I hear you. Except I would like to allocate my tax dollars as well, but we don't have that system, which we can earmark and allocate our tax dollars, because if we did, I would not elect to fund the EFA accounts. I said one quote I want to read, which is, you know, this seems to be a nationwide and certainly happening in New Hampshire, that from the ProPublica article I read, that starting with targeted programs that place needy kids in parochial schools, then fight to expand the benefits to far richer families, is an effort by a network of politicians, church officials, and activists, all united by a conviction that there is separation of church and state is illegitimate. I believe that the separation of church and state is legitimate, as pointed out earlier by Representative Damon, and
thank you.
I would rather support the Commonwealth by my taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The young lady with a youngster outside, I don't have your name here. Diver, okay. Okay, Kelly Diver.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, they were starting to lose their cool.
Pardon me?
So my name is Kelly Diver, and oh, there we go. My name is Kelly Diver, and I live in Danville, New Hampshire. There is an issue with our public schools in our country, and I find it really amazing that people from school boards and budget committees are coming in here and saying that EFAs are the problem. They talk about being fiscally responsible. I think that they need to look in the mirror and realize that there is a supply and demand issue. Enrollment is down, yet taxes go up, and parents want a choice. We are EFA students, and I can tell you that our public school district has been mismanaging funds for over the last 5 years. The budget went up 15%, and they had a $16 million surplus and put in tennis lights and an irrigation pond with a boat for decoration. Why are we not holding these budget committees and school boards responsible? We are spending all this money, and the kids are not passing their tests. If they can't do basic budgeting and math, how can I trust them to educate my child? I spend a small percentage of what is spent on public school students, and I am able to educate my son. We are grateful for our EFA support and urge you to support HB 115. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Oh, yes. Just can you explain to me how you're educating your son?
Yeah, we do private curriculum and co-op opportunities. We have him enrolled in co-op classes. We also do nature school 1 day a week. So we kind of blend a lot of different opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ready?
Next, Mike and Judah King. Are they here? Yes. That's there.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. Mike King and Judah King from Deering, New Hampshire. So I just want to get this straight. When a business offers a failing product, they go under. But when a public school offers a failing product, we get upset that they're losing a fraction of their budget. The cat is out of the bag, especially since COVID. I like to say in 2020, we saw 2020, and a lot of parents have decided not to go back to the school. So we can have disagreements over empirical data, but the perception of the public is that the schools are failing academically, morally. All the press about diversity, equity, inclusion, and the rising and out of control administrative costs. The future of education, I think we're seeing, is micro schools and this new form of education. I saw an article recently that said by 2030, 30% of America's students will be homeschooling. That's only in 5 years. And then the last thing I wanted to just say was that New Hampshire will really continue to set itself apart from all the other New England states. As you continue to offer education freedom, you'll attract strong families from all over New England. And isn't that what New Hampshire wants? You know, strong families that will add to the economy and in all kinds of great ways. I want to introduce you to Judah King here. He wants to talk about how he's benefited from the Education Freedom Account. You got to talk right.
Hi, my name is Judah King, and I am here to support the school choice. I live in Deering, New Hampshire. The Education Freedom Account has helped me advance my knowledge in reading, writing, and math. I have learned the drums, and now I'm able to take drum lessons because of it. My sister has a passion for horses, and she's able to take horse lessons. My brother loves music, and he is able to purchase softwares, and that's helped him with music. And I've learned all about how to start a business and be an entrepreneur so that when I grow up, I can be one.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm just interested in exactly what you mean by micro schools. Are those the Prenda ones where they do it online in the morning and other things in the afternoon?
Yeah, micro schools are a variety of different offerings. You know, it's kind of a catch-all phrase to a lot of these alternatives. So you might see learning centers, you might see 10-person pods. There's something called Kai pods, for example. We're seeing this explosion as I think it's what 20 states have some kind of education freedom now, and we're seeing this explosion of really the new term is edupreneur. I don't know if you've heard that term or not, but in the education freedom world, edupreneur is becoming. So I tell my kids, I said, if you're going to go into business, be an edupreneur because there's this huge market now for alternative schooling in not just in New Hampshire but in the nation.
Yes.
I just want to encourage you. My son was a drummer. We homeschooled, and by the time he was in 5th grade, he was drumming for the high school. And he's playing drums in California right now. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Nancy Brennan, Curtis Register, and she's left? Okay. Pardon me? Yeah.
All right, my comments. Complete thought is 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so I'll try to be brief. But good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Curtis Register. I'm a resident of Durham, a dad, and I consider myself to be a freedom-loving, terrorist-hating, red-blooded American patriot, and I'm a proud product of public school system. Now, I'm a transplant from a small North Carolina town of 500 folks. When I left, it grew to a booming metropolis of 2,000 folks. I attended Onslow County Public Schools and was lucky enough to attend a state-supported public college, the Virginia Military Institute, where I managed to graduate with distinction. I then went on to serve 10 years active duty component in the United States Marine Corps, and I honorably discharged as a major. I would not have achieved this without the foundational support and principles of our educational system. New Hampshire public schools consistently outperform North Carolina public schools per National Center for Education Statistics. HB 115 is a bad faith bill. It erodes resources and trust in established and accredited institutions. It will contribute to increased taxes for all residents, whether they use EFAs or not. It will expand the impact and need of the teacher shortage and impact teacher salaries and retirement. It will expand the risk of fraudulent schools and undereducated kids. And lastly, it will undermine the quality of public school education to all residents, regardless of faith, race, scholastic aptitude, or socioeconomic status. Now, I'd like the honorable members of the committee to take a moment to imagine a world where partisanship stopped at the doors of educational institutions. Imagine the quality of life, improvement of scientific advancement, economic success, and civic engagement of a well-educated society. Instead of spending so much time, money, and effort undermining established and accomplished services for our residents. There are already enough significant challenges in today's world. The American dream is under threat of extinction through rising costs of living, housing, and taxes. HB 115 will not contribute to solving any of these crises. Let's invest our finite resources for all New Hampshire residents, not just the desirous few. Please protect public education funding. Vote down HB 115, and thank you very much for your time and service.
Thank you very much, Curtis.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service.
All right.
Appreciate it. Yes, go ahead.
Not really a question. As a vet, I know that you took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States,
did, ma'am.
and I'm glad you're continuing to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Curtis, is it true you're voted town councilor in the town of Durham?
Yes, sir, it is correct.
Is it true you've made a big difference?
I guess you'd have to ask the public, but I hope so. Thanks, sir.
Representative Burton, have you made a difference? Don't have to answer that. We were both in Vietnam.
All right.
Okay. Going on down, and thank you for coming. Is Representative Polozov here? Polson? Oh, good. Okay. Then it'd be Jody Underwood following.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Yuri Polozov, representing Merrimack 10, Hooksett and Dunbarton, and I'm here in support of this bill. Some argue against this bill, saying that money will go to rich people, but it is exactly why we need to support this bill. So rich parents would contribute more. What I see in my district, when parents picking up kids from public schools, sometimes I see some come in luxury Cadillacs and luxury German cars, overall expensive trucks. If rich people would contribute more, we would create more competition and excellence. It used to be illegal for rich people to get free public school benefit, no longer. So we cannot force them out, but this bill will create financial incentive for them to contribute more and stop using free public school benefit that is free but is very expensive for taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Phillips.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood that part. You were saying you want rich people to use the education freedom accounts and not go to public schools?
Yes. In my district, in my town, we have like growing school population, so taxpayers will have to pay more taxes to expand facilities, like some fixed income people are getting priced out of their homes through bigger taxes, and when public school spends north of $23,000 per people, if some of those rich people will get $4,000 from state and stop getting this free public school benefit. Previously, you heard that it's on average $21,000 for private school tuition. So they obviously would need to contribute more, but I think it's a win-win situation.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jody Underwood? She's gone too. Amanda Whedon? W-E-E-D, looks like an N? I don't know.
Are you insulting my handwriting?
Pardon me? Everything else looks really good. I can read salmon. Welcome this late hour.
Thank you. I was beginning to think my card was lost. So my name is Amanda Whedon. Ooh, I'm a little too close. I'm actually a home education advocate and I'm a Republican voter. So I'm an anomaly here because I believe HB 115 is a fiscally irresponsible bill. The available finances and data and lack of data for the current EFA program point to additional tax obligations and accountability issues if this bill passes. We've heard multiple moral arguments. This is a funding hearing. There's not been one accurate fiscal argument in support of this bill. According to program data, over 70% of participants were already paying for their own choices. My children, all 4 of them, qualify for the EFA program. I am a low-income family. We qualify for the full amount, and as a home educator in New Hampshire, I reject education freedom accounts because it's taxpayer-funded money. The majority of students were not switchers. These are not kids coming out of public schools, as was pitched at the beginning of this program. They are not switchers. So they were not enrolled. They're not included in enrollment numbers. I've heard multiple times Republicans say that this is a savings to taxpayers, but that's fuzzy math. These kids didn't cost 20 grand of taxpayer money. This EFA money of $5,000 is an additional tax obligation. Those kids were never included in the funding, guys. This bill would allow wealthy families who already pay private school tuition taxpayer money for their choice, and this is outrageous. The young lady earlier who referred to people like me as elitist because we refuse this, we reject this. I'm a conservative Republican voter consistently, and this is an outrageous bill. I pay for my own choice to home educate my children, and I should not expect, nor should anyone expect, that my elderly neighbor or the empty nesters should pay for pottery wheels and dance lessons for other people in this state. So I didn't get to all my things, but I just want to say there's too many unanswered questions right now about this current EFA program. It would be irresponsible to expand it, and moral arguments don't pay the bills.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? No. Yes. Professor McGuire.
Thank you. So the reason you homeschool, I guess is what I heard, is because you think the results will be better than if your children went to public school?
I would like to define terms, sir. I'm a home educator, not a homeschooler. There are 4 distinct educational pathways in New Hampshire. I am 3rd pathway. We have very specific rights under the law, and I maintain that I follow the law and rights, and I do what is best for my children without taxpayer-funded money.
Yeah. May I follow up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So can you distinguish between homeschool and home educate, or
I would
maybe
love
maybe
to,
I don't
Representative.
understand. Thank you.
I would love to. Homeschooling has become a generic term, okay? So everybody's homeschooling. And that could include an EFA, which is a fourth educational pathway family that uses this taxpayer money for home education related expenses. So it looks like home education, right? Same day-to-day experience, except they're using taxpayer money to pay for their things. I am not. I'm scrimping and saving as a low-income person with 4 children, a special needs child, that I pay for everything myself. As a conservative Republican, it is my position that people need to pay for their own stuff. So homeschooling is a generic term, but that is not the same as the third educational pathway in New Hampshire that is home education designated under RSA 193A. So homeschooling, generic, EFA could be included in that, right? But home education is very, very specific under the law. So our rights, equal access law, our requirements, everything is very plainly written in law. That's what I like. I want to be left alone. I want to be left out of it. I'm very freedom-minded. I'm a liberty person, and I am grieved that I'm a conservative Republican here opposing this bill publicly.
Thank you very much.
All right, well,
For clarification, there are 4 pathways to compulsory education: private, public, home education, and the EFA program. Already. So with that,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I don't think I actually got the answer, an answer to my first question, but
Yep.
if I could try it again or not.
No, I'm
No,
going to go to Representative Damon. She had her hand up for a question, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and being here. Is there a organized group of, I'm trying to get the term right, home educators?
You better get it right.
And so could you share with us about that, please?
Is there an organized group of home educators that, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the
That either
second part.
you represent or that are of like beliefs and thoughts to yours?
Let me hop in here because this is not relative to the HB 115. Yes, that's a very, very active group that works amongst themselves without all the regulations, et cetera, and we have groups that work with them. So, but we're just getting way off the path here.
With respect, Mr. Chair, I just wanted the name of the group so we could follow up if we wanted to.
My name is Amanda Whedon, and I'm very publicly available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The individuals, the group. Okay, Laura, V.I. I didn't see any T on there, but okay. But that's fine. Is Laura here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
My name is Laura Vincent and I live in Loudon, New Hampshire. It is very important that HB 115 be soundly defeated. The best opportunities for the children of New Hampshire to have their educational needs met and their educational opportunities expanded is with New Hampshire public schools. The funds each student receives through their ELA, around $5,000, is not enough to fund private or parochial school tuition. This makes the EFA program useless for families of limited incomes. As studies have shown, EFAs are utilized mostly by families whose children already attend non-public schools. When discussing special education, it is important that everyone realizes the breadth of the spectrum of needs being discussed. We may be talking about children who need occasional one-on-one or small group tutoring to master difficult concepts, or perhaps students with mild hearing loss who may need preferential seating and the opportunity to frequently have teacher instructions repeated. I am sure that many private and parochial schools can accommodate students with these minimal types of special needs. However, special education also serves children with complex special needs affecting their total educational experiences. Some students may need one-on-one aides serving them all day to assist with their physical needs, or they may need to utilize modified instructional materials. Some students may need speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy frequently to address their developmental needs. Some students, such as those with severe visual or hearing deficits, need and deserve instruction from teachers who are truly proficient in skills such as reading Braille and communicating with American Sign Language. Such students often need to attend special schools access to their home school district. Private and parochial student schools cannot guarantee the provision of such services for these students. Students essentially lose their rights to special education when they withdraw from the public school system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you again. Megan Van Hassel-Beggs. Not here. Kathleen Slovan? Kathleen?
Hello, thank you. My name is Kathleen Slover and I'm from Portsmouth. A quick story about my son's experience in public school. My son struggled through elementary school with ADHD and nonverbal learning disability. One of his IEP reports wrote, "Social concerns are the biggest concern. Self-regulation is a goal for him. It is a concern that these things may impact his ability to be successful." After researching private schools and homeschooling options, I realized these alternatives were ill-equipped to deal with kids with learning differences. In fact, many of the private schools had a box that you checked, and they wouldn't accept you if you got diagnosed with ADHD. So we decided to keep him in the public schools. Fast forward to his sophomore year at Portsmouth High School. This is what his report said. He is a personable, eager, hardworking student with a great sense of humor and a solid moral compass. He's a curious student who wants to do well in all his classes. He is helpful and considerate of the feelings and needs of others. When focused and engaged, he is a leader who sets great examples and always contributes positively to class. The public school helped him manage his learning disabilities. He will graduate college next year and is a proud member of the New Hampshire National Guard. The Portsmouth public school community is a huge part of those achievements, and looking back, it was the best decision. On behalf of the 90% of the kids in New Hampshire that go to public schools, I would love for them to have that successful story. So please do not siphon funds away from public schools and vote no on HB 115. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Burton.
For the benefit of those who might not know, could you say what an IEP is that you get from a public school system that you may not get from a private school?
Correct. And I'm sorry, I don't even know what it stands for. Individual. Thank you. Yeah, he went through a process that is legal. I got well versed in the legality of it, but first he had a 504, which is just offering an outline of what benefits things he would benefit in the classroom. And when those didn't 100% work, he got reevaluated, and then the public school had to offer him services all the way through sophomore year. And it was at the end of his sophomore year that we decided he did not need those services anymore.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up question? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Pay attention now.
I'm trying to read the next page.
I have a question to ask her.
Yeah. Well,
please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Were you involved in developing those IEPs?
Yes, I met monthly at the schools with the teachers, and I'm going to tell you, it wasn't always easy. But by the end of every school year, we were making progress. I think one of the things that came out of all of this was his confidence and personage was left intact. He the public schools did not make him an A student because he's not an A student. But what they did do is make him a resilient. He has an amazing amount of stick-to-itiveness, his ability to manage his ADHD, because in the National Guard, you have to admit that you can't be treated for ADHD. He does not take medication for it. And the public school worked with him, and I was there the entire time. A lot of his teachers who came into the IEP meetings all the way through said, hey, you know what? I have ADHD. So the public schools strike me as the, what's the quote on the Statute of Liberty? They take everybody. And what they produce is solid members of the community. This is a kid that went through boot camp, that goes to college. He's doing it all, and he's doing it here in New Hampshire. So I think the public schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Fister? Is that F-I-S-T-E-R?
Flater?
Flater.
That's me.
Oh. Well, you're another David?
It's a solid name. It's a good name.
We're up here trying to discuss that, whether it's an A, an I, or...
Listen, I get it all the time. No worries. All right, check. Sibilance.
You might fill this up a little bit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and how far afternoon we really are. Thank you to the chair and committee for having me. My name is David Flater. I'm from Sunapee in Sullivan County, and I'm here today in opposition of House Bill 115. For the entirety of my pre-college education, I attended one of our town's excellent public schools. Over my time at Sunapee, I was able to both learn and achieve, which advanced me into the person I am before you. My peers and I have been able to attend college, enter the workforce, or pursue other goals with the knowledge that we are backed by a wealth of quality teachings. I'll admit, Sunapee wasn't always perfect, but a lot of the issues people raise as reasons to send their children to private schools on vouchers won't be solved by just sending these kids to a school that doesn't report to the state. When I wanted to change something in my school, I applied to be a student body representative. When I held a seat on the student council, we held sway over school events, and I was included on panels of students that met to advise our principal on rules and policy. The thing to keep in mind is that public schools can and do educate their attendees to a high standard and are good places for developing children to be. The reason I feel confident being here before you as a college freshman is because of the passion and skills imbued in me by my public school education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very, very much. Where are you going to school, David?
I'm going to the University of Tampa in Florida.
That's wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's warm.
We got a good hockey team down Tampa.
Yeah.
All right, any questions for David? Congratulations and thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Paul Edgar? Is Paul here? Nope. Jim O'Connell?
Good late afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. It's nice to be before you again after a little break. I'm Jim O'Connell. I'm the Vice Chair of the Manchester Board of School Committee, and I'm here on behalf of the committee in most of what I'll distinguish the piece that will come from me. But the Manchester Board of School Committee does not support this bill. And we've discussed it. Our education legislation chairman had to leave. Dr. Parr, I think, would have been following me up, but he has distributed paperwork just now that I'd ask you to look at, and he's also extensively gone into articles and studies that you could look at. That's but I'm not going to, I'm not a fan of voucher systems to begin with, and the EFA in particular. But I think we might, those of you who know me, kind of know that. So I'm here today because I think this ought to be an easy decision, with great respect to my friends who would put first and foremost the fiscal rectitude and responsibility. I echo what I heard here earlier about the problems with the current bill already. the audit thing, right? A random 50 people receiving these accounts was looked at, and 25% of them had errors in them. So we know the only other place it's published, we look at the list of places that have gotten the money. 25% of the money is going to Amazon.com. This money has been spent, for instance, down at we don't know where a lot of it is, but we know that it's been used to go to a trip down to Mystic, Connecticut to go to the aquarium. I guess they could afford the gas to go right past the one in Boston because it wasn't good enough. I just don't understand. When we're facing the kind of problems that we're facing in this state financially over this biennium, where we're finding the time and energy to. Remember, this bill would only do this. The only people it's going to affect are people who are earning greater than the median income in the state of New Hampshire. This money would go only to people. Now, we heard a lady talk about SNAP. We look at free and reduced lunch, 150% of the federal poverty rate. We have schools in Manchester with 85, 90% free and reduced lunch, but that's limited to people at 150%. When it comes to special education, Mr. Chairman, we've got 3,500 kids in the city of Manchester who are specially educated. For instance, we have 65 nurses in the city of Manchester, one in each of our 20 schools, and then the rest of them, some of them are one-on-one with students. We have students with great needs. We're spending, think about this, in transportation costs alone for special education, we're spending $13 million a year. Now, when it hurts me, and I do empathize. Parenting is, I've got 4 kids. Parenting is hard. And when you have kids with extra challenges, it's extra hard. And I know, and I hear the pain, I hear it all the time from parents. But to say that public schools are not making efforts in this regard, we're spending $17 million a year in services beyond. That's not for all the employees we have. That's for outside services. We're sending children all over to 28 different towns and cities to get them the services they need. We have individual students who've gotten close to $1 million worth of special education. So it's an insult to the thousands and thousands of people who work on these children every day to help them and to bring them forward. So I would say one last thing, if I could, Mr. Chairman. I think that if the problem with public education is really there as extensive as some of our citizens have said here today, I think the State Board of Education, perhaps the other one now, should be, the other committee should be looking at that. If our schools are not doing what we claim that they're doing. So I would ask you to oppose it because it's a luxury at very best we can't afford, and we need accountability from what's going on right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You say Sean's not going to be here too?
No, Sean had to leave.
He had to leave.
He did. But I'd be happy to accept any questions if anybody has.
Are there any questions? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your work. Thank you.
Simone Thurber? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Simonida Thurber, and I'm from Exeter, New Hampshire. When I first saw this bill, that it's the Universal Education Freedom Account, I said, wow, excellent. Finally, something that can, that everybody can rely on. But as soon as I looked at the wording, I realized that it's not universal at all, and that it just benefits now if Bill 115 passes, it will benefit now only the wealthiest, or in addition to everybody else, the wealthiest people from New Hampshire, and it will not improve the benefits for the lowest income members of our community. The voucher amounts simply do not cover enough for tuition and expenses in most private schools, and even if a family finds a private school that could fit the amount that the budget covers, and it's across the state, they have no way to get their child to that school because vouchers do not cover transportation expenses. And with Governor Kelly Ayotte mentioning or warning us that there would be budget cuts. I'm wondering how the increase in the cost to the state will be covered, because now with basically education freedom accounts being open to everyone, the cost is going to skyrocket to over $100 million. And I see two ways of how those costs would be covered, both of which are kind of scary. One is the increase in property taxes. And the ironic thing about that is that it would be all of the members of our community, including the lowest income ones, who would be, through their property taxes, paying for the vouchers that the most wealthy families will be getting. And the other is by reducing the programs in schools. And my children were hugely benefited from music, from art, from world languages that were taught in their cooperative middle school in Stratham, New Hampshire. Thank you. So I'm giving my opinion to oppose Bill 115.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your written testimony. Okay, the next person would be Haley I don't know. I couldn't make out the. And
Kavbia, it looks like. Kavbia. It looks like Haley.
Yeah, it's Kaylee. Ned, is Ned here? Beecher? Sue Hannon? My phone's just about done.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sue Hannon. I'm from Derry, and I come speaking for myself in opposition of HB 115. I'm an educator, and I work in the public schools in Manchester. As you're well aware, those of us working hard in public education do not take kindly to these voucher schemes that have infiltrated this and other states, as they siphon money away from the public school systems and have little to no accountability. In this state, we are transparent about public school systems and the funding and holding public meetings that account for every cent that we spend, showing how much every person in the district makes, and being fiscally responsible with taxpayer money. Why then are we even thinking about allowing carte blanche for private education and not asking for any accountability for where this money goes? How does it happen in New Hampshire that a private entity gets to spend taxpayer dollars freely without audit reports and without making sure that applications are done correctly? If the New Hampshire retirement system said, we're not sharing our reports with you, and our audits are yours, but we're still not going to share them, would you let that stand? The data belongs to the state, but we don't have it. I pay my taxes, and I'm very proud to support the Derry Public School District because I want an educated citizenry. Less money from the state for education will end up requiring local property taxes to go up. Reading comments on social media about taxes, I don't see that as faring well for those we have elected. For districts like Manchester, where I work, that have a tax cap, it will cut services deeply. Maybe you don't realize that ultimately it's the taxpayers who pay for these students at least twice in most cases. More often than you realize, students are enrolled in charter or private schools, and the money that should have come to the district is taken away from the public schools to go toward vouchers. The thing is, those kids end up coming back, and we have to pay for them again because that money does not come back to us. That's a huge problem. Again, I come in opposition of HB 115, and I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for teaching.
Thank you.
Brian Betancourt. I don't know. Is that you? Brian Betancourt?
Yeah.
You don't want to talk about that too much right now.
I did the best I could. Hi, I'm Brian Betancourt. Sorry, I'm Brian Betancourt, resident and taxpayer of Hopkinton, New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 115, removing the income test for the EFA program. As a father of 3 incredible children, our family struggled to find a fit within our town's public school system. With the COVID public school shutdowns, my wife and I created a micro school for our young kids. And then we were introduced to some great alternative education options in New Hampshire. My wife and I are engineers and small business owners, and we struggle to afford the out-of-pocket costs of our children's education while still being forced to pay for the public school system, which isn't a good fit for our family. It's a family of 5 in New Hampshire. The income limit for EFA eligibility in 2025 is going to be $131,000. With 2 hardworking parents, our family income exceeds the current limit, but with the high cost of living in New Hampshire, housing, real estate taxes, utilities, food, and medical care, we're struggling while paying for our education investment. The income test encourages parents with desperately needed skills to leave the workforce. It has led my employees to refuse overtime or even full-time scheduling to be eligible for benefits. This income test does not exclude the rich from receiving aid, but instead is disincentivizing hard work and exacerbating the New Hampshire skilled labor force shortage. This isn't about investment bankers and day traders. This is about plumbers, electricians, policemen, engineers, and contractors who make New Hampshire the great and are in tight supply. House Bill 115 EFAs will not eliminate our family's education costs, but will remove the hard work penalty and keep the best New Hampshire workers in the labor force. I've heard a lot about how there is going to be a net positive cost for HB 115. I live in Hopkinton. We spend an average of $28,000 per student per 180 days of education. $28,000. The EFA grant will be about $4,400. That's a 85% reduction in cost of education of my 3 children.
Thank you very, very much. Are there questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Claudia Estelle. She's coming up. Okay, good. Good evening.
Good evening. I'll try to be quick. Thank you, Chairman Ladd and honorable members of the committee. I'm Claudia Estelle. I'm a resident of Ackworth. I'm a retired educator with over 30 years teaching experience in public schools in New Hampshire. I'm active in the Economic Justice Mission group of the United Church of Christ. And I have taught and been educated in both public and private schools. I have a lot of respect for a variety of educational opportunities. Public schools offer they're the bedrock of our economy and our democracy, and they allow for an educated citizenry, and they give students an opportunity from wherever background they have to have a leg up and to have a stepping stone to equality. So I think I strongly support public schools. I think that they also, our community schools are the pride and joy of our towns. I live in Sullivan County, which is the second poorest county in New Hampshire, and yet our regional school district supports community schools, regional junior highs or middle schools, a regional high school, and we have a variety of programs for special needs children and AP classes and career education and arts and sports. I think we do a really good job. I know that our children went to that school. It wasn't perfect. I've taught in that school, and I know that I didn't do a perfect job every day, but we worked our hardest, and we believed in our children, and we loved them. the staff cannot make up the difference for is budget cuts. And budget cuts were talked about earlier today. I would like to say that there are two kinds of budget cuts I think that people see. One would be when the budget doesn't pass, it becomes news that the budget was voted down. I think the budget cuts that most of us do not see are the budget cuts that come from the administration, the school board, the budget committees that say, sharpen your pencils again. We can't afford to go to the voters with a budget that's this high. So, and I just think that this will also create more income inequality. The children who come from families that can afford to pay for private education will now get a subsidy, and the children who come from families that are financially strapped, the money from the FA isn't going to make a difference for them.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Thank you for the 30 years.
Welcome, thank you. And I did send this to everyone. So.
Thank you. Oh, we do have one question.
No, just it's very good to see a fellow from Fall Mountain District.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Goodwin? The next one's Aid Adekoya. Is that you?
Check to see light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, we're starting to get down there.
Well, thank you very much for all of your patience. You are such good listeners. All the teachers in this room would be so proud of all of you. So thank you so much for that, because I know that that's really hard. So thank you. My name is Lisa Goodwin, and I'm a principal at Cornerstone Christian Academy in Ospey, New Hampshire. But I'm also a 30-year retired public school teacher. I love the public school. I love what it did for my child. But all I'm asking for you to do is to consider the whatever it takes mindset for children. Because as you've heard over and over again today, we've heard words like the public school helps most kids or the majority. I'm here to speak about those kiddos that we have in our school that the public school has either failed them or they just, it wasn't the right fit for who they are as people. I don't know if any of you have children, but each child is unique and each child is special, and each one requires different things for their education. We have several students that have come from the public school because it wasn't the right fit. And all I'm asking is that you would consider a whatever it takes mindset. And we have many, many families who can't access the funding because they're just above that line. We have 61% of our families who do access the EFA. And thank you so much for supporting that. But we also have families who it's really, really hard for them because in that application that they fill out, there's nothing that talks about what their struggles are in life, whether they have 4 children or, as you heard, somebody had cancer in their family and they had an unexpected cost. Somebody lost a job. All of that is not a story that is told online. And all you can see is that number. And so all I'm asking is for the whatever it takes mindset when you look at those kiddos who the public school is not the right fit for. And I thank you for listening to all of us today. And I'm hoping that you'll make the decision what's best for all kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question? Yes. Representative, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Roughly, what's tuition at your college?
Currently, our tuition is $10,500, and it does not. It's not the accurate number for what it takes to educate the child, but we know that we can't ask for more than that right now because it's really hard for those families. And Ossipee is a very rural, not wealthy area of our state, as you know. So we have a gap, and we have to make up for that quite a bit with fundraising.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Representative.
I don't even know the answer to this, so I'm asking off the cuff. Can you tell me what you provide for special ed kids?
Well, unfortunately, we cannot. We don't have a staff, we don't have the money to afford a special ed teacher. Now, my heart is for the struggling learner. Would I love to have a special education teacher on our staff? Absolutely. We do have students with IEPs, and we struggle with how to help them because we don't have the staff to accommodate their needs. We do our very, very best because we have small group instruction. However, they can't go back to where they were from due to some of the really hard stories, and I'm not going to go through those stories with you, but they come from really hard stories about how the public school was not the right fit for their family, and they can't go back. And they both work. So what do? They find the closest other source of education for their family. So I wish we could provide that because I love the struggling learners. They are my jam. But we can't provide for them because we don't have the money for a staff member. Because we want to keep the cost down for a large population of people.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Representative Burton.
I'm surprised by your last statement because the federal law requires every student to get a free and appropriate education in the least restrictive environment. But your school can't provide that, and I guess some of the other schools can't either. Is that correct?
We cannot provide what the public school does because the public school guarantees those things. We as a private school cannot guarantee those things, but we can do our very, very best in a small group instruction environment to provide the best that we can. But we don't have, if the IEP requires that child to have a staff member to be with them, we can't, and we let them know before they sign on the agreement that that is not something that we can provide. So they understand that going into our school.
And please know I respect what you're doing. I'm not in any way critical of that.
No.
Thank you for your answer.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Aid, Adekoya. Catherine Abbott. Good.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Catherine Abbott. I'm from Portsmouth. I'm a traditional home educator. EFA is not homeschool, and I feel needs to be kept separate and clearly defined. I receive zero funding from any government agencies. My family's annual income is under the federal poverty guidelines, and I'm a single mother. So I in no way feel that I am an elitist, as commented earlier. But this in no way has kept me from providing a robust, quality, multifaceted education for my children. I'm able to do this by living within my means and being a good steward of the resources the Lord has given me and by His grace. Proponents for universal EFAs claim that the program will be giving families a choice. This harkens to we're from the government and we're here to help. I maintain that universal EFAs are not giving parents a choice. Parents have always had a choice. Parents have a choice. Universal EFAs will be giving families a higher tax burden and more government oversight. I see that there is a lot of money to be made and political power to be gained through EFA policy. It's my position that universal EFAs will be paving the way for increased taxes, new taxes such as a sales tax, increased oversight and regulation imposed on non-public school families, overreaching policy by government agencies, and the loss of the New Hampshire advantage. I've noted these concerns out of looking at other states that have implemented such programs. I believe South Dakota and Arizona, I believe those are what I was looking at. I feel the universal EFA bill is dangerous, and the end game is more government control and intrusion in families that just want to be kept out of it. I'm respectfully requesting that the state be fiscally responsible with taxpayer money and a good steward of the resources by voting against universal EFAs. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you very much. Dave Dupuy?
That's it.
You almost hit the lottery here.
So I pronounce it Depew, but my whole family pronounces it Depuy.
Well, there's the Pew in Buffalo, New York.
Family's from New York, from the Dutch area where it's Depew. And I also had my daughter here until recently to have a kid who was in public school. My name's Dave Depew. I'm from Candia, New Hampshire. I'm opposed to lifting the cap. My only claim to fame is that I was on the Board of Selectmen in Candia I served one term and then I didn't run again. There are some very good private schools in this state, including Holderness Academy, St. Paul's School, Derryfield, Phillips Exeter Academy. They cost $50,000 plus. They have programs. St. Paul's School has a program. If the family makes less than $150,000, tuition free. Phillips Exeter Academy, if the family makes $125,000 or less, tuition free. If they're making hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, and there are many more in this state than you might think, they pay the full boat. So my question to this committee is, why should low-income New Hampshire taxpayers contribute money to give $5,200 to people in the EFA program making hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars? I mean, we've got people in Candia who are scraping by to pay their taxes. They're living on Social Security and their savings. They paid off their mortgage over a lifetime, and now they find out they're getting a tax bill that probably approaches what they were paying for a mortgage. Instead, I would say we ought to be paying money to the public schools, because Governor Sununu, in his executive summary for 2024-25, had a graph showing that for 15 years, from 2008 to 2023, state aid to education went up 12.3%. Inflation went up 41%. We've been underfunding our schools, not just that's Democratic, Republican legislatures and administrations for years. And the result has been people are dissatisfied with their public schools, that we've been underfunding for 15 years or more. We need to put more money in our public schools. I went to public schools. My kids went to public schools. They're the backbone of the educational system of this country and this state, and we ought to fund them.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Rena Pettit?
Very dedicated bunch, especially those asking questions after the speaker has spoken.
Have a good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Rina Pettit. I live in Litchfield. The petition I will be reading to you was circulated over the past 3 days and collected 35 signatures, of which 25 are Litchfield residents and the remainder are residents of Hudson, Goffstown, Londonderry, Manchester, Mount Vernon, and Somersworth. We oppose House Bill 115. The state legislature has an opportunity to act to make meaningful school funding change this legislative session. New Hampshire schools have affirmed over and over, decade after decade, the state's constitutional obligation to fund an adequate education, and reaffirmed this in the Superior Court decisions in 2023. The state continues to fail to meet its constitutional obligation to fund public education, leaving a significant gap in funding between what it contributes per student and the actual cost of education. The difference is driving New Hampshire's property tax rates to be among the very highest of the 50 states. In the Conval case, the court wrote base adequacy can be no less than $7,350 $56.01 per pupil per year, and the true cost is much higher than that. If the legislature adopted such a change, it could shift more of the responsibility for funding public education to the state and reduce local property taxes. HB 115, relative to universal eligibility for Education Freedom Account program, could cost the state approximately $102 to $130 million in the 2025-2026 school year. In closing, those schools are funds that would be diverted from the Education Trust Fund, the state's public school funding source. It's imperative for the state legislature to ensure all such funds are used to benefit public schools and the property taxpayers supporting them, and not divert that funding for universal EFAs. As New Hampshire residents, parents, and property taxpayers, we are calling on the legislature to develop an equitable and comprehensive school funding solution that works for every community in New Hampshire. It's time for the state to meet its constitutional funding obligation to public schools and provide property tax relief significantly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Christine Siebert? Deborah House? Hard getting out of that seat sitting in all day long, isn't it, Deborah?
Didn't sit on for too long.
Okay.
Good evening, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Funding Committee. It's good to be here. My name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire. I represent 3,500 members, mostly in pre-K through 12 public education, as well as faculty at both public and private universities and city and town employees across the state. And I'm going to try and not be too repetitive with things that other people have already said. But the New Hampshire Constitution guarantees every Granite State child the right to the opportunity of a great public education, no matter which district they live in. And that is a robust education, not just bare bones. They have the right to small class sizes, robust curriculum, individual attention, academic support when they need it, behavioral support, and a complete education that prepares them for the workforce, the service, and higher education and civic participation in their communities. That's what we are building in our state. That's what our communities deserve. And the state has the obligation to fund that. That is a have to with our revenue and our funding. The voucher program is a want to. So spending on vouchers, that's something that the legislature has decided to do. And we are opposing HB 115 because making that program universal is taking limited resources that we have in the state with decreasing revenues coming in and a predicted shortfall this fiscal year at the end of the year. And the governor already telling us we have to tighten our belts and cut the state budgets. You aren't going to have enough money to fund both. We can't afford two education systems. Was that 2 minutes already?
That's 2 minutes.
Okay, in that case, I will pass around my testimony, but you have an obligation to all of our public school students to fully fund public schools. And as much as it is great that parents want to find a better fit, the state does not have an obligation to fund it, and it can't afford it right now. And you can read the rest of it in my testimony.
All right, thank you. Next, is Christine here?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. We don't usually get to say that up here. My name is Christine Seibert, Representative Christine Seibert. I represent.
If you're a rep, you should really put your name down.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to.
You don't have to, but it's nice. Kind of gets you up in the ante a little bit.
I forget sometimes. Yeah, so my name is Representative Christine Seibert. I'm from Manchester's Ward 1. And I won't take up much of your time, but I really enjoyed some of the just previous speakers that we had. I feel like we're hearing a lot of very important voices that need to be heard in this conversation. There's like really two main arguments that are very highly politicized in this whole just everything we're talking about with the expansion and the vouchers in general. And a lot of bad arguments going around with the entire thing. The one huge problem I have with this, especially this particular bill with expanding the vouchers, is the lack of accountability and transparency. And, you know, the biggest thing is the audit. We weren't allowed to, well, we're supposed to be able to look at the audit. It's very confusing as to why we cannot subpoena the papers we need to do. I feel like we should not take any action on this particular bill until we can fully get those numbers to see what is going on with that. And is this worth expanding? And also how much money is just not being accounted for. I feel like a big part of folks that are being left out of this argument as well are the taxpayers who have no children, such as myself. It is not fair for them, especially with a large majority of our population being over, you know, being in the elderly age range and retired. They can't afford that. They live on fixed incomes, and this will cause property taxes to go up. So in turn, I would just like us to actually keep the school choice we've had all along and fully fund our public education system, which honestly we never tried to do in the first place when the lawsuits were brought up back with Claremont. Thank you for your time. And I appreciate, everything you guys are doing. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Brian Hawkins.
Sure.
Well, if you have to go, you got to go. That's right. We've had several already do that because of that.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire. Looking forward to getting to know the new committee members here as we go forward. So I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 115. As you are aware, there's two court decisions that have been making their way through the process, but it thus far has reaffirmed that the state is not meeting its obligation under our Constitution to provide an adequate public education. I'm going to skip a lot of things that I have in some written testimony. But since House Bill 115 would throw open the door to diverting more public funds for a second private voucher education, I think you need to look at the experience that the states who have done so have had with this adventure. And that is, first we'll look at Arizona. The program is costing $1 billion a year now in taxpayer dollars. It is responsible for half of the budget deficit that they faced this past year. And in order to fill that budget gap, they had to do significant cuts to a number of programs, including to higher education. And we know that the only other place for that to be made up at the local level, as has been stated today, is local property taxes. Because as we have seen in New Hampshire and in the states that have expanded to either a universal program or even significantly with some of the proposals that were failed last year here in the state, 75 to 80% of those students are students who are not in a public school. And so that is new funds that the state has to come up with. And as I said, is now a second education system that the state is obligating itself to fund. So I'll close with saying, instead of sending more taxpayer money to private schools, we should focus on the public schools where nearly 90% of our children attend, not take money away from them. We need to do things like reduce class sizes. We need to solve the teacher shortage and the educator shortage crisis that we are under. We need to fund special education, and we need to reduce class sizes. And so with these questions in mind, NEA New Hampshire respectfully asks the Education Funding Committee to find House Bill 115 inexpedient to legislate. I appreciate your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for, yes, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Does your organization represent just teachers, or is it other employees of schools?
Sure. We represent a variety of employees in schools, but they are teachers, paraprofessionals, various support staff roles in schools. Some of it depends on the school district, but not superintendents, for example, or principals. Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you.
Now, I got some cards here we went through, and I'm going to read some names off in case somebody's here that's, want aid. It's ADE here. Nope. Haley. Ned. Sean. No, he was. Paul. Megan. Jody. She left, I know. Nancy. Linda. He's not here. Laura? Richard? Charles? Janine? She left. Leah? Leah? Paul? Rofa? Do you have a card that you... Well, I was in another room and a couple of times the thing went out. So, once, oh, absolutely. Can, yeah, you won the lottery. Exactly, yes. Thank you very much for. Can I left here and he died out? You're gonna get a ticket and I put money in the meter twice. Okay, so just want to say. Can you give us your name, please? Roger Blow, B-L.
Roger.
Right, yeah.
Did that do it? Roger Blow, B-L-E-A-U. Yes.
Okay.
I lived in New Hampshire all my life. I was attached to the 5th Special Forces in Vietnam from August 69 to August 70. Okay, so I was born in Nashua. I went to Catholic schools all my life. As a matter of fact, in the 8th grade, my classmate was Mark Ayotte, the governor's father, and I also went to Bishop Bradley with him, graduated from there, so I have that association with them. I am against this bill, even though I went to Catholic schools all my life, and it's interesting because when I was going to Catholic school, you know how they funded it? The nuns were paid $1 a day, and the rest was paid from bingo. Bingo is a big thing, and that's supported our schools. So I'm opposed to this because even though I went to Catholic schools, my parents paid for it, the taxpayer didn't have to pay for it, and it was our choice. And I thought it was appropriate because I had the special education I wanted. I had half a day in French, and half a day I had Catholic education. So the whole time, nobody else had to pay for it. We paid for it because that's what we wanted. We wanted it differently. So meanwhile, my kids went to public school in Manchester, and one of the teachers, Mrs. Berube, helped my oldest granddaughter that went to that school, 5th grade, when she transferred from Ithaca, New York. She had troubles. That Mrs. Berube helped her a lot. And there's other incidences. Another of his sister, she ended up being the national championship goalie. And so as a result, she got a full boat scholarship to Cushing Academy. It was $75,000 a year. After 1 year, she says, "No, I'm going back to Central." So I really think the public schools do a good job. And I'm gonna insult you guys, but to me, the main problem is we're all fighting over the money because you guys didn't do your job. You're not fulfilling the Constitution and adequately funding our education system. And I think that's wrong on your part. I know that a lot of the voters say, "I don't want to pay the taxes." I'm willing to pay the taxes because we need it, because it's for our kids. And to not do that is criminal. It's negligent. It's against the Constitution. So to me, you guys just celebrated cutting the interest and dividends tax, which cut $160 million off our budget. We could have used that for the schools. So to me, I'm willing to have a sales tax, income tax, both taxes, whatever. I don't care. Let's take care of our kids, but for all of the kids. That way we take care of all the needs. Because I think, like it has been said, a lot of people are dedicated to the kids. And in another incident, one of my children
I was very homophobic. Came out to a guidance counselor and helped her get through school until she felt comfortable enough to tell me about it. So the school systems, the people, school teachers are so dedicated. They really love the kids. They care for the kids. Their best interests, and we got to give them the resources that can continue to do a good job. That's my say. So please raise taxes, get money for the kids, please.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah.
Any questions from the committee?
Okay.
No, I don't see.
All right.
Thank you for waiting through
All right.
this.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the crowd that wishes to speak? Thank you. Then I will declare this hearing closed. Okay, the next bill up on the docket here is HB 115. This is relative to Universal Eligibility for Education Freedom Account Program. Is there a motion? Okay, I'll pass the gavel off to you.
Thank you. I am looking for a motion on HB 675. Representative Ladd.
115.
Thank you. No. Representative Ladd, HB 115.
Okay. On HB 115, I make a motion to OTP.
Thank you. Second. Representative Papamicha Miller.
Who's the second?
Representative Papamicha Miller.
Okay. Well, so you got it now. I handed the gavel off because I made the motion.
Okay. So we have the motion and the second, and do we have an amendment, Representative Ladd?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I'd like to move OTP on 0651H. This is to 115.
Amendment 0651H. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative McGuire.
No, we don't have it.
Okay, what we got to do is hand that out. Who's got that?
It was just correct. Yeah.
No, I got one right here. Jen, can we get some copies made of this, please? We had a whole slug of amendments on this thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, we got the amendment here. So we're going to take, while they're running that off, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Who moved that amendment?
McGuire
seconded.
Second.
Who motioned?
I made the motion.
Oh, you did. Oh, that's right. You did.
The OTP was Ladd, Papamicha Miller. The amendment was Ladd, McGuire.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. We're going to resume executive session on HB 115. I'm sure everyone benefited from the brief recess. So I'm going to call on Representative Ladd to speak to his motion on Amendment 0651H.
Thank you very much, Representative Spilsbury. The amendment, and I'll be very brief here. The amendment is brief. In fact, what it does do on line 7, right now, you know, the household income threshold level for eligibility, the median family income is set at 350% for an EFA, Education Freedom Account Program. This amendment would propose that the 350 percent the median family income of federal poverty guidelines set by the Federal Register would be increased to 400% for FY26. After June 30, 2026, there'd be no income threshold need be met in subsequent years for K through 12. So it basically is 400% for the first year, FY26, FY27. The EFA program becomes universal. Any student who's a resident meets other qualifications in the statute may participate in the EFA program. That's it.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Luna.
So thanks very much. For both those periods, FY 26 and FY 27, do you have a fiscal note and an estimate of the number of EFAs that would be open, or the number of students that would avail themselves of EFAs? I mean, a fiscal note would be very helpful.
I believe Representative Ladd is going to speak to your question.
Okay, in terms of the first year going up to 400%, I don't see a steep climb in students that are going to be doing that, seeing that most of the students which are coming from households that we're talking about 185 to 330%, down to that is free and reduced. And so we're talking about few kids coming additional. It seems we're only upping by 50%. In the second year, we're opening up to all, and that includes those that are in private schools right now, and that's approximately 1,400 students in our state. Excuse me. DOE data number of students in New Hampshire non-public schools is 17,670. That's the number of students, of which I see 9,000 of those not eligible for EFA, seeing that they are non-residents of this state that are attending private schools to the tune of 4,990 students. And wait, hold on. I was recognized.
Representative Ladd is speaking.
And we also have some students that are already in the program, and the preschool population, which is not eligible, is around 1,500 students. So, in looking at that, I can see that I would subtract out those 9,000 students which are not eligible, seeing that I've just mentioned why. We're talking much less. I know that there's been some that say, oh, it's going to be $100 million that's going to cost us. I think that's incorrect, very incorrect. We're talking about thousands of ineligible preschool students, out-of-state students, and we're talking about students already in the EFA program. And we're assuming every eligible student would take an EFA, and that's not the case, and it's never been the case in any state that's had EFA programs. So I think the figures are absolutely blown out of proportion here in terms of the costs you say this program is going to cost. The average cost per pupil, state, federal, and local spending is around $26,000, while EFA average costs are around $5,200. I see a huge savings there. And further, average state adequacy education grant funding for FY24 was $6,177, while EFA grant average was $5,204. I don't see this as a program that's going to cost regular education any kind of issue in terms of funding, streams, etc. At the very, very maximum, the maximum it could cost would be about $11 million in the second year when we open up to Universal. So, a few facts.
You have follow up on that?
Yes, Representative Blumenauer.
So thank you very much. So we've had the voucher program in place since
2021,
22, 23, no, 22, FY 22, 23, and 24. And we're in the fourth year of it right now. I think in FY 25, it has a cost to the state of about $27 million. Approximately, is that right? And And so given the fact that you're estimating far less but significant savings, I was wondering what savings can you point to in terms of local taxpayers, in terms of what the program currently costing the state $27 million, how has that resulted in savings at the local level to date? We've got 4 years of data.
Is that a question for me?
It's a question.
Representative Ladd, do you care to answer?
I think we're never going to get to where we're all on board on this. I believe very strongly that there's a lot more to the EFA program than you're trying to drive at these costs here. I think you're looking at students that have not been successful in their current situation as far as learning in the schools they may be a resident of. Having this choice allows them to, that flexibility to have programs where they're not being bullied, they're having the opportunity to learn in a way that's more appropriate for their learning style, with a teaching style that's appropriate for them. There's all kinds of reasons why this program has been successful, and I think the success is measured by the data that we're getting out of the Children's Scholarship Fund in terms of the testing which they're doing, the portfolios that they're having, and I hear oftentimes, why aren't you testing all these kids? Well, we don't do that in the public school system. K through 2, there is no statewide achievement test at all. The achievement tests start in grades 3 and going upwards and up through 8th grade, and then once in 11th grade. There's more accountability, I believe, in what I see in the EFA program than I've seen in some public schools. In some public schools where we see the proficiency level in mathematics so very, very low, the proficiency scores in language arts being so low, why would anybody then want their 9-year-old child going to a 4th grade in a school where that proficiency is at that level? They're looking for options. And I think that's what we got to be looking at. We got to look what is the best fit for the child. It goes back to all the things we've done with education, tuition programs, to open enrollment programs, to all the areas that we've gone as far as alternative education. There's rationale and reasoning for it. I would hope that the education choice programs are showing that these programs are creating more competition between the public schools. Say, hey, we're going to have to elevate our product that we're putting out. And so there be it. I'm not going to answer your question in terms of dollars and cents. I'm answering in terms of what is best for the child and the parent.
And Mr. Chair, so I had a couple of questions, but I would like to get a comment in. So
go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So currently when the program started at 300%. I think in the second year, the program drew about $13 million in state funds. It went to 350% and then drew $27 million in state funds. So going to 400%, I would expect at least that level of increment in the first year. So now I want to swing it into the second year. That there are, according to the Department of Education, the number of New Hampshire students attending private schools, non-public schools, is 16,614, and the number of New Hampshire kids in home education environments are 3,091. Adding both those two numbers together and multiplying by what Representative Ladd said, the average voucher of $5,200 comes out to approximately $102 million. So I think that's actually reasonably arrived at cost assessment for this. Now I want to talk about the kids who are actually leaving the public schools. That's some information, believe it or not, that you can actually get from the Department of Education. Because thankfully we had these things called phase-out grants that provided state dollars back to public schools for every student that left. And when you look at the phase-out grants, it becomes pretty clear that fewer than 5% of the students in the Education Freedom Account program actually left their public school to take a voucher and to seek some alternative to their public school. What frankly has me puzzled right now is why on the Children's Scholarship Fund FY24 990, so this is the non-taxable entity filing that every 501c3 has to file with the federal government. They show that they owe the state back, the state of New Hampshire, almost $1 million in refunds. And I'm wondering if those are from closed EFA accounts after a student has left their public school and then realized, oh, this wasn't a good decision, and go back into their public school, because I think that's one of the reasons why EFAs can be closed. So I think a really careful analysis on this shows, and a very well-reasoned analysis based on the DOE's own numbers, is that the program in the first year would see at least 15, most likely 20 million, so this is FY26, 15 to $20 million increase in state costs based on students who are largely already attending private schools. That in the second year, when the income limit is completely blown away, and now 16,614 kids in private schools, followed by another 3,000 plus in home schools, would be eligible. That would go up to 102 million, and frankly, based on the program's history, hardly anybody is leaving their public schools to take a voucher, and I think even a good percentage of those appear to be returning to their public schools, given the liability that the the nearly $1 million liability that the Children's Scholarship has to the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Representative Fellows, did you have your hand up?
Yes. Since Representative Ladd didn't want to respond with the numbers, I just thought I might share my thoughts on that. I frequently hear the average expenditure per pupil, which is about $23,000, come up as a comparison to the cost of a voucher. And they have nothing to do with each other. I think many people in the public think that somehow the state or school districts are saving the difference between those two numbers, and that's totally not true. The difference, the comparison that's happening that should be considered is that whatever is paid out in a voucher is an expenditure by the state. And if that student came from a school district, then some amount of money, which could be anything from $0 to $13,000, could be subtracted from the state adequacy grant going to the community that student came from. And those are the two comparisons. There is no savings going on. It costs the state money if the student's coming from a public school. It's that municipality could be losing money. So this is not a win-win for anybody, except for the people, many of whom have high incomes, that would be receiving these vouchers.
Thank you. We have several comments here. I'll take them in order. Representative Popovich Muller and Representative Dry and Representative Colcom.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we all understand what a voucher is, especially for the members of the public that may be watching these proceedings. A voucher is a payment directly from the state to wherever the money is being paid. The EFAs are not vouchers. Now, I cannot stop anybody from calling them vouchers. We have the right to call anything we want, anything we want. But if we use the generally accepted definition of voucher, this does not apply to the EFAs. The EFAs are payments to the parent. The parent then can use those funds they receive from the state to pay for any qualified educational expenses. The huge difference in this case is that the state does not pay for that, whatever educational expense. The state pays the parent. The parent then decides to pay somebody else. This has a huge it has a huge impact in terms of legal understanding of what the term is. And again, I would not use the word vouchers to go forward, but I will not object to my colleagues continuing to use it. Thank you.
Representative Chai?
Thank you very much. I think you seriously underestimate the homeschooling community when you assume that all 3,000 of them would jump at the chance to get an EFA. They haven't jumped now, and I don't think they will jump later. It's not a monolith, and I think you do disrespect to the independent thinking of homeschoolers to think that we would all run and jump after that immediately as a group.
Representative Colquhoun?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, I would just like to ask Representative Luno for some clarification. If I understood you correctly, you said the phase-out grants and how many students have left is fewer than 5%. Was that fewer than 5% of the state total of students?
No, it's fewer than 5% of students with in the voucher program. It's far fewer than 5% of the number of students in the state.
Okay,
I mean, there's 160,000 students in the state, so
correct. That's why I wanted clarification to understand what you were referring to. Thank you.
I would just suggest there's a lot of facts, a lot of statistics and data, and it's very hard in a public forum like this to anchor down what's real. I think we've heard there's potentially 17,000 students. We've heard X thousands of them are out of state or not eligible, et cetera. So I think everyone has done their homework coming to this session today, and you've got your own understanding of what those trade-offs are. And I don't think, dueling facts is going to help us progress this afternoon. So if you think you're bringing something new to the discussion, please, by all means, raise your hand. And if it's just the dueling facts, I think we've all done our homework. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your level tone. The student outcomes that we don't track in EFA students in New Hampshire, but have been tracked in a number of other states. Can you hear? That's unusual. Is that better? Sorry. The student outcomes that we don't track, EFA student outcomes in New Hampshire, in other states with similar programs, the outcomes have been dismal. When they have been tracked, they have not shown comparable results to public schools, to the point that a number of states have stopped tracking outcomes because it looks so bad for those programs. I don't know why we wouldn't want to know how our students are doing in whatever educational environment they're in. So to that end, at a minimum, and I do not support the expansion of this program, but as it exists or as it gets expanded, I believe this bill should be amended to require adequate measurement of outcomes, to require an annual compliance review of the accounts to ensure that students being enrolled are the students who are qualified for the program. We're not tracking it, and we are now saying, if this amendment goes forward, that in year 2 and thenceforward, our taxpayer dollars that we can't find enough of for all the bills we looked at today for public education, but we're now saying that it is okay to give these stipends to wealthy families whose children will go to those schools regardless of whether they got the stipend or not.
Representative Dan, are children of wealthy families entitled to go to public schools?
All children are welcomed, and all public schools required to take all children.
Thank you. Okay, yes, Representative Brown.
Well, Representative Damon, perhaps we're reading different reports on success of EFAs. But first of all, the state is paying for EFAs, but to simply claim it's a welfare program is absurd. Article.
Not say that.
I know, I will get to my point.
Addressed it to me, so I want to clarify.
I am
Okay,
I will respond to your
Representative Brown has the floor.
in a moment. But the comment that this is just a subsidy and it's a welfare program is absurd. I just want to make that point in general. I know you didn't say that, but it was mentioned that this is just state paying money and it's not really, helping students out. Because Article 83 says we'll cherish public education. We will not cherish public school monopolies. And parents have found that public schools have been revealed to push DEI, CRT curriculum and sexually inappropriate material in their schools, and EFAs assure that every child achieves maximum success and parents have a say in the schools their kids go to. The Progressive Policy Institute reports minority families in particular are flocking to school choice programs around the country, and low-income children have seen, quote, their test scores go up with greater gains for English learners and students with disabilities because it makes it easier for families to choose among a range of schools. Second of all, the claim that EFAs are unaudited is also false. There are 3 criteria used to track EFA success in our state: national tests, statewide assessments, and portfolios. I've heard a number of people, I've received emails from people saying it's unaudited. That's false. In fact, the NEA itself has been very harsh on drill and kill testing, even labeling standardized testing discriminatory and racist, and preferring to go with portfolios and capstone projects. So I can't tell you how pleased I am today to support this bill.
Further comments?
I have one more comment.
Representative Ricky, did you have one?
No.
Okay. Representative Ladd.
Yeah, the issue, I'm real concerned that what bothers me is that when we had the statement that this program is going to cost $100 million, I think that's totally off track. If in fact we had universal for FY26 and universal for FY27, the combined costs would be a little over $17 million, $17.5 million. And when I hear this, our taxpayer dollars, whose taxpayer dollars are these? The taxpayers' dollars. They are my dollars, your dollars, everybody's dollars come together to do this. And I feel that everybody who's paying into our tax system should have opportunity to gain from that contribution, regardless of whether they opt for a private school or some other form of education. I have always been a very strong advocate for public education and will continue to be that. But I'm also an advocate for those students which have not been served well by that particular system and that are served better in other opportunities. So, and lastly, for those students now that are going to be entering as, up to 400%, we have many of those students right now, 350 or lower. But so now we're going to be getting more students which are not participating or receiving benefit from the F&R program. And when you do that, then the amount of differentiated aid they receive is less. So their average cost is not going to be $5,200. It's going to be close to $4,400. So there are a lot of issues here. And as Representative Spilsbury has said, we can get down into the weeds and start talking about all these dollars and gains and this and that. I think the wisest thing for us to keep in mind is what is the best fit for every child. Thank you very much.
So I don't want to close off debate, but I would just simply ask that any further discussion focuses on the specific purpose of the bill and of the amendment, which has to do with the threshold, if any, for means testing. And there will be a lot of fruitful discussion, I think, in the fall on retained bills and going into the second year of the session on the ongoing questions of accountability and audits and reporting and so on. And I, for one, fully intend to engage in those discussions seriously. So are there further comments on the question of the bill and the amendment, which is the means testing percent? Yes, Representative Lunel.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your comments with regards to the second year of this session, because we are expecting a performance audit from the state auditors, part of the legislative budget office, and I think they'll probably have a number of recommendations that go along the lines of what you talked about, Mr. Chair. But I want to talk. I want to talk about the $17 million cost estimate that Representative Ladd talked about, and the $102 million that I think I've been very transparent on how I calculated that. And while I agree that maybe not clearly it's an exposure level, I'm not saying that all 3,091 FY25 home education students are going to avail themselves of a voucher, but that adding together the 16,614 New Hampshire kids that would be eligible for a voucher in the universal provision here that attend private schools, plus the 3,091 who attend home education programs, would be eligible. That you multiply that by 5,200 and you get the 102 million. But if we just sort of, said, all right, somehow this universal part is going to be between 17 million, what Representative Ladd said, and 102 million, that you could take a look at what that would mean for our public schools and for our taxpayers. And all we have to do is go back to the spreadsheet we got after lunch on House Bill 563. And I think at one point our conversation looked to column N, which is the fiscal capacity disparity aid, which is currently $13 million total statewide, even less than what Representative Ladd is talking about in the lowball estimate. What I would say is the lowball estimate on the voucher expansion. Certainly, it's far less than the 102 million that I think is much more reasonably calculated and fully transparent on how I calculate that number. But if we went with the 102 million, seriously, you could take all of the towns, all of the taxpayers that are in these 40 towns that qualify for fiscal capacity disparity aid, and add another zero onto the end of that number. So the folks in Keene, rather than Keene receiving 324,000, it would be 3.2 million would be their increased contribution from the state and reduction in local property taxes that support their school. And you could go down each one of these places and see a significant increase. And it would, going back to all of the things we talked about, the burden on our local taxpayer. Well, here's $102 million that I think we could use to provide some property tax relief and ease the burden on our property taxpayers. And this program, I don't think is certainly not the solution to that. Thank you.
I think if there was a consensus that there was a $100 million exposure, then the views of the committee might be different, but there is no consensus. So any further comments? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just address, the issue seems to me that we're not talking about a voucher system, we're actually talking about parental choice and the options that are given. So I want to just testify to my own personal experience. When they cut music from my district because of the budget constraints in 1993, we had no choice with our children. We had a single school that was offered, nothing else to do, and my children who needed music were a family of musicians, were not given the option, so we pulled them out and we homeschooled. If I had had this account, I would have still had my wife, the accountant, and she would have used this to send my children to opportunities and to places that they could not otherwise go. We could have taken advantage of Concord School of Music and things like that without even spending what was being offered to us, because we had a very frugal, we were a single salary, a teacher who was inadequately paid, as all teachers are. and my wife, who had no salary. She was the homeschool mother. So our choice was to do the best we could with what we could, and this would have increased our ability to do the best for our kids. And when we were done, my children came and joined me because my colleagues are the best people I've ever worked with, and my children all went through Pembroke Academy, and every one of them was in honors classes throughout, AP classes throughout, and my son was the drummer for the high school band when he was in 5th grade. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Popovici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. Two things that I want to make sure are on the record. We did increase education spending last term by $193 million on a declining overall enrollment. So it's not like we are not funding public education. If anything, it was the biggest increase that I can think of. And second, I appreciate the question of how could we possibly reduce taxes with another $102 million, I believe the number was. I'd like to just state on the record that a couple of terms ago, we did exactly that. We reduced SWEPT by $100 million, and the impact on property taxes has been invisible. So we already know that taking $100 million less from the towns does not lead to a decrease in property taxes because those school budgets just inflated immediately to accommodate for all that and more. So, facts should be on the record. Thank you.
Okay, any new ground?
Just to respond to the SWEPT
Go ahead.
question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So very interesting. The $100 million cut to SWEPT was done on a uniform basis to reduce the SWEPT rate that would the equalized rate for all properties in New Hampshire except utilities, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all property except utilities and railroads. And so very interesting, because in contrast to fiscal capacity disparity aid, which talks about communities, which addresses communities with the least resources, where the biggest tax cuts were because of the $100 million SWEPT, were in places that are tremendously resourced, because the SWEPT is such a significant portion of their property tax. So thinking about cities and towns that are fortunate to have a lake or an ocean in their communities, they saw tremendous tax reduction when the SWEPT was cut. But for places that had very high property taxes, like Newport, which I think all in was paying at the time close to $50 per thousand, and I don't remember what the number was, a 75-cent reduction in their state property tax didn't do much for them, but it did a tremendous amount for places with lower property taxes. So there's no way you can compare that $100 million SWEPT cut from 2021, 2021, something like that, to what we're talking about with fiscal
2022, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, fair enough, but off point. Representative Ames.
Yeah, there's clearly division on this issue and different perspectives on the value or lack of value of the EFA program or the voucher program, depending on your choice of wording. And the division is hard to negotiate. And there's a great deal of unknown about the consequences of lifting the current cap from 350%. A lot of our discussion has focused on speculation around how that would play out. So I'm sitting here scratching my head, wondering why the proponents of this bill are asking us to jump all the way, to throw away the cap, not in the first year. That's, I guess, a compromise, going to 400, but then it's gone, which means that the millionaire or the billionaire or the high-salaried executive who's on his way up or her way up will be able to bill a part of what they're paying already for the private school education of their children will be able to bill the state for that part. It seems imprudent, fiscally irresponsible to jump like that into a cost escalation that will be out of control. It will either go way up, as some of us think it will. I share the views that have been expressed on that side of it, or maybe not. But why not start at a lower level? I'm not asking for that because I don't think the whole thing is a good idea, but that's the way I see this leap that you're asking the state to take into the unknown.
I'd like to offer a counter perspective, and it's not one that I think is intended to persuade you or to change your view. But the counter argument is that those who have been the primary proponents of EFAs have reasons, many of which are not quantifiable, and never intended for this particular program to be means tested. And it was means tested when it was enacted in 2021 as a compromise at the time to get enactment. And the goal is to not have it means tested, just as we do not means test admission to the public schools. So if the state is making a commitment, whatever that figure is, let's say it's an average of $5,200 per student, the opposite viewpoint, again, I don't expect it to persuade, but the opposite viewpoint is simply that fund, that amount, is following the child. And I think so we've come to a point where we probably have expressed everything that needs to be expressed, and there may be, in fact, two different philosophical viewpoints. So does anybody else want to weigh in before we have a vote? Yes. Representative Burton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, given what you just said, being a former financial aid officer at the university, for public education and private education, we means test people to get financial aid. And so, and I did 2,000 or 3,000 applications when I was in that business. Some people came in with high incomes, they didn't get any aid because we wanted to save the aid for the students who needed it. Why wouldn't we means test if that's, I'm not a big fan of this. All of my constituents hate it, okay? So let me start from there, but I respect everyone's opinion. But why don't we means test the families who are applying for EFAs? I sent one of my kids to private school. I admit it, because he wanted to speak Russian. I never thought to ask the state to pay for that. That was my wife's decision, my decision, and my kid's decision. So that's the two. Why don't we means test the parents who are sending their kids for EFAs?
Well, it's food for thought, but you are speaking about the university level, the higher education.
Thank you.
Representative Mahegan.
I'd like to take a stab. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take a stab at answering your question if I could, because there are a couple of indiscrepancies that we're not talking about, like the elephant in the room. If a child is mandated to go to a public school, according to IDEA, and he's sent off to a school that costs $250,000 a year, we don't needs test that child. The town pays for that child. But if we're looking at families and we're saying we need to need test them, we're not need testing them to put them into the public school. They need the public school. In this case, we're acknowledging that sometimes the public school doesn't offer what that particular child needs. And therefore, we're offering the parents a choice that's not the $250,000 private school that is mandated by the state if it's special ed IEP involved. But we're giving the family a choice that says, do something else, and here's some of your taxpayer money, some of the money you paid into taxes that you can use for your own children. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to acknowledge. Oh, so weird. I just want to acknowledge that in the online testimony on this bill, there are 3,414 people opposed and 791 people supporting.
Thank you for that information. Okay. Representative Peoples.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to hold back because there's a lot of conversation going on. But it occurs to me that the one thing that we keep talking about, and we put them into like little cubicles or cylinders or columns or whatever, is public schools, charter schools, and EFA students. They are all children of the state of New Hampshire. They all should be treated equally. If I floated an email out there just for response over the weekend with some of my colleagues saying, why don't we just throw the whole thing away and fund every child at $7,500? They all get $7,500 and they could spend the money wherever they wanted for their education. We're trying to get our students educated in the best way fashion that's good for them. Providing choice like this seems to be a no-brainer to me. We shouldn't be discriminating against the kids that want an EFA, no matter what their financial situation is, just like we don't on kids that want to go to public schools. I just think that we should treat all students fairly and not discriminate against any of them.
Could I just clarify one point?
Yes, Representative Burton.
Earlier, I think our chair, and I respect everyone's opinion, mentioned that students who weren't functioning well in public schools deserved a place to go when the EFA was away. Yet, I think I heard that 70% of the students who got on EFAs were already in private schools. They weren't in more than that. So I'm not sure how that, unless all of the students now going into EFAs are coming from public schools, maybe they're coming from private schools that are out of state, maybe. Their parents are paying for it. They're paying big money for it. I was just curious about where that came from. The other point I used to major in economics, and I remember step functions. Do you remember step functions from your economics? Whereas if we take so many children out of a classroom, you still have to run the class. So the cost per credit goes up. For students, every school, when students are taken out of the school, the cost per credit goes up unless you eliminate the course. And that takes a course away from the other students who are in the public school building. Thank you.
Valid comment. And what you're saying is that the cost of educating a student is not a purely variable expense item. It comes in plateaus with fixed costs and capital assets and teacher classroom sizes, et cetera. So, fair comment.
Appreciate it. If you don't tell me what I said, thank you, sir.
Okay. There are clearly divided views. I think the views have had an opportunity to be aired. And so if there are no further comments or questions, it's time to call the roll on the amendment. Yes, Representative Brickey.
I just am having a hard time dealing with the fact that we're talking about not discriminating today. Yet last week, when we were looking at feeding all children, we talked about that whole thing about discrimination never came up. I am disgusted. Thank you.
All right. The clerk will call the roll on amendment 0651H to HB 115.
Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovich,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, the vote on the amendment being 10 for and 8 against. I will look to Representative Ladd for a final motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recommend OTPA using Amendment 0651H for HB 115.
Gotta get a second.
Okay, second on the motion.
Second.
Second by Representative Erf. Thank you.
I have no further discussion.
No further discussion? Any other comments?
I'm sure there'll be further discussion, but not right now.
I think that will be welcome in an appropriate time. Thank you. Okay, see no further discussion. The clerk can call the roll.
Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovich,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, so the motion carries OTPA 10 to 8. And Representative Ladd, you'll write the majority report. And who would like to write the minority report?
Yeah, no, I'll be doing them.
Representative Luno. Thank you. Okay, that ends the executive session on HB 115.
Thank you very much, Representative Spilsbury.
The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 115 FN, an act relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. The majority committee amendment is 0651H, printed in House Record 15 on pages 36 to 37. The question's on the adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The bill's on second reading, and the House will be in order. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Luno offers floor amendment 0916H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Who? Representative Luno is recognized. Speaks to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple amendment and is directed to the income eligibility for the school voucher program. Unlike other public assistance programs with income qualifications, like Medicaid, like SNAP, and like the federal school lunch program to make sure kids are fed and ready to learn, the state school voucher program doesn't require annual income certification. So what this amendment does is apply an annual income certification to the program to make sure that every year, at the present level of about $110,000 a year for a family of 4, that the student's family is eligible for this public assistance program. It's that simple. And I hope we can all support this measure to make sure that families who receive this public assistance are in fact eligible. Of course, there's no more to do to make sure the money, of course, there's more to do to make sure the money is a good investment for taxpayers, such as making sure the money is spent on educational goods and services that lead to strong student outcomes. and making sure that taxpayer funds aren't being misappropriated like what's happening in other states with similar voucher programs. On Tuesday, towns across the state passed resolutions demanding accountability to the EFA program and urging legislatures not to expand the program any further. So there's more to do, but this is a good conservative first step. So I hope you'll support this common sense amendment, and we can get out ahead of the state auditor's report that is due out later this year. And I think taxpayers will want to know who's being responsible, because transparency is important to us. So I'd like to call for a roll call vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McDonnell is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Opponents have repeatedly filed legislation to dismantle the EFA program, and this amendment is no different. By replacing the entire bill, leaving the income gap in place, and requiring families to be recertified each year, this amendment forces children to switch schools simply because their parents' income fluctuates from year to year. Also, this 11th hour floor amendment was not presented to the committee for consideration, despite there being ample opportunities to do so. The only thing I agree with the previous speaker on is that I would also like a roll call vote. So please press the red button. Thank you.
Representatives Luno and McDonnell request a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0916H. This is a roll call vote. Representative Ames is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If I know that this amendment requires continuing annual reconfirmation that each EFA recipient's income remains below the statutory income cap, and if I know that the current cap is adjusted each year to keep up with inflation, and that this adjustment will continue if this amendment is adopted, and if I know that that adjustment occurs through the adjustment in the annual setting of the poverty level in the country and in this region, and if I believe reserving public funded grants such as the EFA to those applicants with relatively low annual income is good public policy. And knowing all of this, would I not then push the green button to vote for this amendment? Thank you.
Representative McDonnell is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment replaces the entire bill, this amendment has not been seen by the committee, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment is a poison pill to the bill, Would I now press the red button so that we could debate the underlying bill? Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0916H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reed and Page. Representative Brombo.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 170 in the affirmative, 205 in the negative. The amendment fails. Bill is on second reading and open to yet further amendment. Representative Ames moves floor amendment 0922H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak.
Okay, hello again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple amendment, easy to understand. It simply applies to the EFA program the budgetary restrictions and discipline of our standard appropriation and spending process. It requires that there must be appropriated and unobligated funds available for each EFA at the time of the determination and decision on an application for an EFA. So it renders the EFA process subject to the appropriation process, just as so many other parts of state government and our state system are also limited and subject to the budgetary discipline. So please press the green button when you get to calling of the vote. And I do, Mr. Speaker, request a roll call.
Representative Ladd is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is ironic, sort of like catastrophic aid. If there's not enough money appropriated for catastrophic aid, go back to the Education Trust Fund and get the money necessary. But you can't do it for an EFA. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say if it's not appropriated, but you have children in your family are now going to come to kindergarten and brother and sister already in an EFA program, you're not going to get those children in the EFA program either, or the new student moving into town. This is just another roadblock, another effort to chip away at the EFA program, a program that has been extremely successful. I urge you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Ames requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 0922H, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Luno is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know that on Tuesday, voters from all across the state voted affirmatively to urge the legislature not to expand this program, then would I press the green button to pass this amendment to at least set a cap on this wildly out of control spending of taxpayer money? Thank you.
Representative Ladd's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this wildly exceptional program is very successful, and if I know this is the best fit for so many children that have been bullied, that are in schools where they're not receiving the academic challenge they deserve, would I then vote to oppose this amendment? Vote red.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 0922H. This is roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 171 in the affirmative, 205 in the negative. The amendment fails. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Leclerc is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask this body to protect the EFA program by voting no on HB 115. For the current school year, the EFA program serves 5,321 students, helping families to low to moderate means provide an education to their children. Proponents call this program successful. Some even say wildly successful. The bill before us expands the program moderately this year and removes the income cap entirely next year. Significantly expanding the EFA program now, before its pending performance audit is complete, runs the risk of putting a negative spotlight on the program and harming its long-term solvency. While the concept of universal EFAs is popular nationally, the taxpayers we represent here in New Hampshire aren't so sure. The Granite State taxpayers, our longest-running taxpayer advocacy organization, opposed this bill, telling the Education Funding Committee that, quote, expanding an existing program at a time when a budget deficit looms and even human services face cuts is inappropriate, end quote. Putting aside disagreement over what the expansion in this bill will cost taxpayers, the majority report states this bill will cost $11 million in new money in the second year once the income cap is removed. We all know the spending and revenue crunch our state is under right now, and that there is no extra money available to expand the programs we support. In the Finance Committee, there's been talk of increasing fees to help balance the budget, and the governor's budget itself includes significant increases on developers. The governor's budget doubles fees on excavating and dredging, doubles fees on applications for shoreline terrain alterations, and even raises the fees on the registration of dams. We have choices to make. Wouldn't it be nice to pass a budget with no increased fees? Instead of spending $11 million helping people who are generally well off and able and already pay for the private education themselves, shouldn't we be holding the line on taxes and fees and working to keep costs down on the businesses we need to solve our housing crisis? Remember, we don't need this bill to expand the EFA program. The governor's budget expands EFAs in a revenue-neutral way, providing universal choices to students who public school is not working for. Let's not risk a good thing by spending money that we just do not have. Please join me in pressing the red button against the OTP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McDonnell is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I look forward to the day when children will no longer be turned away from education because of their zip code or their family's inability to pay. By providing school choice to every New Hampshire family, House Bill 115FN guarantees children will never be turned away again. So I rise again today in support of the committee report. As a product of public schools, and even as a recent graduate of a public high school here in New Hampshire. But education should not be a one-size-fits-all approach, because one size does not fit all. Therefore, we should celebrate students' differences rather than erase them. Furthermore, this bill empowers students to excel and to exceed expectations by expanding education freedom accounts, EFAs, universally. First, the maximum eligible annual income would increase in fiscal year 2026, and better yet, be completely eliminated in all subsequent years. This change levels the playing field because means testing is not required for admission to public schools under current law. The same should be true for all educational pathways, including the EFA program, which, despite what we are often told, is not a voucher program. In addition to this blatant lie, we often hear 3 other misconceptions about EFA expansion. Number 1, EFAs can only be spent on private school tuition to the detriment of public schools. Wrong. Current EFA participants also learn online, in homeschool programs, and even in New Hampshire's public schools. Number 2, the EFA program lacks accountability. Wrong. The award-winning nonprofit who administers the program has made both an itemized list of expenditures and an audit report publicly available for anyone to review. Number 3, EFA expansion increases local property taxes. Wrong again. The EFA program is funded by the State Education Trust Fund and has already returned more than $266 million tax dollars to taxpayers. Finally, today, the other body is also considering so-called universal EFA expansion. However, the other body's bill merely exchanges the income limitations under current law for limitations on the total number of students. So their bill is a step backwards, and this bill is a step forwards. So please, join the resounding 84% of parents, the majority of the committee, and myself in supporting our youngest constituents via House Bill 115FN. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote, please.
Roll call, Mr. Speaker. The question is on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Luna requests a roll call, which looks like it's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. Representative Damon's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. If I know that providing universal education freedom accounts means paying for children of affluent families who are already in private schools at a cost of over $100 million per year, and if I know that the New Hampshire EFA program lacks outcome measures, but similar programs in other states have shown dismal outcomes, and if I know that this legislation fails to meet our basic obligation to fiscal responsibility for the taxpayers we all represent during a time of a looming budget crisis, would I now press the red button to defeat this extreme, expensive, irresponsible legislation? Thank you.
Representative Ladd's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire's cost per pupil has dramatically increased, producing a perfect inverse correlation of plummeting educational scores. And if I know those parents seeking a better fit for their children deserve this opportunity to attend a school where they can achieve and accomplish their goals. If I know projected costs for the EFA program contained in HB 115 are much less than the exaggerated $100 million that have been incorrectly exaggerated by the opposition. And lastly, and perhaps more important for a public throughout this country, if I know HB 115 sends a clear message to the education consumer to shop around, competitive and successful educational choice options are now available in New Hampshire. Thank you. Yeah, and press that beautiful green button.
And remember, it's like Jeopardy, put it in the form of a question. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 198 in the affirmative, 180 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. Representative Kutab declared a conflict and recused herself from the votes on this bill. House Bill 115 is referred to the Committee on Finance. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion?
I'm sorry?
To make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I move that the debate on HB 115 be printed in the Permanent Journal.
Oh, I don't think there'll be any objection to that.
It's 10:03, and I will open the Division 2 Finance Committee work session, I guess we call it. And I'm going to...
Thank you, Vicki. Thank you so much.
I'm going to start with our favorite subject, which is House Bill H115.
Don't worry. Take your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I'll start with open it up for discussion. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment to put forth with regards to 115, which was just handed to you. It is 1114H, which replaces, I guess, the enacting clause. Vicky has put this in appropriately to.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Of course.
I forgot to make an announcement. My bad. I apologize. Where's my phone? I want to give everybody on the committee a heads up regarding probably Friday. I want to reconsider some bills that we've retained. I think I have the complete list here, but if I don't, I will later today. But it includes HB 129, HB 133, HB 671, and HB 781. And there may be another one or two that I'm not thinking of. As if I notice them today, I will mention them to you. So we'll talk about those probably first thing on Friday to get that done. Yes, I apologize for interrupting you, Representative Murray.
No problem. Thank you. This amendment references the governor's language in HB 2 and asking to move this into 115, which has a universal eligibility. This identifies eligible student. It also maintains the 350% federal poverty rate and asks that full-time enrolled students participate in the charter public school or in grades kindergarten through 12 for the preceding academic year as a requirement before going for the voucher system. Some of others can speak about this, but let me add that allowing the people to speak, to voice their opinions on some issues for both parties, Democrats and Republicans, and every independent in between, I think we all value public support and public knowledge, letting the public know what is going on and allowing them to speak their voice. To that end, I've been in several public meetings with regards to the Finance Committee, and it has generally been, to their credit, the developmental disabilities people who are most concerned about their issues. This time, the people supporting public education and opposing the vouchers and expanding the voucher system equaled the number of people who came in to spoke with the developmental disabilities. This is a big change from what I had seen before. This is a large number of people. I think we've received hundreds of emails. I've been keeping track of them, of people who are opposing the expansion of the voucher system, and I think it is our job to listen to them. Further than that, there are a number of communities who are opposed to the expansion. We heard some of the list the other day. Andover, Bradford, where it was a unanimous vote with applause, unanimous consent. Grantham, also with a unanimous voice vote. Mount Vernon voted, Newbury voted, Newport, New Boston to the tune of 1064 to 479. New London voted in opposition to expanding the vouchers, as did Salisbury, Sunapee, and so did Ware, to the extent of 1,231 votes to 567. If I were one disposed to exaggeration, I would say this is like a 3-to-1 margin in opposition to the vouchers, but I'm not. I will just say that this is very much a wide margin. I think that we are being responsible, putting some guides around this program. I think that we are being respectful and supportive of the governor's plan, what she had put into HB 2. And I think that it is important for us to acknowledge the very widespread opposition to expanding the voucher program at this time. We all know the constraints that we are facing in terms of the budget. This is not the time to expand that program. And in one final case, I would like to reference a letter from the Honorable Neil Kirk, who used to chair finance, who has also expressed his opposition that this is not the time to expand eligibility for the education freedom accounts. So for those reasons, I'm putting forward this amendment to provide some guardrails around the voucher system, opposing overall universal eligibility, asking that students actually attend public school before they decide that public school is not for them, and maintaining the 350% level on the federal poverty guideline. So thank you. That's what we are proposing.
Further discussion? Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank everybody, who's here to participate. I appreciate the intent of the amendment. I just want to quickly note that while, this committee may have the purview of adjusting the, levels of eligibility or not, the paragraph B is really a policy part, which has already been decided by the House, and I don't think we really should consider policy changes here. I would also personally not refer to voice votes as unanimous, but voice votes obviously indicate, significant majority support, nothing to quibble with there. I do not plan to support the amendment, but I do respect the, beliefs of the people who suggest it. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Just, for the sake of our history, what we've done, we frankly do policy a lot. When it suits our purpose, when it suits your purpose, there's been a whole lot of policy put in HB2, so it kind of rubs me the wrong way to say, oh, we're not supposed to do that when both sides do it.
Representative Hagen-Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at the body of the underlying bill 115, I coming from the perspective of trying to decide whether or not this is fiscally responsible to have a universal voucher system across our state, in the context of understanding that we're in a very extreme budget crisis this year. So, I'm having a hard time reconciling the fact that we're cutting existing programs and services across our state in order to expand one particular item, one program that seems to be, very controversial to the public. So, when I think about our fiscal responsibility as Division 2, I think that this amendment is a responsible proposal to try to rein in some of that, potential exponential expansion of this program. So while my colleague did mention this being a policy difference than what passed the floor, it has fiscal implications, which is our responsibility. So I think this is fair to have this discussion. And, I will support it. My preference would be not to spend a single dollar on a voucher system in our state, but that's my perspective from representing my constituents. That's what they would prefer. So understanding that is my job, is to try to find a compromise between the two positions. This amendment represents that. So while I understand that the majority has been elected to lead our state at this moment in time, and that they're going to do what they think is correct, our responsibility is to represent what our constituents want, and they want to see some reining in of this program. So this amendment attempts to do that, and in line with the governor's wishes. And so when you think about our constituency, which is in the technical minority in the state at the moment, along with the governor's majority, I think that you're going to see that this is the prevailing preference of the state. If you were to look in a data alignment of whose voters are asking for what. So please don't ignore that fact. I think that I caution the majority in this situation that if you are to enact universal vouchers, and it does in fact cost our state, long-term deficits in our budget planning, to the likes of, the Arizona model or whatever, it's really blowing up our budget. You may have jumped the shark. So I'm just asking you to pump the brakes and consider the alternative, consider a compromise. And I think, your constituents will also appreciate your consideration of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Murray.
Yeah, thank you. And may I add, I would be interested to hear discussions of how you will justify cutting every other program, virtually every other program in the budget, and expanding this one when everyone else is going to be suffering suffering cuts. And I do think we have some numbers to represent some of that, but I respectfully question how you're going to justify cutting everything else and not this.
Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So obviously we've spent a lot of time over the last 5 or 6 years talking about the EFA program, and I have been in just about all of those conversations, having been on the education committee during that time. One of the things that has really stood out, I think, to anybody that's been, following the change, the introduction of the program and the changes of the program over time, has been that all of these things have been predicated on cost estimates, on some sort of financial analysis, on how many students would avail themselves of the program, and in each one of those studies, whether they come from the Department of Education or other third parties, there seem to be a lot of assumptions built into these things. For instance, how many students go to private schools? How many students are in home education settings? How many students in home education would actually take it, knowing that there's a very significant divide among the home education community? But at the end of the day, these assumptions factor into what the state's financial exposure could be. And what we've seen, and it was alluded to by my colleague from Hanover, that states such as Arizona have, they relied on assumptions that were so far off that it has put their entire state in a position where they're teetering on solvency. What we have seen here in New Hampshire, and I think what they've seen in other states, is a very, very, very low take-up rate on school vouchers. I'm just going to use the term vouchers because that's used universally in other states and applies to this program too. A very low take-up rate among families and students who go to public schools. Virtually nobody is leaving their public school to take a voucher. I think in the most recent year, we had something like 250 out of 160,000 kids in public schools. So the percentage is very low. But among students not in public schools who are income eligible for the EFA program, the take-up rate is extremely high. I'm not going to say it's 100% because clearly there are students in home education settings where the families don't want to have anything to do with any money coming from the state, and they've testified in the Education Funding Committee and in prior education committees as well. But of this group of students let me say it another way, of this group of people who live in New Hampshire that are of school age and eligible to attend public schools in New Hampshire, but don't attend public schools, the take-up rate is very high. And that's an assumption that really needs to be considered when looking at this estimate. So there's been a lot of back and forth on what that number of students is. How many New Hampshire students? Let me say it another way. How many people who live in New Hampshire that are of school age attend private schools? Well, we actually don't know that number. We know the number who live in New Hampshire that attend New Hampshire private schools, but we don't know the number of kids that attend private schools outside of New Hampshire. We don't have that number. The department doesn't have that number. Numbers we do have, and this is really important, numbers we do have are the number of kids who attend public schools. We have that number. Department of Education has that number. It's about 155,000 kids. I think that's the number we see on the adequacy spreadsheet. We have the number of kids that attend private charter schools. These are kids that are eligible to attend their public schools. It's about 6,000, and I'm just rounding off. I'm rounding up even just to provide, easy math. And the number of kids that are in New Hampshire's EFA program, also about 6,000. So altogether, 155,000, 6,000, 6,000, 167,000 kids that we know in New Hampshire are already in public, charter, or in the EFA program. So the real question is, what's our exposure of the remaining group of kids? So I reached out to the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. And I asked the question, how many people live in New Hampshire that are between the ages of 5 and 19? Now, I get it. 5 may be a little young because there may be some preschool in this number, but there also is going to be kindergarten in that number. And 19 might be a little old because a lot of kids graduate when they're 18, but we do have some 19-year-olds. But I'd be happy to discount the 5-year-olds and the 19-year-olds. You know what I heard back? 224,000 people live in the state of New Hampshire that are between the ages of 5 and 19. So if we knock out the 167,000 that we know are in public charter or already have a voucher, that difference is 57,000 people in New Hampshire. My first question to the Department of Education is, where are they? And they don't have an answer to that. And I think that's a problem that needs to be resolved, because New Hampshire has a constitutional obligation to provide an opportunity for an adequate education to that group of school-age kids. So the fact that we don't know where 57,000 kids are, I think, is a problem. And we saw the obviously, during the pandemic, we saw a decline in enrollment in public schools that has not recovered. And so where are these kids? They didn't just vanish. So where are these kids? 57,000 kids in New Hampshire between the ages of 5 and 19 don't attend public schools, charter schools, or have a voucher, or participate in the EFA program, to what we know. So how many people how many of these kids are going to take the voucher if they become eligible? Well, we don't know that precisely, but they are clearly not part of the low take-up group. They are part of the high take-up group, the group of kids that don't attend public schools. So now I want to go back to Arizona. So why is Arizona teetering on bankruptcy? Because they didn't analyze their exposure very well. And what this exposure, 57,000 kids, presents to the state of New Hampshire is $285 million over and above what's currently being drawn into the EFA program. It's $285 million. Is that going to be 100%? No, it's not going to be 100%. Do we have some 5-year-olds and 19-year-olds that probably wouldn't be eligible to attend or to either attend their public school or qualify for the voucher program? Yeah, we probably do. So I'm willing to I think we could discount that. But that's a number that would bankrupt the state of New Hampshire, just as it has in other states, because it was a surprise, because the financial analysis that was done failed to use reasonable assumptions on what the state's exposure could be. So if this committee and this legislature is seriously looking at universal vouchers, as other states like Arizona have done, then I hope we do that eyes wide open, using good, reasonable assumptions about what the state's exposure could be. And honestly, when we take a look at numbers like this, $285 million, I've never seen a number like that before in any of our analysis, and I think it's very important that as if we're going to move forward with this, that we do so with good assumptions, or consider instead something that at least reins it in, contains it, so that we know what the maximum exposure would be. We're seeing that here. We see that coming out of the governor's office. We're also seeing that coming out of the Senate, and I hope the House would do something responsible along those lines. Thank you.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague from Hopkinton for acknowledging that we do owe every child of school age in this school an opportunity to adequate education. And I want to point out that the only way to provide that is to allow everybody access to either, the public schools or to the EFAs without regard to their parents' income. At the end of the day, we don't ask kids how much they make when they enroll in public schools. I would argue that if we say that they should be restricted from EFAs because of their income, there is no reason not to keep them out of public schools for the same reason, which is a policy so absurd that nobody should ever, suggest it with any degree of seriousness. And yet we are perfectly fine restricting access to other educational opportunities because of income. There would be other things that, one could quibble with, but in the interest of briefness, I'll stick to this one. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Yeah, thank you. I would rather avoid absurd and, rather spurious arguments on some of these things. In the end, we are all asked to compromise. We are talked about compromising, how we're all going to have to be able to pitch in, and we are looking at a gap of hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm still not sure exactly how many hundreds. It seems to change, but we're looking at, a gap of hundreds of millions of dollars. And this seems to be a very reasonable compromise of simply not expanding the program at this time, facing these deficits, in also acknowledging that pretty much every other department and agency and program is going to get a cut. We are going to ask, to have to cut their budgets. We're not asking for a cut. We're asking to maintain what there is now. And as I said, given the climate, this seems to be incredibly reasonable. As I said, we all need to be compromised. I'm told I need to compromise. I think that goes both ways. And I think maintaining the program as it is now in this year, given the light of the public support of maintaining or opposition to the vouchers and maintaining some kind of reasonable guidelines around the program, organizations, the Granite State taxpayers, with the Honorable Neil Kirk speaking in their favor, all of these people are suggesting we maintain the program where it is. And for the life of me, I just don't see why that is anything like a problem when we're facing hundreds of millions of dollars in debt and asking other agencies to take serious cuts to their programs. Thank you.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First of all, I want to apologize for the numbers I gave you yesterday about where you are correct, Representative Murray. I misread the ballot, and so I apologize for that. No problem. My bad. Second comment just regarding Representative Representative Kirk and Granite State taxpayers. Although that letter came out under their logo, it was not approved by the board of directors. And in fact, Representative Kirk resigned subsequent to his putting out that letter. So I just put that out there. I do understand Representative Kirk's position, and you're absolutely right about it. But I don't believe it's the position of the Granite State taxpayers in toto. Any other discussion over here? No? Any discussion over here? No? All right. Do we need a roll call or a show of hands?
Well, I think you may need a second on the amendment, so I'm going to go ahead and move.
Actually, in fact, I meant to have, look, she didn't even make it first, which is fine. But I have a question about this. Do we need to do first of all, move the OTP and then move in the amendment? How does this work in division?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. You'd
So
treat
I'll
it just
call
like
on-
how you wouldn't
Then,
line it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to make an OTP motion for HB 115. Thank you.
A second? Okay. Now, Representative Bean. And now I recognize Representative Murray.
I'm sorry? Are you recognizing me for?
Do we want to move the
Don't we have to vote on the OTP first or no?
No.
Okay.
We can't vote
All
on it.
right, I move. Okay.
I would hit the gavel, we'd be done.
But so true. I move to accept Amendment 1114 to HB 115.
And I will second that.
Okay, now we got the right procedure in place. I'm learning here very slowly. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would.
Phillips.
So I've been thinking about, the implications of 115 if it were to pass as written and be signed into law. And, New Hampshire voters elected the Republican majority in our House because the voters believed that yours was the party of fiscal responsibility. In a large part of that decision making is based on this decision. So, of this idea that, Republicans are fiscally responsible. But I think it's very clear a universal EFA program is anything but responsible. But it could absolutely be described as fiscal because it has a very hefty price tag. So I can't fathom in a year of such a desperate budget, crisis that we're under, that we would cut existing programs and services relied upon by the hardworking citizens of our state on an everyday basis in exchange for a millionaire's giveaway. And that's what this is. Because there are no guardrails in place to ensure that the richest among us are not going to benefit from this free giveaway. So, New Hampshire voters elected you and your leadership, and I'm not hearing a plan of how this is a good stewardship of public dollars. I'm not hearing about, knowing the information about how these audits of the EFA program have come out. I'm not hearing about new compliance and new reporting and new data gathering and new data sharing or ownership by the state of New Hampshire of this data. I'm not hearing about, if the trends are to be believed, I'm not hearing about how the state is planning for the overages that have continued to happen year after year under this program. There's no contingency planning. If this does go over, the anticipated fiscal cost, what is your leadership's plan to prepare us in our state for dealing with a huge budget crisis that's even worse than the one we're facing now? And I'm not hearing your plan to ensure New Hampshire taxpayers are not going to see a continued property tax increase due to the continuing downshifting of costs that are going to result from this program to continue to support our other schools. So, it's a glaring omission from this plan to be fiscally responsible and to determine how you're going to meet future budget shortfalls. So I just think at the very least, taxpayers should be hearing your plan, and that's not built into the underlying bill. And so, I would encourage, if it is true that, your party is fiscally responsible, I would really encourage you to pump the brakes and find, actual evidence-based guardrails for this program instead of a runaway expansion. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I wanted to say about this program before we vote.
Representative Weiler, Chairman Weiler.
Thank you. There was a piece last week from Josiah Bartlett Center, and they usually do careful work, saying that this actually, the education freedom accounts actually save money because we're spending $20,000 a student, most of it from property taxes, granted, and plus probably all things over added up would be over $7,000 by the state per student. Whereas many of the parents who are sending this child or asking for education freedom account are paying property taxes that are about equal to what that education freedom account is anyway. So it isn't like, they're getting off scot-free and walking away. They're paying pretty good taxes as well. So finally, some of these taxes are being properly recovered for them to use for the education of their child because they don't like the public schools. And this is a fairly small percentage of parents that, because they have to make quite a sacrifice to do this, because now they have to provide the transportation or something else and buy the books and so on for the child and make sure the child does something. Because if they're disappointed in the public schools, they've got to take a lot more responsibility than they had previously. So from what I'm hearing from the teachers, they are always getting scolded by parents for their child's poor performance. And, you know, the parents should do more about it, but they don't. So some parents will take this step, but that's a very small group compared with the 150,000 that are enrolled. So I'm supporting 115 without this amendment. I don't think this is necessary. Thank you.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just gonna say two very quick things. First, I've never thought of educational expenses by the state to be a giveaway to anyone. I think everybody has a right to receive support for an adequate education, and I don't think that EFA funds are a giveaway any more than I think that the money spent on public schools are giveaways to the people living in those towns. Second, people of New Hampshire can look at the history of every budget passed by the Republicans and compare it with every budget passed when the Republicans were in a minority. And I'm pretty sure that they will be comfortable in figuring out which budgets are more fiscally responsible than others. Thank you.
Representative Luna.
Thanks very much. Since it was referenced, the Josiah Bartlett analysis doesn't even pass the red face test. The program, when it started, I think had an income eligibility cap of 300%. During that time, it cost the state, I believe it was around $14 million a year for students that were eligible for vouchers under that income cap. When that went from 300% to 350% of the federal poverty guideline, that amount more than doubled, went from 14 million to 30 million in the current year. So to think somehow it's going to go down, as has been suggested by the Josiah Bartlett Center, or go up by only about $5 million, doesn't even come close to passing the red face test. Again, it all comes down to the assumptions that were used, and when the assumptions are that there's a low take-up rate are extended over the entire population of school-age kids, it's just not true. It is a low take-up rate when it comes to the kids that are in public schools, but it's a very high take-up rate. Not 100%, but very high among students who are not attending public schools. So along with those numbers, you can also calculate the savings to local property taxpayers. So the fact that it's not very popular, very low take-up rate among kids that are attending public schools, it's not saving the taxpayers any money at all. In fact, it's costing the state a significant amount of money, not saving any local taxpayers. And what I'm hearing from my constituents, and I hear from people all across the Granite State, are please do something about our property taxes. And this program doesn't do that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay. I'll repose my question. Show of hands, okay?
I'd say for the amendment, sure, and then do a roll call for the final
underlying bill?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're ready, Madam Clerk. All right. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. 3. And all those opposed to the amendment? 5. All set? So the motion on the floor is OTP. Any further discussion? Okay. When you're ready, Madam Clerk, call the roll. Yeah, that was it.
HB 115-FN. Representative Popovich.
Yes.
Representative Dean.
Yes.
DeRoy, yes. Chair Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative.
No.
Luno. No.
See what we got now. Yes. Yeah. Good. Okay. So with that behind us,
We'll now move to Division 2 and recognize Representative Erf to introduce the Division 2 bills.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will look first to Representative Popovich for a motion on HB 115 relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account Program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to OTP Bill HB 115 FN.
Second. All right.
You want to speak to your motion?
I will very briefly say thank you that if you look at the legislative history, it is clear that from the beginning this was not a program that was meant to be means tested. Compromises were made at the beginning, and we've been working to return to the original intent of the program. This bill does achieve that in the most fiscally responsible way we could find. Thank you.
Further discussions from committee members. Representative Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will oppose this OPT motion. Beginning with a public hearing for this program on January 18th, 3,253 people registered in their opposition to the program, while only 770 people expressed support. At the Finance Committee public hearing, scores of people came out to speak against the program. Not one that I recall, I could be wrong, spoke in favor. I've received hundreds of emails in opposition to this program, and I know many of you have as well. I received one single email in support of the program. Our taxpayers and our constituents have issued statements through their town meeting processes protesting the expansion of this program. Back in 2022, the original estimate for the program was around $300,000. The cost of the program was over $14 million. The following year, the program cost around $22 million. This year, the cost is more like $28 million. By removing the cap to this program, the most reliable estimates show that the cost of the expansion could reach anywhere from $60 to $100 million. Many of these vouchers, in my view, are nothing more than taxpayer-funded grants to people who are wealthy enough to already send their children to public school. Many others go to families whose children have never set foot in a public school and cannot know whether the public school system is for their child or not. Further, we have no standardized assessment as to how well or how poorly these children are faring. There is no accountability. At the time when we are cutting virtually every other program in the state, this is not the time to expand a program that is so costly, so unpopular, except within a very small community of people, and lacks even the most basic of guardrails. We are here to be good stewards of our people's money. In a year when we are facing not even an efficiency budget, but a starvation budget, when every agency and every department is being cut, it is egregious in my mind that we are considering expanding such an expensive and unpopular program. For those reasons, I will be voting against the OTP. Thank you.
Further discussion from committee members. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 115 FN.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seward.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tuloski.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
14 to 11.
Vote being 14-11, the motion of ought to pass is adopted. Will there be a minority report? Who will write it?
Representative Murray. Okay.
I will, thank you.
Popovich, you'll do the, yes, okay.
Okay. All right, and I guess, has this got money in it?
Yes.
Doesn't go on the regular calendar.
It's already on.
All right.
Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 115 FN, an act relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account program. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Daniel Propovici Mueller for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kate Murray for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the OTP motion of HB 115. We have seen across the state widespread disapproval of this EFA program. Beginning with the public hearing on the program of January 18th of this year, 3,253 people registered their opposition, while only 770 people expressed support. At the Finance Committee public hearing, scores of people came out to speak against the program. Not one that I recall spoke in favor. I've received hundreds of emails in opposition to this program, and I know you have as well. I did receive one single email in support. Our taxpayers and our constituents issued statements through their town meeting processes protesting the expansion of the program, numbering well over a dozen at this point, more still coming in. Back in 2022, when this body voted to fund this program, it did so based on an estimated cost of $300,000. The cost of the program was over $14 million. The following year, the program cost $22 million. This year, the cost is more like $28 million. By removing the eligibility cap to this program, the most reliable estimates show that the cost of the expansion could reach anywhere from $60 million to $100 million. Somehow this program that was only supposed to cost $300,000 has ballooned into something 200 times as much in 3 years. Clearly, attention must be paid. Many of these vouchers are nothing more than taxpayer-funded grants to people who are already wealthy enough to send their children to a private school. Others go to families whose children have never set foot in a public school and cannot know whether the public school system is or is not for their child. Further, we have no standardized testing assessment to determine how well or how poorly these children are doing, or these children are being educated. At a time when we are cutting virtually every program in the state, this is not the time to expand a program that is so costly and so unpopular, except within a very small community of people, and lacks even the most basic elements of accountability. We are here to be good stewards of the people's money. In a year when we are facing not even an efficiency budget, but a starvation budget, when every agency and every department is being cut, it is egregious that we are considering expanding such an expensive and unpopular program. I ask that we show fiscal responsibility and we listen to our constituents and vote against the OTP motion. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, and we request a roll call vote, please.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 115 has been approved by the Education Funding Committee, Division 2, the Finance Committee, and this body. On March 14th, we voted House Bill 115 ought to pass by more than a dozen votes. Let's do it again. After all, the EFA program has already saved taxpayers more than $266 million.
House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 86% of parents support school choice. And most importantly, students should never be turned away from education options because of their zip code or their ability to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage all of you to vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Representative Kate Murray has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a majority committee report of how to pass on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Eileen Kelly for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this budget proposes significant changes to the school voucher program by first increasing the income eligibility threshold for participants in fiscal year 2026 and eliminating income criteria entirely in fiscal year 2027. And if I know that the fiscal impact of this bill is indeterminable, as it is expected to greatly increase the number of students accessing the school voucher program and could cost the state between $60 to $120 million, according to a Reach or Higher New Hampshire analysis. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that across the state at town meetings this March, numerous towns passed warrant articles urging the legislature to reject a school voucher program that uses taxpayer dollars to fund private and religious schools, diverting millions of taxpayer dollars away from public schools at a time when the state's decrease in revenue is resulting in devastating costs to necessary state services. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if you know, and I think you might on this one, that I have been waiting 26 years to finally deliver my very own PI, then please vote no and press the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we all want what's best for our children's education and that their local public school might not be meeting their educational needs, if I know that our Education Freedom Account program has won awards as the best administered choice program in the country, if I know that this bill provides an increase in the family income cap in year 1 and is available to all New Hampshire school-age children regardless of income in year 2, just like public schools, and finally, if I know it's for the children, would I press the green button?
The motion before us is the majority committee report of how to pass on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Because you were accused on the bill. Representative Petternell. Representative Weber.
The member needs to be in his seat.
Do you need to change your vote?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 188 voting yea, 181 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Representative Katab and Litchfield declared a conflict and recused themselves from the vote.
And we will move right into House Bill 115. And let's see, the prime sponsor is Representative McDonnell.
Good morning, honorable senators. I am Valerie McDonnell, representing Rockingham 25, which consists of my friends and neighbors in my hometown of Salem, New Hampshire. First, thank you for the proactive steps this committee and the Senate as a whole have taken to support school choice. Knowing you've already listened to a related lame fee public hearing, I will not focus on how the EFA program benefits everyone, from students to taxpayers. Your affirmative vote on Senate Bill 295 shows that you already know. As a co-sponsor of Senate Bill 295, I greatly appreciate that, especially the work of Vice Chair Sullivan. Thank you. However, as the prime sponsor of today's bill, House Bill 115, and after speaking with several stakeholders, I am asserting that House Bill 115 is the preferred bill to move forward, and today I will speak about the reasons why. The key distinction is that House Bill 115 enacts a truly universal program beginning in fiscal year 2027. In fiscal year 2026, the maximum eligible income increases to 400% of the federal poverty guidelines. Personally, I look forward to the day when no child is turned away from an education option that best meets their needs. Unfortunately, under Senate Bill 295 as amended, children would still be turned away, not because of their parents' income, but because their parents did not fill out the application as soon as other parents. How is that the fault of the child? It's not. That's assuming the program would accept students on a first-come, first-served basis, which the amended Senate bill leaves unclear. Currently, the EFA program has rolling admissions so that students can be accommodated throughout the school year. However, Senate Bill 295 would likely force students to suffer for the remainder of the school year before being granted an EFA for the next school year. How is this fair to the child? It's not. In my written testimony, I've included a side-by-side comparison of both bills for your reference, and for these reasons, I humbly ask for your support of House Bill 115 FN. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions by the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
No.
Go for it. Oh, well, you're gonna go
Sorry,
first?
we were just trying
Yes.
to get our hands up next to
Okay,
each other.
okay.
Yes.
Senator Altschuler.
I didn't want to step on toes. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative McDonald. So I'm looking at the fiscal note, and we know. I mean, I am going to assume that you're aware of the lawsuits that are pending right now, and that there is currently a judgment that I'm looking at the end of the first page of the fiscal note, where the approximation of our eligibility is 4,419, and we know from the first lawsuit that that number is inadequate, and we're in an appeals process right now. So the fiscal note on this is it seems like it's wildly underfunded, and that this going to universal will cost an extraordinary amount of money. So my question to you is, when you just testified that it's a I think you said popular program. Did you say pop? Was that the word?
That's not the word I used, but
So
I do
sorry.
agree
My
that it's
apologies.
popular.
My apologies. I don't want to put words in your mouth at all, but there was a praise for the program.
Correct.
Okay. So with the program being a very, very small group of students in the state who use it, and with estimations of actually being in the hundreds of millions of dollars, how do we justify this very small group of students costing the state hundreds of millions of dollars, which takes that money away from the brick and mortar neighborhood schools? How do you justify that, where 95% of the students actually go?
Right. There was a lot to unpack in that question. Beginning with the lawsuits, I believe you're referring to the Rand decision and the Claremont decision. Those decisions are about school funding as a whole, not particularly to the EFA program. Regarding the fiscal note was written prior to the amendment to 115, so this is looking at universal in fiscal year 2026. The bill as amended looks at that in 2027, just increasing the cap for fiscal year 2026. But using the figure you had cited, $4,419, that's assuming because these would be higher income families, so it would be a lower percent that they would be eligible for.
Yeah, right.
And regarding the number of students in public schools, I agree with the New Hampshire Constitution, as I know we all do. We need to cherish education and cherish the students that are in those public schools as well. A number of EFA participants remain in public schools, whether it be a different public school than they were assigned by their zip code or whether it be a public charter school. So I agree that we definitely need to care for all of our students, but not all of our students fit the mold of that public school system. Perhaps a lot of these students have different special needs, special abilities, and so the EFA program is tailored to those students that, you're right, they might be the minority, but they shouldn't fall for the cracks, and that's why I support this program. I hope that answers the question.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Okay, one follow-up.
So I'd like to follow up on, you just made mention of special needs. Just want to clarify that you're aware that when a student who has special education needs enters into an EFA program, they relinquish all of their rights to the IDEA.
Yes, I understand that the parent signs a waiver of those rights, and any good parent would not sign away rights unless they knew what they were absolutely doing, and there is counseling beforehand to make sure that that happens. And I would imagine if a parent is doing that, they realize the needs of their child are better met in this different setting. I know a number of our public charter schools, for example, are tailored to special education. So this is just another option for parents, and it's their choice if they choose to sign a waiver of their rights. That's simply the parent's choice, and this program recognizes that.
Senator Prentice?
Thanks. This is what happens when this is what happens when you're short and have T-Rex arms. Thank you for taking my my question. And I don't know if it's so much a question statement, but so the way I understand this, there are, after June 2026, there's no more threshold for income, but this is truly universal, meaning that there are no checks and balances on this program.
I would agree with the first sentence. This would be truly universal. With the checks and balances, I disagree. There would be checks and balances in the sense that the program is fully accountable. There's an application known as Class Wallet that verifies every transaction a family makes before they make it, only from approved vendors and for approved items. And first of all, I don't believe it has been stated that the grant for an EFA is not given to a family all at once. It's divided throughout the year. So a family never has, the 4,419 or whatever figure it would be, depending on their income, all at once. It's broken up into periods of the year. So there's increased accountability. It's not like it all just disappears. And any excess revenue is remitted back to the scholarship fund for reapplication if their family does not use all of the funds. That has happened a few times as well.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up.
One follow-up.
Thank you, Senator Ward. And thank you, Representative Ford. So as a follow-up on that, do you know how many of the current group of students that are in this program have not spent their full class wallet?
I do not know the number off the top of my head. Perhaps other people who testify can check to that. I know it's administered by the Children's Scholarship Fund, which is fully audited, and their audit's available on their website for anyone to look at.
Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We will disagree about which is the better bill, but I hope that they both get passed so that we can duke it out in a friendly way at committee of conference. Just one clarification: the families do not receive the funds. The scholarship fund receives the funds. The parent, the families submit an invoice for reimbursement. Right. So if your child goes to a private school, you get an invoice that you send to Children's Scholarship Fund through Class Wallet. They determine if that invoice will be paid, and then that is paid to the school. So the parent doesn't actually receive that fund. It's reimbursement to the school. So I just wanted to clarify that. But as far as the financials on this, the Josiah Bartlett Center did a deep dive into the financials on this. So it comes down to $20 million for the first 2 years.
Mhm.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, and thank you for the clarification. I really commend the Bartlett Center for the work they've done, and they've looked at the differences in the take-up rates. I know a number of outside organizations have assumed there'd be 100% take-up rate when we have no reason to believe that. Thank you as well for the clarification that I may have misspoke. The money does not go directly to the family. Everything's monitored through the scholarship fund, and that's what really sets the EFA program apart from a number of voucher programs you might see in other states. And I can't underscore enough that this is not a voucher program. So thank you again, Senator Sullivan, for your assistance.
Thank you.
We have a lot of people wanting to speak, so we'll give Senator Altshuler one more question and Senator Prentice
Just
one more question.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there might be a little bit of confusion about your understanding of the EFA program. Are you aware, contrary to what you just stated, that when a family does not use their EFA money, it does not go back into the EFA program. They keep it. It rolls over quarter to quarter, year to year, and they can bank that money. Are you aware that that is actually how the program runs?
I believe there may be some confusion. That is not my understanding of the program. If I'm incorrect, then I'd love to tell me that after, but I do not believe I'm incorrect.
I can tell you now, that's how the program works. Like, that's how it is in law.
All right. Well, thank you anyway.
Senator Prentice?
But thank you, Chair Ward, and once again, thank you for taking my question. So, at the risk of providing a very brief history lesson, very brief, the first year that I was here, we passed the very first EFA program, and it was focused on lower income families without any eligibility verification, but the purpose was to help lower income families access other educational opportunities when a public school situation did not fit for them. So the way this universal program, as I see it, is written, is a family of any means, including those who could afford to move their children or a private education, would be able to take advantage of this. So why are we now opening this to everyone when we started with protecting lower income families? Whether I agreed with it or not, that's where we were. But now, essentially, if I'm reading this correctly, you could be of means. You could be, a family that, has a combined income of $500,000, $600,000 a year, and you could still access this.
Thank you for the question, and I do understand that concern. It's been shared by a number of people from your caucus. However, we really do not expect there to be a take-up rate that high to include, because people of that income, they already have the means for choice. What we're looking at is the middle income families that do not have those means or are not included by the program. I don't think that higher income families that could have easily afforded this would be chasing every receipt for the scholarship fund to make sure every transaction. It would be too much of a burden on the family. It wouldn't make any sense. The families that are in this program, a lot of them are making a significant sacrifice in terms of transportation. It's not easy to go to another school in terms that isn't there. And if I may finish answering your question, although this program began when it was, I believe, the 2021 budget and beginning the 2022 school year, yes, for lower income families. However, I don't believe it's the child's fault. I can tell you with certainty, it's not up to the child and the income of their parents or the zip code their parents choose to live in. And with the Senate bill version, what time their parents apply, none of that's up to the child. And I just want to include fair opportunities for every child to get their educational needs met. That's what 115 is about. That's what the EFA program is about. And that's why I ask you to support this bill. I understand your difference of opinion, but I still ask for your support. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan has one more question.
Thank you. And just for clarification, so it does roll over if you're still in the program to help with the costs. You don't, people don't pocket that money. And if your child graduates and still has money left over, it does go back to the scholarship fund. Furthermore, are you aware that even wealthy families are able to use public schools at a cost of $24,000 a year, and with the EFAs, they would only be using $5,000 a year of taxpayer money?
Yes, I am. Thank you. We do not means test for public schools, regardless of the family's income. The same family you had mentioned with a $500,000 income, Senator Prentice, would still be eligible to attend a public school. And so I believe they should be able to attend a school of their choice as well. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we have a lot of people who like to testify, and I'm going to have to limit each testify to 3 minutes.
Want me to run the clock for you?
That would be great. So the first one is Sandra Cannon. So if you have things written down, give us a summary, or just say, don't need to speak, I have a written down testimony, and we can get copies.
Make sure we all have it.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a little concerned with the 3-minute limitation. I strongly oppose Bill 115, which removes the cap on income eligibility requirements for education freedom accounts. Many people oppose this bill because it helps the wealthy who can already afford private schools for their children. I agree with this. However, there are many other reasons this bill should not become law. The Children's Scholarship Fund is contracted to administer the EFA program. This organization does not have to comply with right to know laws and has refused to do so. So as a taxpayer, I have no idea how my money is being spent or what it is being spent on. My next statement has to do with the EFAs are being used for religious schools, and RSA 19440 enacted in 2021 prohibits public schools from teaching one's person, creed, or religion. It is inherently superior. I know this is being challenged in court because it's vague, but should be a separation. There has been a separation of church and state. Charter schools were not allowed to be religious schools. Now we are letting taxpayer dollars go to a religious education, which is against my freedom of how my taxpayer dollars are spent. So even though the EFA statute claims it fosters freedom, how can it be based on freedom since it finances religious education? So it compels taxpayers to subsidize religious teaching, with which they disagree, and restricts their freedom. Let's move on. In a public school, there's 2 requirements for someone to be considered a special education needs student or to have an IEP. One is they need a diagnosis, and 2, they go through immense testing to determine if that diagnosis affects their education. Okay? For the EFA standards, All they need is a diagnosis. They don't need to go through any testing to see how it affects them. Public schools have what's called a 504, which now goes, and these kids that may have ADHD or some other diagnosis now get a 504, and that 504 could be sitting in the front of the classroom, getting frequent check-ins during school, and other things that occur. They do not get an IEP, which means they do not get that extra money.
25 seconds.
Okay. There's so much more to say on this. There was a bill, Senate Bill 203, that was supposed to close the loopholes in the vouchers. That got inexpedient to legislate. That's something that really does need to happen. And lastly, the state budget over the past few years has been good to wealthy by eliminating interest and dividends, and has been good to businesses with cuts to business profits and enterprise tax. The state has done nothing for the homeowner when it comes to property taxes. I encourage you to table Senate Bill 115 at this time. Money is tight. Rules that
Time is
apply to
up.
public education should apply to private education when taxpayer dollars are used, and the state should be administering EFAs so taxpayer dollars are accounted
Your
for.
time is up. Do you want us to take a copy of your testimony so you can have the whole thing?
You may have a copy of it. I did email it to everybody.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just one question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you, you said that the financials weren't available. Are you aware that on the website for the Children's Scholarship Fund, they have a whole page of financials, including their 990 return to the IRS?
Yes, I have been told that that's out there, but I have also been told and have read on numerous occasions that they have refused to comply with the right to know laws.
Any others? Thank you very much. Terry Ellen Carter. Terry Ellen Carter.
Terry Ellen Carter, you're up.
Good morning. My name is Terry Ellen Carter.
And you have 3 minutes.
Starting when? All right. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. This has been a surreal, unreal, down the rabbit hole budget season. Schools are being assailed from all angles, asking teachers to do more with the same amount or less, restrictions on curricula, all over the place. But there's one variable in any budget, and that is means testing. The point was made shortly before that there was no means testing, and the euphemistically named EFA program was focused on lower income families. So that's means testing. Currently, access to the New Hampshire school lunch program requires rigorous analysis of the income of an economic unit comprised of related or unrelated family members. There's way more to that, of course, but the upshot of it is so that families who need help, and only families that need help, get the help. So that's school lunch, and that's means testing. On the other hand, House Bill 115 FN will provide a free handout of thousands of dollars to any parent with a school-age child. This means that these children can go to private schools, religious schools, maybe no school at all. And I'll just say homeschool is an interesting concept, isn't it? So HB 115 takes away any income restrictions for the vouchers. Oh, excuse me, the EFA grants, not vouchers. These monies are processed through an NGO with very little accountability, and then the money ultimately gets paid to who? We don't know because there's no accountability. If enacted, all the wealthy immigrants who came to New Hampshire from out of state so they could avoid paying income tax, so that they will not even have to pay interest and dividends tax anymore, all these wealthy people can take a cash handout with no means testing. School lunch costs $2.75 a day. That's $475 a year. There is rigorous means testing in place to make sure that that $475 isn't given away to somebody who doesn't need it. But there is zero means testing. It's an unrestricted cash handout of over $4,000 a year. Thank you. But that's really it. It's an unrestricted handout, $4,000 a year, no means tested, compared to $2.75 peanut butter jelly sandwich, means tested. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none.
You
Thank
represent family members of mine.
Thank you very much. Nancy Brennan? Nancy Brennan?
Hi, sorry, it's hard to hear out there. And oops, we have our phones on. We're a minute behind, so we don't get it. My name is Nancy Brennan. Thank you very much for taking my testimony. I live in Ware, and although I usually prepare testimony with all kinds of footnotes and those kinds of things, today I'm just going to talk to you from the heart as a small town public school educator. And what I've seen happen in my town overall, a bill like this is another way that my town is being hurt. I live in Ware. We struggle every year to get our budget passed. A lot of the income and dividends, those have all been pulled back, so that's less money for my town. And a bill like this, I feel, is going to hurt our budget. And I also feel as though, for all the reasons that you have heard, that you will hear, that I've heard for the last couple of years, this isn't a program that we should be supporting, because it really isn't about choice. We say choice, but it really isn't about choice. If I have a disabled kid and the school says, no, you signed off, we don't have to help them, then my kid doesn't get the choice they want. If I have an LGBTQ kid, and if you look at all the schools that say don't even apply if you're gay, then even though that may have a great football team or music program and I want my kid to go there, they're not going to let my kid go there. So I don't quite understand the choice part of it. In all the years that I've been talking about and listening about this, since the very beginning, which I will remind you, it did not pass the House and Senate. It was attached to the budget. And so it didn't have to go through this scrutiny. Nobody has ever been able to explain to me how it's really choice, when not all kids get choice. Even the kid who their parents want to do it, they want to take that money, but they don't then have enough money to fill in the gap to really send their kid. And so that's one of my big problems with this. The other is that I do not feel there's the same kind of an accountability. I mean, we listen to Commissioner Edelblut. I'm sorry.
I'm just letting you know it's 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. But we've seen a lot of things that undermine public education, and 30 seconds isn't enough to list them all. So I will just say that combination, I feel, really hurts our towns and public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee members?
I have one.
Senator Sullivan and Senator Prentice?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You said something that was very concerning to me. You said that there are schools that advertise don't apply here if you are LGBT. Can you tell me which schools those are?
You know, I apologize, and maybe I can send it to you, but I had that list for the legislature in case I was asked. I didn't bring it today. I just wanted to talk from the heart. But there are, and I will be happy to send them to you, because
thank you.
There definitely are.
Thank you. Senator Prentice?
Thank you, Senator Ward. Nancy, thank you for taking my question. So you said you're a small town educator out in Ware. Do you know how much it costs to educate a student in Ware per student?
Again, I didn't bring that, but I know it's, 20-something thousand.
Okay. Follow up. So we're talking about $4,000 scholarship, but there's still, we move that aside and say there's still an amount that's somewhere between, let's say, $15,000 and $20,000 that it costs the school district. When that child leaves and multiple children leave to go someplace else, what happens to those costs?
Well, if we lose, and you know, the other part of it is, of course, most of these kids aren't leaving. We know that with this program, right? We can all agree that most of the kids getting the money are already gone. But if we were to, say, lose 3 kids from each classroom suddenly because of this, it's not less heat. It's not less money to pay teachers, or coaches, or or buses. Maybe they'd save a little gas if all those kids in my town were way the heck out some of these places. So I don't see that happening. Plus, we have the what is the big fund that pays for this now? Sorry, I have old chemo. The Educational Trust Fund, that money used to go more to the schools, and that's where that money goes to. Now, I would like to see that money go to the schools. I mean, there was a Representative Luno asked at the last big legislative hearing that money go to the 93 property poor towns, and then it would help a lot more kids. It didn't pass, but I would rather see things like that happen than to give it to a few kids with not the kind of accountability that we're expected to have as teachers. And in terms of the 4,000, it can be more. And in terms of special ed, of course, we have a very rigorous special ed way that kids get the extra special ed money in our town. But if you have an EFA, you don't have to go through that. You can actually get somebody from anywhere in the country to sign a document saying that that child deserves special ed. And then from what I read, and I could be wrong, but from what I read, you don't have to spend that extra $2,500 on a special ed tutor. You can say, my kid who is special needs would benefit from horseback riding. And I know kids like that. I have a friend whose child is very special needs, and they send her to, so you don't have to really spend it on special needs. And that's another problem, considering the rigorous way we look at special ed in the public schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Thorne. Welcome.
Good morning.
3 minutes. And if you have things written down, let us have it so you can summarize your testimony.
Thank you. I'll be brief. My name is Sarah Thorne, and I live in Holderness. I am very proud to be a retired public school teacher. I taught high school science for many years. I'm here to urge you very urgently to oppose this bill. Our public schools have been put upon and taxed and debilitated by the downshifting of so much need from the state budget to the local budgets. And I'm very concerned that this so-called education freedom account system is not free. It is certainly not fair. In my teaching career and my 35 years going to town and school meetings, this kind of burden that's undefined in fiscal impact is tearing our communities apart. And I hope that you will not be the legislature that will allow so-called universal eligibility to take effect. We have no idea where this is leading us. I think that the current 350% wealth limit is high enough already. Let's stop. Let's assess very carefully. For all the reasons that people before me have stated, this is a really bad idea. But I want to add one more thing. I raised 2 children here. They are now around 30, looking at where to settle after getting their educations. they have to ask themselves, is New Hampshire a place where I want to invest myself and raise my family? A bill like this is making them pause. They do not see this as the kind of community and future that they want for their families. And they may go somewhere else. New Hampshire needs to invest in its schools, invest in fair funding, and invest in our economic future.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you. Wait a minute. There may be some questions from committee members. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Ward. Janet Ward.
Good morning.
And again, if you have written testimonies, please summarize it.
I have written a testimony, but my testimony is brief. My name is Janet Ward. I am the Vice President of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, a nonpartisan organization. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you. In 2017, the newly appointed Commissioner of Education, Frank Edelblut, was invited to address the annual meeting of New Hampshire's League of Women Voters. During the question and answer period following his talk, I asked the commissioner, "What do you see as the role of public schools in our democracy?" Commissioner Edelblut said many things, but he did not answer that question. At the close of an hour-long conversation in 2019, the commissioner told me that he believed that, and I quote, "public dollars should pay for private education," and that I did not believe this. He was correct. I believe what Thomas Jefferson and other founding fathers believed, that participation in a democracy, a form of government which respects the divergent views of its citizens, requires an educated populace. This is why public schools were established. All of us present here today recognize that New Hampshire's school voucher program takes tax dollars from taxpayers like myself and requires that I give these dollars to parents or guardians to pay for the private, religious, or homeschooling of their children. Applicants for New Hampshire vouchers apply to a private organization, the Children's Scholarship Fund, which screens applicants and presumably ensures that all monies are properly spent. The New Hampshire Legislative Budget Assistant, or LBA, is required by statute to do a performance audit of New Hampshire's school voucher program. But the LBA is unable to do this because it has not been given access to all the information needed. Once school vouchers consisting of New Hampshire taxpayer dollars are awarded, taxpayers do not have any appreciable oversight on how their tax dollars are being spent. Unlike taxes provided to our public schools locally, the money taken from us as voucher dollars disappears from taxpayer oversight. This constitutes taxation without representation, one of the key reasons why the original 13 colonies revolted against Great Britain. I believe a citizen's revolt against school vouchers should and eventually will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee members? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You delved into the history of public education a bit. So I just want to ask you, are you aware that the first public schools were actually Protestant schools and that they were only when Catholic immigrants came here, that they were forced into their own schools because they didn't want to share the Protestant Bible, they wanted their own?
Yes, and are you aware of Noah Feldman's book about that very point? And are you aware that I invited Noah Feldman to come to New Hampshire to speak to that point? And yes, indeed, that was the case. But over time, we've gotten to a different place. And I can speak for my own Hopkinton School District. if I have any questions, I can go directly to the superintendent, the principals. I can ask permission to speak to teachers and students. I can attend school board meetings. I have attended the State Board of Education meetings. So if I want to know something about our schools, I can find out. But the money that I've been required to pay into the school voucher system disappears. I know a few families whose children have taken advantage of this. By the way, those families could well afford the tuition at those schools. So I agree with previous speakers. As I speak, everyone in this room knows that there are lots of families with the means to pay for private school and homeschooling. They don't need this tax money from me or anyone else. So it is a political statement, in my judgment, to try to universalize school vouchers. And forgive me for saying this, but there is an approach to legislation on the part of some who believe that free state policies are the ones that should be followed. And I personally believe very strongly in individual freedom. And in our democracy, as it used to be, that was respected. As we sit here today, things are happening that make me fear for the very foundation of our democracy and the individual freedoms that we now exercise. So I'm here because no matter how it's spun or how it's labeled, House Bill 115 FN is an expansion of school vouchers and of taxation without representation.
Thank you. The next is Patty Long.
Oh, me. I would like you to hand these out while I'm speaking, and then this is my testimony, but I would like them to have a copy of that. No, those are mine. Those are mine. Excuse me. Those are mine. So they need that while I'm actually speaking. So, hello.
Hello there.
Hi. So, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the committee of the Education Committee. That's what we're here about, education. So, most of you know me. I have testified at every single one of these hearings. I have spoken to Senator Ward. I am Patty Long. I am the person that I've spoken to on the telephone. I have met with Senator Altshuler, and I have come here many days to the point people think I work at the State House. I am so concerned about this bill. And the reason why today I come not for myself, I come for the 3,000 people that signed up and opposed this bill and were unable to come. I have my testimony here, but what I want you to see, Senator Sullivan, what you described of how the education freedom accounts work is exactly how I thought they worked. I thought a family got $5,200 and they were able to use those funds to use for their school of their choice. And there was an income level. So I have done so much research, and in front of you that everybody refers to the accountability of the Children's Scholarship Fund. In front of you is from the website for 2022 to 2023. And it has highlighted all the expenditures that have been spent in that year. I have called the Children's Scholarship Fund numerous times. I've spoken to Kate Baker Demers. I have not been able to get the updated version of this. What I would like you all to go to is, I want you to turn to page 19. These funds do roll over. They do not go back to the taxpayers. When you look at the bottom, this is for tuition and fees for summer education programs and specialized education programs, not to be confused with special ed programs, which I thought it was. Now I want you to look through what I have done. I have highlighted, I have done research, I have called these places. I have called a piano place where a student actually bought a piano. They do not have piano lessons.
45 seconds left.
Okay, so my most important point I want to make, I want you to look at page 21. At the bottom, one student spent $3,285 on a dance academy during the summer. I thought this was an education freedom account. So if she got 5,200 or if he got 5,200, where is the money that we are giving to them for their education? Now, maybe they're going to be a dance ballerina. This is extremely concerning. There's an urgency here. And I have met and I've emailed Governor Ayotte numerous times and spoken to so many people to remove the cap from this program will bankrupt our state when we are defunding Medicare, our colleges, our disabled people. We are taking from the poorest of the poor and giving it to the rich.
Your time is up.
And that is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
Thank you for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Long, for your research and your testimony. So, are you asserting that the public has been given information that the EFAs are to be used for, people assume, or like you said, you assumed that they're used for educational programming. So if a student is not taking part in their public neighborhood school, learning math and science and reading, that they would be doing that in an alternative location using the EFA money. And so I think if I heard you correctly in referring to the page 21, is your assertion that the EFA money is being used to purchase products and attend summer camps like Circus Schmirkus and buy ski passes? I see that in here. And not for learning how to read, learning algebra?
That is correct. Now,
science.
am I saying all families that use this are doing this? No. However, this is on the website. This is from the Children's Scholarship Fund. So in answer to what you're saying, yes. And I do want to give you a story. My girlfriends and I are retired. We hike, we ski, we see kids in the communities. And guess what they say? We saw a young family. We're like, what are you, not in school? No, I'm not in school because I homeschool, and they're hiking. And we said, well, why aren't you like at home doing your homeschooling? Oh, well, we can do whatever we want. And we can do, and guess what? The state gives us money so that we can buy skis. That is from the mouth of a homeschooling parent. I am so concerned about this, and I have told Senator Ward, I have not slept since January when I attended this meeting of HB 115. I did not know about this. I have done excessive research. I know more about this program than probably anybody in the legislature. I am so concerned for our state. And I am so emotional right now. And you know why I'm emotional? Because this is personal for me and for our state. Thank you, Mrs. Senator Ward, I do want to say one thing. Thank you for always listening to me and for today.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Margaret Van Valkenburg.
I have something that needs to go to everybody. I'm just going to lunch the ladies' room.
Hi, guys. I am Margaret. You can call me Peggy Van Valkenburg. I'm a retired educator of umpteen years. And
I want to start by just saying that I do believe this bill, HB 115, deserves our great attention. There are 14 Republican New Hampshire reps and senators believe that the time has come to lift that salary cap and allow households with greater than 350% of the federal poverty level to secure an EFA account yearly for each of their children not attending public schools. I really could not disagree more. Now, if the trends continue, the majority of our students that are going to take the EF dollars are already enrolled in private schools or homeschooled, and they are not public school students presently. Every dollar that is expended from our state to those EFA funds was not expended in our state before. And I wonder, are we that flush? Do we have that excess money floating around to fund them? Further, I want to talk to you a little bit more about my own personal experience as a public school educator. One of my jobs was to be very respectful of every dollar I expended. And if I was asking for a full set of microscopes, as I remember recalling doing one year in specific, I had to show proof that the purchase of those microscopes was aligned with a state standard, a national goal. It had to be aligned with exactly what I was told the kids needed to learn that year. Proof of learning, then, the follow-up part was proof of learning. I had to prove and provide evidence that, in fact, my students had learned, that the goals were achieved, the objectives were achieved, and that they understood, and that, in fact, it was a learning circle. My expenditure ended up meaning, in fact, learning. We had to validate that the expenditures I had made correlated with learning. And that's all part of my job. And that made my job really complex. Really complex. Now I have to ask about the kids who are getting EFAs and spending my tax dollars now. Are they being held accountable for those expenditures? Do they provide proof that learning has occurred?
Your time is up.
No, mine went early. You have 15 seconds left.
Oh, then add another 10. Are those students, are they tested to validate it? In fact, that the money that it was expended provided a learning experience. This important cycle has to occur. The last point I wanted to make was, in fact, a little bit about the fact that EFAs were initially made and created for parents of children that were less able or in rural areas. But I think that point has been made before. Thank you very much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks. Ann Staley.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Ann Staley and I live in Peterborough. Thanks for this format where I can speak directly to my legislators about something that I'm passionate about. And I oppose HB 115, which would take away any income threshold to qualify for EFA funding. There are many state and federal resources offered to families of less financial means, so they may have similar benefits as other families who might earn more. I approve of those benefits. Some of them include subsidized health insurance, such as Healthy Kids. Parents fill out an application to see if they qualify for financial assistance. and subsidized free and reduced lunch, and low income and moderate income housing. The proposal in HB 115 does not restrict its funds to families that earn little. It intends to provide education funds for lower income families, middle income families, high income families, and even millionaire families. I'm concerned that's not a fiscally responsible approach for my legislators to take. Why would you give money to families who can easily afford all their necessities, plus easily afford all the luxuries they desire? Why would you hand out my tax dollars to families who don't need them? Apparently, the current state budget is going to be difficult to balance. I've learned this by keeping up with articles in the press. Here are just a few examples of what I've recently learned. From the Policy Institute, January 2025. The headline reads, New Hampshire state revenue deficit widens after December tax receipts fall short. The article begins with, New Hampshire state revenues in December fell short of their target by $20.4 million. And another, New Hampshire Public Radio, 2025. Headline, Governor Ayotte announces state hiring freeze, citing budget deficit. And another, WMUR, March 2025. An estimated $80 million hole is opening up in New Hampshire's budget after the CDC announced it's eliminating grant funding the state had been counting on. Given this information, I ask you to carefully consider the most responsible way to spend taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Heather? Yes. Okay. And again, 3 minutes, and if you have it written down, summarize it.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Heather Robitaille. I am a Merrimack resident and a proud parent of a Merrimack Public School student. I am here today to voice my strong opposition to House Bill 115. This bill is not about whether or not you are in support of education freedom accounts, because as it's been stated, they already exist and are already available to New Hampshire's families at 350% of the poverty level. But this bill seeks to expand handouts to even New Hampshire's wealthiest families. I testified against this bill when it was being heard in the House and was struck by one woman's testimony in particular. This woman spoke in favor of House Bill 115 because it allowed her daughter to attend private school and take gymnastics classes. Right now, legislators like yourselves are reviewing our state budget and proposing massive cuts to New Hampshire's university systems, while public education and special education continue to be inadequately funded. To me, it seems fiscally irresponsible to propose expansions to a program that currently suffers from a lack of oversight and will cater to wealthy families. I support a family's ability to choose the best educational setting for their child or their children. However, with 86% of New Hampshire students attending public schools, adequate funding for both public and special education need to be prioritized. In my town of Merrimack, residential property valuations have skyrocketed and commercial property valuations have plummeted. This has resulted in a significantly increased burden on our residents to pay for our public school systems and fund it. I have heard from senior citizens who are concerned about their ability to continue to live in their homes because of what is happening with the way New Hampshire funds public education. We are shouldering that burden and we can't do it anymore. We have reached a breaking point and are struggling to pass our school operating budget, which serves the overwhelming majority of our children. Most residents I have spoken to, and I've spoken to many across the political spectrum, Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, do not support the expansion of EFAs. We, your constituents, are listening and watching, and most do not support this bill. We will continue to urge you to stop bills that benefit New Hampshire's wealthiest families while New Hampshire is inadequately funding public education and facing a revenue shortfall. For these reasons, I am strongly opposed to House Bill 115, and I ask you to table this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Senator Altshuler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Robitaille, for taking my question. So, if I heard you correctly, are you asserting that there are families, EFA families, who are using their EFA money for extracurricular activities,
Yes.
not for primary education activities?
Yes. One woman specifically in her public testimony called out that receiving the EFA is beneficial because her daughter is allowed to do gymnastics classes with that.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
Are you aware of any other government programs within the state of New Hampshire that fund extracurricular activities for students in K through 12?
No, I'm not at this time. And it seems to me that we shouldn't be asking senior citizens and taxpayers to fund extracurricular activities when we're not even upholding our responsibility to fund public and special education.
Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware that in traditional public schools that extracurricular activities are just part of the well-rounded education that we expect our children to have?
Yes, I absolutely am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caitlin Bernier?
Hi. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Education Committee, and thank you for listening to my testimony. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack, where I'm on the School Budget Committee, Planning and Building Committee, and a parent of two, while on a fixed income that believes in public education. I am here today in opposition of HB 115 and the negative fiscal impact it would have on public school funding at the expense of taxpayer dollars. I am not against EFAs with the income limits, as I understand that each child has different needs and some may excel in different environments. Despite what the presenting sponsor stated, the majority of your constituents are not in favor of expanding EFAs. You have heard much public testimony during the public hearing of the House side of this bill, and will continue to hear more today. I have friends who utilize the EFA program as it currently stands, and while they are grateful for the opportunities it has opened for them, they do not agree with removing the income limit. If you were to remove the income eligibility, you are further widening the gap between the poor and those of us on fixed incomes versus the wealthy. That $5,000 for EFAs isn't enough for me to afford private school for my dyslexic daughter or a proper dyslexia tutor for her, but it will get a wealthy child ski lessons or soccer or piano lessons. Meanwhile, our public schools that are educating the majority of children are losing money and held to higher expectations. What happens when the EFA student ends up going back to public schools because the child has a learning disability and private schools don't have to accept them? The answer is public schools will support them and take care of their needs, and that will come at the cost of the taxpayer and give the perception that the cost per pupil is higher. Sorry, I moved my things around. I messed myself up, sorry. The bill methodology speaks of how the impact of this bill on local expenditures is unknown, but we do know that it will hurt local public schools. It will cause an increase in the property taxes in order to provide the funding needed and further divide the haves and the have-nots. It feels sneaky that EFA funding was moved out of the Education Trust Fund and into the general fund, where it can suck up even more of our taxpayer dollars on a very small population of students. Our state should not be diverting taxpayer dollars to those who have the privilege to homeschool or afford private school when you refuse to adequately fund public and special education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any questions?
From the committee members? Seeing none,
Thank you.
Alicia Houston. Again, if you have to summarize it.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Alicia Houston of Nashua, New Hampshire, and I am speaking in support of HB 115. Imagine a world where every child has the opportunity to thrive, where their education is tailored to their unique needs, talents, and dreams. A world where parents are empowered to make the best choices for their children's educational futures. This isn't a distant dream. It's a reality that you can all make possible today. Let me share 3 compelling reasons why EFAs should be the norm for everyone. First is choice. Every child is unique. A traditional public school may work wonders for some, but others might flourish in a Montessori, a STEM-focused charter, or a homeschool environment. EFAs empower parents to choose the path that best fits their children's needs. In other states, EFA programs support over 60,000 students to have access to diverse educational options. Parents report higher satisfaction, and students are thriving in environments that nurture their potential. By making EFAs the norm for everyone, we ensure that every family, not just the wealthy, have access to a transformative choice. Second is equity. Education should be a great equalizer, but all too often it's tied to zip codes or income levels. Families with means can afford private school or moves to better school districts, while others are left with underperforming options. EFAs level the playing field. They provide families, especially those in underserved communities, with resources to access high-quality education and ensure that every child, regardless of background, has the same opportunities and probability of success. Third is accountability. Critics of EFAs often worry about oversight, but EFAs come with built-in accountability. Parents, not bureaucrats, become the stewards of their child's education, ensuring funds are spent wisely on programs that deliver results. States with EFA programs require regular audits and report to ensure transparency. The ultimate accountability lies in the outcomes. When parents have choices in schools, public, private, or otherwise, they must compete to provide the best education as possible in the public education sector. Now let's address a common concern that EFAs will harm public schools. The evidence suggests otherwise. In states with robust EFA programs, public schools often improve as they adapt to meet student needs. EFAs don't dismantle public education. They enhance it by fostering a system where all schools strive to be their best.
30 seconds.
I urge you, policymakers, educators, parents, and citizens, to champion education freedom accounts and support this bill, as opposing this bill would be a commitment to forcing all families to remain in sometimes failing public education settings. Let's build an education system that puts our children first and unlocks their potential and paves the way for a brighter, more prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ed Tarnowski.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of you this morning. My name is Ed Tarnowski. I am a Policy and Advocacy Director at EdChoice, the intellectual legacy of the economists Milton and Rose Friedman. Our mission is to advance universal educational choice and research. So today, from my understanding, there's been some talk about some costs that are based on misguided or faulty estimates on take-up rates. So we just want to talk about a report today. We conducted an analysis in conjunction with the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy with Andrew Klein. So I'm just going to talk about some of our findings today.
Talk pretty quick. You got it in.
Yes, of course.
3 minutes.
Yes.
2.5 by now.
Yes. No state has ever experienced a 100% take-up rate, and our estimates are based on real-world experience and data. and when I say take-up rate, no state with a universal program or any type of choice program has ever seen a 100% take-up rate. In Indiana, for example, year after year, only 30% of eligible private school students participate in the state's nearly universal private school choice program. Typically, for public school students, for switchers, we see take-up rates of about 1 to 2%. That's consistent with what we've seen in West Virginia, which is a program with a prior public school requirement. Based on these take-up rates, and these are of newly eligible students, we anticipate if this program were to go universal, remember the House fund is 400% in the first year, universal in the second. In the first year of public school students, we expect a rate of 0.9%. In year two, we expect a rate of 2.2% of a take-up. For private and homeschool students, we expect 19.1% in year one and 32.3% in year two. So what's the net state fiscal impact of that? What we anticipate is in year one, the cost, if you include the savings from switchers and the costs of non-switchers, we expect in year one, the cost of the state to be about $358,000, and in year two to be about $5.049 million, both of which are less than 0.1% of the total state expenditures on state services. And a note that, remember, costs of EFAs are drawn from adequate education aid from the Education Trust Fund. So expanding EFAs is not at the cost of other state services. And I want to note, too, that based on these estimates, and again, based on what we've seen in other states and what we've seen from New Hampshire in the past, Governor Ayott's proposal, which is actually just for public school students, would cover the cost of what it would cost to go fully universal for all students, or at least be in the ballpark. One more thing I want to mention is I've heard a lot of concerns today about this program disproportionately benefiting the wealthy, but this is inconsistent with the data we've seen in other states across the country. In Indiana, for example, again, a program that is nearly universal, about half of students participating come from families that are making less than $100,000, and 69% of them come from families making less than $150,000. That is all for me today. Happy to take questions.
Questions from anyone? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Oh, one? Okay.
You have to brace your own fast. Okay, Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for providing this document. I think I would like to know who funded it and what was the purpose of funding this document.
This study, so we worked with the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy on this. It's a co-branded report. And Ed Choice, our fiscal person, our director of fiscal research, is the co-author with Andrew Klein. And it was the purpose of it was to just provide a full and more accurate analysis based on what we've seen in other states for what take-up rates are most likely to be in New Hampshire. Because I know that there's been some concerns about 100% take-up rates or larger take-up rates, and it's just not consistent with what we've seen. So our purpose is just to provide people with the full picture based on what we're seeing in real world data in other states.
So I'm sorry, my question was, who funds you that funded this? Who funds this?
We have a various number of donors. I'm happy to provide to refer you to our fundraiser, but we're various number.
Okay, so you can't tell me who paid for this.
Well, it's by we're a 501c3 nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. We pay for it with our nonprofit.
Wow.
Yes.
I think I have an answer.
Nonpartisan.
Yes, could you come up and answer the question?
Yeah. I have one question for him.
One more question for you.
Sure.
So let Mr. Klein can go ahead and answer to Senator Altshuler. If that's okay with you, why don't we have Mr. Klein answer Senator Altshuler's question, and then I will.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So I was just sitting back there. I heard the question. So Drew Klein, president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. To answer your question, each of us paid for our own portions of the study. So the Bartlett Center pays my salary, and Ed Choice pays the salary of Marty Lucan, who wrote it. And there was no funding exchange back and forth. We just each did it as part of our jobs. So the study was, jointly funded, so to speak, out of the, pay of each staffer.
Thank you. Yep. One more question for you, Ed.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Ward. Thank you, Ed, for taking my question. So you had mentioned something that I brought up earlier, which is the initial intent of this program when it was first authorized like back in like 2021, was for lower income families, those who were of less means, to be able to make a choice move to a school that was a better fit for their child. So I had asked this question earlier and don't have a full response to it yet. So I'd asked the question about how are we going to know whether families of any means, because this doesn't put a cap. There's never been any means testing, but this doesn't put any type of cap. It just says, regardless of your income, you can go. You mentioned that there's evidence in other states that this hasn't been the case. So how are the other states tracking this, and how are we or not tracking this? Because I don't see any plans to do that in New Hampshire. So tell me about the other states first, and
Sure.
then what is the suggestion for how we're actually going to track of who are taking part in this?
Oh, so okay. So you're asking how they track the incomes.
You said other states, it hasn't been the experience
Right.
that families of means have taken advantage of this program. So what I want to sort out is, how did they track that?
It's not that
Question one.
it's not that families of means have never taken. It's that the vast majority of people are making under 150,000 in Indiana. Indiana is especially transparent in releasing this type of data. They track it very closely. It's right from the state. So we're just using the government, the numbers provided by the state of Indiana there, but each state tracks it differently. I use Indiana because they are very transparent in releasing and tracking this information, but it varies by state.
So follow up, just some, but not, so fair enough. So some, I'm not saying that everybody's doing it, but some families of means who could afford this, who could afford to move their child to a private school, an alternative setting, they are taking advantage of this program, but different states have different ways of tracking what is spent. So is it your experience in looking at, through this report, and then I'm looking at this legislation, have we put a provision in place to actually track by eligibility, including those that with the cap is lifted off, who of means is going to be there?
I'm not sure. I would refer to the bill sponsor and if it's specifically in this legislation. But I will say, at EdChoice at least, we see EFAs as just another form of public education. We don't believe in means testing public education, just as we don't believe in means testing education savings accounts. We see it as a different form, or just another form, because we're sector agnostic, of public education. So that's kind of why we're opposed to means testing. But I would refer you to the sponsors of the legislation on if there are any plans to create any kind of new tracking system. I'm not aware of any at this point, of anything new, but.
Thank you. I'm not either. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 20 minutes of 12, and we're coming up against a hard break. And I have 9 more people who like to speak. Either speak for just saying something very briefly, or we're going to have to perhaps recess and continue on another day. So if you want to speak or withdraw your desire to speak, that would be great. Either that, or if you have something written down, give it to us and we read it. So with that said, I will call the next one is Deborah House. And you know the rules.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Education Committee. It's good to see you this morning. I am Deborah Howes, President of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire, and I'm here to speak in opposition of HB 115. As you've heard me testify before, all Granite State students have their right under the New Hampshire Constitution and affirmed by decades of New Hampshire Supreme Court rulings to a robust public education through public district schools. It is the state's responsibility to fund those public school districts so that each student can be, so that each school offers a robust program of public education, complete with small class sizes, individual support from the teacher, academic support for students who need it, an academic challenge for those who crave it, hands-on experiential learning, art, music, physical education, that well-rounded education we were just talking about that I heard you asking someone about. In a time when it appeared that the state had more robust resources, the legislature chose to fund a separate system of private educational placements through the voucher program and based on parent choice. That's not required under our Constitution, but the legislature chose to do it. And it was targeted at families with low income. And now there are competing bills to get rid of that income cap. Now the financial outlook is very different. We have declining revenues. There's no more large federal grants coming in, generating millions in additional interest, boosting our revenues. The interest and dividends tax, which was almost entirely paid by the wealthiest grant staters, has ended early. That generated $184 million last year in revenue for our state coffers. The business profits and business enterprise taxes have been repeatedly lowered, and they have not been shown to generate the growth in businesses that would have offset the lowering of those taxes. So now we're in a time where we have to make painful cuts in our state budget, and we still aren't funding our local public school districts so that all of our students get the robust public education they are entitled to. Why are we talking about expanding this program now? We haven't given our public school students what they're entitled to. We cannot afford two school systems in New Hampshire. The public schools that are open to every student, where spending is publicly accountable. In fact, many towns, spending is directly voted on by the voters.
30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. And non-identifiable student outcomes can be reviewed so that you can see how the schools are doing. Under this voucher program, the spending is tracked by a third-party contractor, and while some things are viewable on a website, it is not something that even the legislature can audit. We've heard estimates that this is going to cost maybe just a little bit more from an advocacy group that supports expanding vouchers, or we've heard it's going to cost up to $100 million more a year in new state spending. We urge you to ITL this bill. And in respect for the people who are still waiting to speak, I will defer questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Kelly Sanchez? What do you think?
Santos.
Santos? Kelly Santos.
Maybe Santos.
And after that, Mary Wilkie. Okay. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kelly Santos, and this is my son, Eli Santos. And we wanted to thank you for your time today and let you know that we fully support the expansion of the EFA program. I utilize it for both of my boys. His brother's in school right now. But they are both twice exceptional, so they are gifted and have learning disabilities, which for his brother was made accessing special education very difficult because he is able to, he has a high IQ, so he can test high in some areas, but the areas that he tests very low in, so he may be in the 99th percentile for something, and then the 8th percentile, and the schools will tell us, well, that's a relative weakness. However, after a $5,000 neuropsych exam, they still did not agree with the diagnosis of specific learning disability in written expression and reading, along with ADHD combined type and hypermobility. Sensory processing disorder, I think I got everything. We actually got a written prior notice that said we propose not to accept his disabilities at this time. And so we moved him first. We tried the charters and did not win the lottery. Then we moved him to a private school, which did allow him many more accommodations, challenging curriculum where he needed it, support where he needed it, and that worked very well for him. Eli has his own basket of items that he brings to the table. He's also gifted, has learning disabilities, and he went to the same private school his brother did. This year in January, we did, first in September, we had him tested by the local school district for, he qualifies for special education in 3 separate areas. However, we did choose homeschooling for him. He was in a classroom of 8 students. He was one of them. So in that setting, he was still not able to access the curriculum. And so moving him to a larger classroom, even with special education, oh, you're 9. Well, he'll be 9 next month. Oh, there was an extra student the last month you were there, 9 students in the class, I'm corrected. And so moving to homeschool did allow him less distraction than moving him to a classroom with additional children, even with supports, because he does have a lot of inattention issues, and every sensory item in the room is almost calling his name. So for him to sit quietly with that number of children would be difficult. So Eli, I just want to give you the opportunity, if you'd like to say, what the difference between going to school and being homeschooled is. Oh, I'm sorry.
We talked about 30 seconds.
30 seconds, quick.
Yeah, so when I was in homeschooling, I'm in homeschooling right now, everything's like fine and good. But like when I was in in school, yeah, like it was hard to learn, like there's like too many noises.
Okay, I'm sorry about your time is up.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Eli, can I ask you a question? What is the biggest difference for you between trying to find a school that fits you and being able to be homeschooled?
I don't know. I don't really know.
Can you think about it for a moment?
Okay, that's too much.
How are the teachers?
One's my mom, one isn't.
Well,
that's it.
What's your mom? The best
Yeah.
teacher in the world, your mom?
She asked you.
I don't really know. Like, okay.
Do you feel like you're learning better at home where you are now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you tell them
Thank
about
you.
the course you take at home versus the stuff you would do at school?
Yeah, so I do this thing online called Nessie. It's like a online learning program.
Thank you very much.
So yeah.
Thank you.
For dyslexic children.
Thank you.
Mary Wilkie.
Mary Wilkie.
Good morning, members of the committee, Madam Chair. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm Mary Wilkie. I'm a retired public school teacher from Concord, and I oppose this bill. For many reasons, and I'm not going to repeat reasons other people have already said, but sign me on to them, please. One thing the sponsor said was that the EFA program is highly accountable, and I believe it's anything but. I noticed the New Hampshire Senate Republicans put out a Granite State Path to Prosperity document, and I noticed one of the goals in it is to increase transparency within school administration budgets so that taxpayers can see how their money is spent. And so that led me to wonder, so I went to my local Concord School District's website and looked up the budget, and I found 8 pages, single-spaced, every line item, down to what, $1,442.27 for social studies field trips. It's there. And yet, with the EFA program, what do we know about what was spent in the school year that ended last June? This is what has been published so far. It used to be the first few years of the program, DOE would post a list of vendors and the category spending. That is how we learned that some voucher money, how voucher money was spent, how much each vendor received. That's how we learned about some particularly controversial spending, such as public funds being used to pay for ski passes and summer camps. In the school year that ended last June, the state paid CSF nearly $2 million to administer the program. and still it has not posted that information for that year. It's 10 months later now. We don't know how that $20 million was spent. I could make up a fact. I could say, oh, there was a family with 5 children and they used $25,000 for a Caribbean cruise. You would not be able to dispute that. I don't know how you can expand this program without having that kind of information. Our trips to Disneyland being funded, our skydiving lessons being funded, it's anybody's guess because we don't have access to that information. It's not transparent. Meanwhile, the only time any third party that I know of has reviewed how CSF has managed EFAs was when the department did a compliance review of eligibility determinations in 50 cases. They found errors in 25% of them, and in 2 of the cases they found that people were paid when they shouldn't have been. And they did pay the money, the CSF paid the money to the state to make up for that. But that's 4% of the cases that were reviewed. If you extrapolate from that, there could have been $900,000 paid out erroneously to families that were not eligible for the program. And I hope that was repaid to the state. And I hope you'll find out before expanding the program. But my larger point is that without that review, nobody would know that that amount of money was paid erroneously. So just to sum up, I don't understand how a legislature, which is really acting as a fiduciary of public funds, could expand a program so greatly without having any performance review done to make sure the program has been operating within the limits of the law and without any kind of fraud or mismanagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lisa Bowden. And again, try to
Hello.
summarize. Don't repeat something that we have already heard.
I don't think you've heard what I have to say.
Okay.
I am not here today wearing my disability policy hat. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I serve as the executive director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches, which is 7 denominations and 300 churches across New Hampshire. We are writing to urge you to oppose HB 115 at a time when New Hampshire is facing budget cuts across agencies, in particular DHHS, which serves our state's most vulnerable citizens. This bill is ill-timed and inappropriate. New Hampshire reaching higher estimates that if 115 becomes law, it could cost over $100 million in state education funds. Given that the New Hampshire Department of Ed dramatically underestimated the initial costs of the education freedom accounts, I caution you not to dismiss their estimates. The council is particularly concerned that low-income students have no greater access to EFAs in light of the Department of Ed's data, which shows that 75% of EFAs are used by students who are already enrolled in a private school. I will remind this committee that 45% of New Hampshire families with school-age children earn less than $75,000 a year. There is no universe in which a family who gets $5,000 in EFA funds is going to be able to make up the tuition difference. The New Hampshire Council of Churches is in alignment with educational equity. How are we serving low-income students when we are providing additional funds for students who already have educational freedom? 75% of EFAs. Moreover, education freedom accounts violate religious conscience by permitting government-funded discrimination. New Hampshire's private religious schools are permitted to discriminate based on ability. Students who are entitled to special education plans are routinely denied access to New Hampshire's private schools. Allowing government money to flow to educational institutions without holding them to non-discrimination laws is a clear violation of one of the central principles of our constitutional order. The Constitution does not permit the state to aid discrimination.
30 seconds.
When funding any school, whether public or private, the government should not surrender the longstanding principle of equal treatment. Blah, blah, blah. You can read this. I will close with, in Amos chapter 3, verse 10, they do not know how to do right, declares the Lord, who who store up in their fortresses what they have plundered and looted. Across the larger passage, Amos is telling us not to misuse our wealth at the expense of the poor and the already disenfranchised.
Thank you.
Please vote ITL.
Thank you very much. David Trumbull. And again, if you can summarize, we might be able to do this in 5 more minutes and have everybody heard. Not 5 minutes for you. Just condense your testimony, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill for a few reasons. First is that universal vouchers will drain the trust fund dry. People have to decide whether or not this is going to save the state money or cost the state money. There are no savings from this. If you look at the number of switchers, that is to say children who actually left the public school and went into the EFA program, there's 493. That's according to the Department of Education. We have about 500 public schools in the state. That's one switcher per school. There's no way that that's going to save any school any money if you have one less student. Also, please note that the percentage of switchers when you had the original EFA was about 16%, and then it dropped and it's dropped. Every time you raise the income limit, switchers go down. So it's likely that if you now fund EFAs for the top half of incomes, you may have even a smaller percentage of switchers. Maybe you'll pick up another half of a switcher per school. How could that possibly save any schools any money? Second reason I oppose this is that it is not choice. It's choice for the private schools to pick who they want. It's not choice for families. Let's look at low-income families. In Arizona, they went from a median income EFA to a universal. What they found after they did that was that the private schools raised their tuition rates so that that's where the EFA money went to. Then they did a study of low-income neighborhoods versus high-income neighborhoods. In the low-income neighborhoods, 1 out of every 100 children participated. In the high-income neighborhood, 28 out of every 100 children participated, a 28-to-1 difference. That's what's going to happen in New Hampshire. This program is not going to be available to low-income families. It's going to only be going to high-income families. How about special education children? In New Hampshire, 20% of our public school children receive special ed, and they get a right to a free appropriate education, they get due process, and they get the least restrictive environment. When you sign up for the EFA, you sign away all those rights under the IDEA. Now, under the EFAs, you have about 6% who have special ed. That doesn't mean that they would have qualified for special ed in the public school. It means that they got a doctor to write a note saying that they have a diagnosis. That 20% in the public school, they have to have that note, but then they have to go through a battery of tests. So that 6% in the EFA may only be 1 or 2%. Again, you have a massive disparity between those who are special ed in the public schools and in the EFA schools. Also, please note that if you go to look up some of the schools that receive EFAs, many of them on their home websites, they have their statement of non-discrimination. The word disability has been lifted right out of many of their websites. They preserve their legal right to discriminate. And lastly, ELL students, last set of numbers from the DOA says there's either 0 or 8 ELL students. Well, there's 5,000 in the public schools. This program is not choice for ELL students. It's not choice for special ed, and it's not choice for low-income students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have 2 reps, Representative David Luno and Hope Damon. Are they out there? Okay. You know the rules, David, right? Summarize. If you have written, summarize. And not more than...
Very good. No, I don't have prepared remarks. Thank you very much, members of the Senate Education and Senator Ward. My name's Dave Luno. For the record, I represent people of Hopkinton and Bow, but I don't give up Concord easily. And I always say, people live all across our lovely Granite State because we do have statewide responsibilities, and that's certainly one of the objectives behind this bill. And so I've got a handout going around, and I'll be addressing that shortly. But basically, voters all across New Hampshire have made their intentions known, and in terms of opposing any expansion to our relatively young education freedom program. And they know, voters know, that spending $32 million taxpayer money as giveaways to families earning greater than $110,000 a year is not good use of taxpayer funds. And it certainly, there's nothing conservative about spending money that way. So just last month, 17 towns passed resolutions directing legislators to oppose the expansion of the EFA program. And in the handout is on the front page is a list of those towns and some of the letters that are starting to come in now urging legislators to oppose these things. But I just want to go through really quickly. I know I got a couple minutes, but of the 17 towns, they're really all over the map in terms of their sort of their political history, so and political makeup. But you've got places like Andover and Bradford. It passed unanimously with applause. In Grantham, during the presentation, there were gasps and lots of, I didn't know about that when people were talking about the voucher program. You've got places like Hollis and Limeboro and Mount Vernon and New Boston, who definitely lean conservative. In New Boston, the vote was 1064 to 479 in terms of approving a resolution opposed to voucher expansion. Got places like New London and Newbury and Newport. Clearly, Newport's leans conservative. Pembroke, Plainfield, Salisbury, Springfield. Sunapee passed its resolution 685 to 288, and the town of Ware, obviously one of the larger towns in the capital area, passed a resolution 1231 to 567, and I believe that's one of your towns as well, Senator. So and Wolfboro as well. So anyway, I know it's a tough budget year. We're seeing that all over the place. We certainly saw it in the House. We're seeing it on the news. And I think we've got better use of $32 million in public money than to be giving it away to families earning more than $110,000 a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Well, I don't think we have.
I have one. Thank you, Representative Luna, for taking my question. First of all, thanks for the handout. I've heard from all of my communities, so there's 4 from District 5 that pass these warrant articles. Pretty proud of that. But here's my question for you. It's something I talked about earlier and or asked earlier of a school teacher from Ware. So there is this assertion that the amount of money per student, not the scholarship funds, but the amount of money that it costs per district to educate per student is saved when a student leaves, takes an EFA scholarship, and goes to another district. Is that, in your opinion, is that money saved, or is that still a cost to the community?
So that's a great question. Thank you very much. There's I think a couple of points that are tied up in that. First of all, very, 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 very few students are actually leaving their public school district to take a voucher. This is by and large a very, very low take-up rate. I mean, it was like fewer than 200 students in the last public school kids in this current year took a voucher, and you can take a look at this through the phase-out grant reports. It actually bears that all out. In fact, there were another 200 students that left the voucher program and returned to their public schools, and you can see that on the Children's Scholarship Fund 990, IRS Form 990, where it shows a $900,000 liability owed to the state of New Hampshire. Not even sure if that's been remitted back to the state yet, but to the other question in terms of saving money? No, it doesn't. When a student one student either leaves their public school or one student comes into a public school, that doesn't change the calculus, doesn't change the math in terms of how much a school budget. They don't immediately reduce their expenses by $25,000 or something like that. And just the fact that so few students are leaving their public schools, when you take a look, and this is also in the phase-out reports, and I'd certainly encourage you to get these from the Department of Ed, it actually lists the number of students who left their public schools to take the number of students by district. And for places like Pittsfield last year, it was 0. And for places like Hopkinton, I think it was like 1. So I mean, you might be able to make a case if 25 kids left or 50 kids left, but it's nothing like that. And in fact, when you take a look at the take-up rate of vouchers among families who are already sending their students to a non-public school, such as a private school, that take-up rate's very high. So this is entirely a cost to the state, not a savings.
Thank you. Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just said this is a cost to the state. How much will it cost the state in the next budget year?
So, I think what I saw in terms of numbers were, and what was put into the House budget is $32 million. So, based on House Bill 115, and that's not so much in the first. I think there was some in the first year, and most of it was in the second year of the budget when it goes to no income cap. But I think it's probably a conservative number. When you take a look at what the state's exposure potentially could be, when you take a look at the number of people in New Hampshire that are between the ages of 5 and 19, and so that's a little bit younger than kindergarten, a little bit older than high school, but it certainly includes that. When you look at our population between ages 5 and 19, and I got this number recently from New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, is 224,000 students, and you subtract out the 160,000 that we know are already in public schools, and you're looking at 64,000 people that could potentially qualify without any income limits in this program. These are the things that have caused states like Arizona to face bankruptcy. The fact that the estimated cost is so low compared to what the financial exposure could be, and so I think voters across the state recognize that. They certainly don't like vouchers for all the reasons that you've been hearing all morning, and I'm not getting into all of those. But I don't think anybody wants to drive this state into bankruptcy. Certainly not Granite Staters.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hope Damon and Grant, could we have Tim Horrigan after that? And Alyssa will be the last one.
Excuse me. Well, I think it's officially good afternoon, and I'm one of the last few between you and lunch. I will be brief. The bottom line on HB 115 is clear. Passing this bill is not responsible government. Voters statewide have clearly stated that they do not want universal vouchers. We have received literally thousands of online and email testimonies with 95% of them opposed. I counted, I tracked them. It really is 95%. Rep. Luno highlighted the numerous towns affirming warrant articles opposing the voucher expansion program. I just want to add to his remarks that no town that brought that warrant article forward failed it. 17 towns passed it, 1 tabled it. So very vigorous support for not expanding the voucher program statewide. In the current state fiscal environment of expected inadequate revenues, tough budget choices surely have to be made. the idea that we would spend as much as $100 million, taxpayer dollars, to burden hardworking Granite Staters to pay for affluent families' kids' education, while we cut the University of New Hampshire funding $57.3 million, is incomprehensible to me. If we do that, we are saying we don't value public education. We don't recognize that affordable higher education is essential to our business community, our healthcare workforce, and our state's economy. We know that the university system brings young people to New Hampshire who stay here, and we know that when the university system's not affordable, students who grew up in New Hampshire leave here and don't come back. So why we want to pay for K-12 education through a voucher program when we have stellar public schools and not pay for higher education adequately just does not comprehend for me. Do we really want to ignore our voters' voices? The universal message here is not support for vouchers. It is really nearly universal opposition. I don't believe subsidizing the rich is a New Hampshire value that we were elected for. Please vote no. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your work.
Representative Horrigan. So be very brief, please.
Well, I'll try to be. We've waited a long time, and you've waited a long time for us to finish. I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, and that's where UNH is located. So certainly I would agree that cutting back the funding for UNH was not a good idea. And actually, the amount of money that the voucher program costs would be enough to restore the state aid to UNH. It's at least $30 million. I think it could be more than $100 million. So that might be a reason enough right there to eliminate this program, because the House budget, they place a lot of emphasis on not doing things that might be worthwhile but could be done by the private sector. And I think probably the private sector does support both religious and secular private education. This program is designed primarily to support religious education. The Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire is associated with the Catholic Church. I mean, I'm a Catholic myself, but in probably some ways, the Catholic Church's agenda is probably different from a lot of the non-Catholics who think the Catholic Church is on their side in all issues. But anyway, so it's designed to explicitly support religious education. 86% of the tuition dollars, and there's other things besides tuition dollars in the program, but 86% of the tuition dollars go to either parochial schools or Christian academies, so Protestant, evangelical, basically academies, and even some of the secular schools that get tuition have a explicit spiritual component to their programs. So that alone raises constitutional issues, well, both with the federal constitutional, but definitely there's a provision in the state constitution. It's Part First, Article 6, which I think explicitly prohibits what this program sets out to do. It hasn't been tested in court yet, but I think it's blatantly unconstitutional, and I think it would, if there ever was a court case that challenged it, I think there'd be a strong case for eliminating the program on that grounds alone. And also the way it was designed, it's administered by the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire, an out-of-state 501c3, or what some people like to call an NGO. And it's we've put a pretty large entitlement program, even if it stays around $30 million. That's one of the largest entitlement programs in the state. Yeah, so I'm not sure whether it's legal to turn over this entitlement program to an a small NGO that's religiously affiliated, and I don't think it's worked out very well. I mean, they're probably doing the best they know how, but they're very small organizations. They don't have the expertise that, say, HHS and the other entities that administer, say, the food stamp programs do. So I just think I'm talking to the education, not finance, but I think eliminating this program would be a good way to go. And certainly expanding it like this, that's just a bad idea, in my opinion.
Time
So
is up.
I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has them.
Thank you very much. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up.
Thank you, yes.
Alyssa?
Hi.
You have 3 minutes, Max.
Thank you. My name is Alyssa Sosa Molina. I'm a senior in high school, and I'm here today to urge you to support HB 115. For the past 4 years, I've received my education from the Education Freedom Account funds. I was homeschooled by my single mom up until high school when I realized I needed more opportunities, more challenge, and more direction. The EFA gave me access to a private school that completely changed the trajectory of my life. Without it, I wouldn't be standing here today, to be honest. But I'm not here for me because I'm graduating this year. I won't get to benefit from HB 115, but I'm here for the students who I hope will. I've seen firsthand how this program works. A close friend of mine was being crushed by a toxic school environment. It was breaking her down in everything. The EFA gave her the chance to go to a new school where she could thrive. This shouldn't be a privilege, it should be a right. There are kids across New Hampshire stuck in schools that don't meet their needs. Some are held back, others are falling behind, and these are, I all know personally. And none of that is their fault. So I'm going to ask you, what are you going to do about it? In this moment, you have the chance to do something that matters. You can protect a program that's already working, because I know it personally, and expand it to help even more students. You can choose to strengthen our education system instead of setting for the status quo. The No Child Left Behind Act promised to leave no child left behind. Yet we are still leaving kids behind. But HB 115 is our chance to lead, to prove that you'll take action, not just preserve the easy way out. Doing what's easy is not leadership. You were elected to do what's right, even when it's hard. In the face of those of opposition, HB 115 is in the right direction. It'll give more kids access to the education they deserve, which is what our founding fathers wanted. There are students who are counting on you. So I will please ask you, what will you be remembered for when it comes to voting this bill? And I urge you to please vote yes, because as Martin King Luther Jr. once said, the time is always right to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you very much for taking the time to hear me. I'll be brief. I just wanted to correct a number of things that I've heard listening to the testimony. For the record, Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee. One, the legislative budget assistant audit is underway. You heard that it wasn't going forward. It is going on, and they are auditing the Department of Education oversight of the EFA program. They have, I think, just about completed looking at eligibility and are moving on to expenses. Two, we've heard a political estimate from the Reaching Higher organization of $100,000 or more per year. That is based on every student who is in a private school or homeschooling taking advantage of the program, which is, I'll leave the description up to you, but that includes ineligible students. It includes students who are already taking the EFA program. In private schools, it includes foreign students who are here and out-of-state students. So it's a bogus number. It's a political estimate. Three, we've heard about religious schools and providing money to religious schools. Here's a handout I'll leave with you about Supreme Court decisions related to this kind of expense for private schools. And let me just read from the Carson-Macon decision and Justice Roberts, a neutral benefit program in which public funds flow to religious organizations through the independent choices of private benefit recipients does not offend the Establishment Clause. And I'll leave this information with you. And four, we heard about Arizona and near bankruptcy. Well, I'll tell you the truth. They ended the fiscal year ending June 30th of 2024. The education fund had a surplus of over $4 million with their universal program in place. So thank you very much for giving me a few moments.
Thank you very much. Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Representative Cordelli, we heard a lot about vouchers and cash handouts today. Could you please tell me if this is a voucher program, if parents get cash handouts?
Thank you very much. No, there are no cash handouts. Information is deposited in an account for use for allowable expenses. And a voucher program we've heard used as a derogatory name for this program based on some random sampling, I guess. But a voucher program is different than an education freedom account or education savings account program. A voucher program, like you heard described in Indiana, pays for a student to go to a particular school. It's a voucher to go to a particular institution. An education savings account, an education freedom account program has a list of allowable expenses, anywhere from a private school to tutors to therapies to curriculum. And it's up to the parents to use that allowable amount in their account from the list of allowable expenses to provide the best education opportunities for their child. So there's a vast difference between the two, but some people won't recognize that fact.
Quick follow-up. Thank you. And also, we heard a lot of conversation about people who don't want tax dollars to go to religious schools. Is it true that these EFAs could be used to go to tuition into another public school, traditional public school?
That is true. That is in the law, and they can go to another school, or they can take extracurricular or curricular activities programs such as a lab in that public school and use their tuition dollars from the program to pay for that.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for coming. Long session. This is the closing the public hearing on some of the House bills from the Senate Education Committee. Then we have HB 115.
Motion and expedient. May I have a motion?
Need a motion on it?
Okay, motion and expedient to legislate. We're ready. I'd be happy to speak to my motion. If I get a second.
Freedom Council, you've got the amendment for that.
All those in favor of ITL?
Well, no, we've got,
You
have a
have a
second
motion.
on my motion.
Okay,
I made a
do we
motion.
have a second on the motion? IPL?
Second.
Senator Altschuler will second it.
And
Okay, you may speak to your motion.
So this is year number 5 that I've been here, and we have been working with the education freedom accounts, and although I have opposed this from the first day because of I understand the concerns that have come forward by families about struggles that their children have had in the educational system. At the same time, I understand that we have never fully addressed the, public education, for the many thousands that are in that versus the small number that are, that have been struggling. And I feel like we have to make the big fix before we can zone in on the smaller group. The second thing I have to say about this is public money going to private education when we don't have enough public money in public schools right now. And then the last thing, but probably historically, what concerns me is that when we first, when this was first passed by this legislature, the idea was to provide, again, these opportunities for children who were struggling in public school, but did not have the means. They were lower income families that did not have the means to move their children out into a private school, whatever form that may be. And that every move we make to raise this level, the percentage for eligibility to this program, which remains unchecked, goes against the original intent of taking care of those who don't have the means. Universal eligibility means people who are of means could get into this program where they could actually afford it and they could pay this bill. And what happens to those families who don't? If our intent is to help those who aren't, which is how we started this, who can't help them, who need that assistance, and their kids are struggling in the public school setting, then we should not support this. And it's a large fiscal bill too, a fiscal note too. But so lower income families, that's where we started, supporting them. That, and I can't support universal eligibility, just opening the door for everybody. So there are my 3 points. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Sullivan.
Okay, I'm not supporting the ITL. In fact, I'd like to, after we have that vote, I'll bring another motion. But if we want to go back further in history, we know that public education was started with a religious background. It was a Protestant education with a Protestant Bible, and the only time that it split was when the Catholics came, and this was a bigoted approach to education to remove Catholics from public schools. It is time to end the bigotry. It is time to give all kids equal opportunity in education, and so therefore I will not be supporting the ITL, and I would like to bring another motion forward at the appropriate time.
Okay, are you ready to vote on that here? Senator Alshiller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while it's important to know all of our history and appreciate the information that my colleague, Senator Sullivan, brings to the conversation about the history, which also we need to recognize that the history in New Hampshire is a whole lot younger than the history lesson being presented in front of us, because what we do know is that nobody is discriminating against non-secular schools. And we know that the eligibility for increasing the eligibility for the education freedom programs is going to cost us money that we are actually court ordered at this moment to spend on fully funding our public education. So it's actually imprudent as fiscal agents of the Education Trust Fund for us to spend money on a program that changes its purpose seemingly with each legislative year, while we have not one but 2 decisions through our courts that tell us from the judicial branch what the people of New Hampshire have been saying to us for decades, is that our public schools are wildly underfunded, and the push down of responsibility from the state down to our municipalities is increasing our property taxes. We're not doing the kids any favors, and it's widening the gap. And we have all tried to, hopefully, most of us have been trying to get an even playing field so that students across the entire state have the same equal and excellent opportunities that kids in other parts of the state have. This, expanding this universal eligibility, is going to be siphoning money away from that goal. And we have not only a constitutional, but a moral, and now a judicial responsibility to meet the needs for our public school students. And sinking money into universal eligibility for education freedom accounts, which we know from information we've been able to extract out of the EFA program, that 70% of those kids never went to a public school to begin with. They're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine. And we really, really need to refocus our money and our time and our attention on our public schools. So I support the ITL motion.
Thank you, Senator Alshiller. I need a vote on ITL. Who is voting?
Does Senator Sullivan have an amendment?
No,
No?
no,
Okay,
not to this one. I want the ITL motion, then I will take up the,
okay.
this is for 10.
No, 115.
We're 115.
Yeah, 115.
Yeah, it's Senator Ward's amendment.
I'll do the amendment now. Right. Okay. Do we have an ITL motion on the thing? No, I have an amendment to 115.
Is it the amendment or not to pass motion?
This is,
So we have to vote on the
No.
ITL first.
No,
You-
we're, oh, no.
You only can offer an amendment
Oh,
on a
yes,
positive
on a
motion.
positive motion, so, okay.
what is the amendment to it?
Senator Ward, we have to vote on the ITL first, and then we can, I'll make another motion, and then we can bring the
Okay.
amendment forward.
Let's vote on the motion of ITL, 115 FM. All those in favor of ITL?
Aye.
That's 2. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So that's 2, 3.
Make a motion about to pass.
I'd like to second.
Okay, now we have an amendment to 115, which is amendment 2044. And the essentially replaces the whole bill by replacing it with this amendment. I need a motion on the amendment.
I'd like to
Can
offer,
you, can you walk us through, sorry, Senator Ward,
It's
where-
the,
what's the,
what is it, 70? The underlying bill, the 70, it's 72,
it's
is it
158,
290?
so we're
Is it
195
295?
with the
it's HB 115,
195?
and I believe the amendment is number
the-
2025-2044S.
No,
Yes.
2044, that's the amendment. And the amendment is essentially the original, the Senate bill, which is what, for 295?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So this, Senator Ward, yeah, so this is the capping of the EFA program and putting conditions on those caps,
yes.
including siblings that are currently in the program, currently enrolled, siblings that are currently having a student who is sibling of, and a child with disabilities, and any student whose family income is less. So, okay, so can I
Yes.
speak to you? I actually spoke to this on the Senate floor as well as offered an amendment. My concern here is getting ourselves again back to if we are going to do this, which, as you know, Senator Alschuler raised all the points why, you know, we shouldn't be doing this, but historically, here we are. So the lower income families are compromised once again because the last item D speaks to the poverty, the 350%, which is the current level now for eligibility. But what it also does, because there's no means testing at all, so once a student is considered eligible and they're in, and their eligibility, like every other publicly funded assistance program in the state, is not checked, they could be a student, a sibling of a student whose family has had a change in circumstances, and they would move ahead of, say, a child with disabilities or a lower income child and get popped to the front of the line, even though their financial circumstances have changed and put them in a better position where they may no longer qualify for this program. So this is, to me, I spoke to this when I tried to amend this on the floor. This is backwards and gets away. If we're going to do this, and again, I have my opposition, we still need to focus on what was the original intent of helping. And this does it backwards, my
But
opinion.
I think the most important part of this amendment is what you see in on line 30. The education fee will have not exceeded 90% of the total enrollment for cap. It would be a cap to 2 consecutive years.
Is
So
the
there
issue with
is
the
a,
priority of the,
it's sort of a hold on it.
The yeah, I mean, I understand the cap, but the priority of, in starting in line 25, 1B, I think if we don't have means testing, we've got that flipped, and we need to make those who are, you know, financially in not as strong a position at the front of the line, and children with disabilities at the front of the line, at keeping a student who's currently in an EFA program, whether I agree with it or not, at the front of the line, but a sibling shouldn't be able to jump in if a family's circumstances have changed since there's no means testing at all. That was my objection to this is the Senate, on the Senate floor, and I'm going to hold that objection here.
Okay. So any other discussion on autopsy of the amendment? Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep. So there's a lot of talk about equal opportunities, and that's exactly what this is. This is an equal opportunity for all of New Hampshire families and all of New Hampshire children. And there's no means testing for for current public schools. This broadens public education, but there's currently no means testing for public schools. And when we get into these conversations, no one begrudges a wealthy family of using $24,000 to go to school in public schools every year. But if we want to give those same families $5,000 to go to a school of their choosing, then all of a sudden this becomes a problem. And I just don't understand the argument there. This is finally removing barriers for all families to choose the education that is right for their children. And we hear in this committee, every single time we meet, parents that are disgruntled with the current system. It is my hope that as we increase opportunities for parents and choices for parents, that public schools will start to listen. And then we can make those schools stronger because they are an important foundation for our state. And I'm hopeful that the more opportunity we give and the more choice we give, the better our schools and the stronger our public schools will become.
Senator Altshuler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I might be able to offer some clarity on what the differentiation is between a community being not objecting to a wealthier family taking advantage of the public neighborhood school in their community versus pulling money out of that school and bringing it over to a Catholic school or another private school or a Protestant school or a Jewish school or a private independent school, of which we have a wide network here in New Hampshire. Here's the differentiation. The New Hampshire Constitution allows for a free and appropriate education for all students, regardless of income, regardless of background, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of they or their family's gender orientation or family makeup, and we take everybody. These schools, Senator Sullivan, that you're asking why is it a problem to send the $5,000? The problem is that they don't have to take all of the students, and they don't. They don't have to take any student. And we have also set up a serious inequality that when students who have the protections and the resources from IDEA leave a public school system, they leave all of that support behind. And while that may be a parent's choice at the time, we have information telling us that when they come back, and they do come back to public schools, they're further behind. So the schools that we're sending money to can discriminate. That's a problem. The schools that don't want to take special education students, that's a real problem. And thirdly, this amendment on lines 22 twice and a number of other places, the word cap isn't a cap because a cap has a ceiling. It has a stop. You can't go past the top of the cap. This is a visor, because anything can go out the top. Once you reach 10,000, we reevaluate and we reset the number. It's not a cap. It's just a temporary moment where we redo the math so we let more kids in. So it's really not, that's not an appropriate word. I'm struggling to find one that would accurately encapsulate what this proposal is, but it's certainly not a cap because it never stops. So for those reasons, I cannot support this amendment as written.
So because you addressed your comments to me.
I was trying to get your attention, Senator Sullivan, since you weren't listening.
I was researching something that we were discussing.
I don't mind if you two go back and forth, and I'll just chime in later.
No back and forth between the members.
Great.
You're just so
Senator
rude to your
Evans?
colleagues.
All right.
It's amazing.
So I can say that, let me just say this.
Sure.
We hear the term wealthy, all right? And when we're talking about EFAs, wealthy is 350% of the federal, is above 350% of the federal poverty guideline. So a family of four, that is about $112,000 a year, give or take. When you have young families with children, with interest rates on mortgages, they're still paying off their student loans themselves. And you're saying that they're wealthy? It's just it's a misrepresentation of what's going on. All right, this is not taking into consideration all the families of New Hampshire. This amendment does. And when I look at it is there are families that perhaps they're not, they make, a family of four making $125,000 a year in their household. We're going to consider them wealthy in today's time. It feels like those families don't have the same opportunity as everybody else. And if they have multiple children, now they're going to have potentially, they want to send both of their kids to the same school, which is a very common practice. It's an interest to have your children in the same school. I know for the public charter schools, it's a preference to keep siblings together, keeping families together. I don't see that as a problem. Right now, my daughter goes to a preschool and my son's in elementary school. Guess what? Different schools. Oh, it's a pain picking them up at two different places. I can't wait till they're in the same building. That's why I'm always late, by the way. Sorry. This is a reality. So this is something that will help all families in this state. And it's also a misconception that there's a myth that if this EFA program went away, that any money allocated to this program is just going to find its way to funding public schools. That's not the case. Since EFAs, we started them in this state, we've actually increased funding for public schools at the state level. All right, that's just a fact. You can't dispute that. That is a fact. It's undisputable. It's just what has happened. That's all true statements. So I understand some people want to think we can do more. Well, we've increased funding, I think last cycle by $169 million. Yep. So to say that we're taking money away from public schools with this program, and that's the intent of it, that's not a fair or accurate statement either. So I'm going to support the ought to pass. I'm going to support this amendment. I think this amendment allows us to implement it. The goal of when we had a cap on the income was to roll this program out slowly, to do it the responsible way. I think collectively we've done that, a good job of doing that, and this continues that precedence.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you. And to my colleague, yes, I do my research, but sometimes things are brought up that are new to me in committee, and I do like to research to make sure I'm making an informed decision. However, some things that you did bring up were public schools have to take everybody. Not true. If a child has been expelled from a school, they're not welcome back. There are circumstances where they don't have to take anybody, and other options are always viable. I also, for special education, I know a lot of families that did not have their needs met in public school for special education that sought private institutions. And it's not, this money, EFA money, doesn't just go to religious schools, which, every time that there's an argument, it is against the religious schools. Every single time. We don't talk about how they can take this money and go to another district. We don't talk about how they can take this money and go to specialized schools for their special needs, or how they can use the money to be homeschooled. This is a program that our constituents are demanding. And I sat with a young woman yesterday who graduated from a local public school, who had to be subjected to violence that she described to me that I would not put on any child. Students friends of hers, one whose head was smashed against a floor in the cafeteria. She said that there were videos every day of violence inside these buildings. We have parents coming to us all the time, and their kids are being bullied. The districts aren't doing anything about it. My district in Manchester had 1,100 incidents of violence last year. These kids are in situations that their parents want them out of. So I am going to support this for the safety and well-being and health of all of New Hampshire's children and families. And I'm so ready to vote for this and give this to the families of New Hampshire.
Senator Prentice?
Thank you, Senator Ward. So, with respect to all of the conversation with my colleagues, I'm going to say a few things. First of all, not all of my constituents are demanding this in the area that I represent, and I've heard from others in the state. They see the inconsistencies that need to be addressed in this. I don't doubt for a second the challenges. We've heard them from the families that have come before us, and one of the examples that Senator Sullivan just brought up, I know those we do have to manage those situations, but we are further hamstringing public schools by some of the actions that we're taking here, which makes it harder for them, I believe, to address these challenging situations. I too am interested in the health and safety of every child that is in any school in New Hampshire, but here I have a particular interest in public education because it is the all taker. I see this amendment as really what is a workaround to universal EFAs. Yes, it puts a cap in place, and once that cap is in place, it sets an order, like a triage for who gets in and who doesn't get in. And I just want to be clear that I think this is out of order. And my use of the word wealthy, if I use that, that is not the proper, that I will draw that word back and say what we know, because we do not means test families, is somebody could be financially in a better position. Still, that might not be as great a position as the family next door, but now they're getting a leg up in this program when that other family who is of less means is going to get skipped over. That's why we have to think about this. So this, I too am interested in the health and safety of every child in the state. This is a workaround that if we're going to set this cap, which it is out of order, and we're moving to the front of the line without any means testing children from families whose circumstances may have improved. And I wish for every family's circumstances to improve, but this started out, and I've been here for now, this is my 5th year, as a way to help the families, the lower income families, move their children into a more appropriate setting for them. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. I'll be voting against this. I'll be voting against the underlying bill, but I appreciate all the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. I think we have discussed this sufficiently. So I have a motion about to pass on the amendment 0244S. All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye, aye. Opposed?
Nay.
232. Okay. So now we have the bill with the underlying amendment. I have a motion about to pass in a second, and all those in favor of about to pass on the bill with the underlying amendment?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? To
Nay.
this?
Nay.
3-2. Okay. Do you want to take it out, Senator Sullivan?
I'll pick it up.
Senator Abbas will take it out. Okay, good.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 115 FN, an act relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam President. I move the table.
Debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted, and House Bill 115 is laid on the table. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Okay. Oh, 115. Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 115, having been ordered to the third reading, be by this there's
so many of them. We'll get through.
I move to take 115 off the table.
That's the one.
Sorry,
Look, I want to congratulate all of you today because of all the paper that's been flying around and because of these amendments. What we've done today has really established precedent. It hasn't been done before. And we have to make sure we're getting it right. So if they ever encounter this in the future, we've laid the path for them. So I appreciate all your indulgence while we make it the correct path. So again, the motion is to remove House Bill 115 from the table. It is a non-debatable motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to remove passes. So where do I start here, Tammy? The first order of business is the committee.
So it's the committee amendment that's before us.
Okay. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Gray?
I would ask the Senate to vote down the committee amendment so that I might make a subsequent amendment.
Okay. Senator Gray is requesting that we vote down the committee amendment so he can present a floor amendment. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The committee amendment has failed. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move amendment, let me get the number right here, 2880S.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendments? Senator Gray.
Certainly, everyone knows what this amendment is. It's a continuing resolution, and I would encourage all of you to vote for that amendment.
I'm sorry, Senator? Okay.
Do we not need to suspend the rules to take on an amendment that has a fiscal note that has not been generated from finance?
Pardon? That's the next thing we're going to do, Senator. I'm being told the next thing we're doing, much like we did with the other bills that with 282, the next step in the process is to suspend the rules.
Okay, I'm just looking for clarification that we don't suspend, that we need to, do we not need to suspend before introducing the amendment?
Senator,
No.
it's my understanding that we need to get the bill with the amendment where we need it to be, and then we'll suspend the rules to vote on it.
Thank you.
Am I correct, Senator Gray?
I would like to speak to that after
Yes.
consulting the Senate Council, that we don't need to suspend the rules until we're taking the final action. And at that point, before we take that final action, a motion to suspend the rules will be in order.
Senator Waters?
I think, Madam President, the question is on Rule 317 about non-germane amendments prohibited, and this is why I think that we need to have the suspension of rules before we consider an amendment. Now, if that's the case, it would be helpful for us to hear the explanation of why 317 doesn't apply. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go into recess, and we're going to consult with the Senate Attorney. Okay, I'm looking here. Yes?
If it will clear up this situation, I believe that we could entertain the motion to suspend all rules necessary at this time, and that will take care of it throughout the rest of this.
Okay, all right. Let's go to suspend the... Okay, I'm going to recognize Senator Birdsall. Surprise.
I put everything away. I thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate suspend all rules necessary to permit consideration of House Bill 115 at the present time, and if adopted, to permit third reading and final passage in the early session. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Now, I believe the next step here, we were on, I would like, Senator Gray, would you like to get up and present the amendment again?
The amendment is 2880S. It is a continuing resolution that would allow our government to continue should House Bill 1 and 2 fail in the House. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion on the amendment, the proposed amendment? Senator Perkins-Coca?
May we have a short recess?
Yes. We are currently discussing the proposed floor amendment number 2880. Is there any further question on proposed amendment 2880? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Senator Perkins-Coca.
Do you have something to say on floor amendment introduced from my colleague from District 6? That's where we are, right? Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this amendment so that an alternative amendment may be offered. Passing this continuing appropriation at this level would cut hundreds of millions of dollars from our budget, which again is already very close to the edge. So these are programs that we need. They're healthcare, they're developmental disability services, they're childcare, they're the university system. So in our estimation and work with the budget office, revenues could support a higher funding level, and we're here to offer an alternative to this resolution, which we hope you will join us on while still remaining fiscally responsible. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Again, we are discussing proposed floor amendment 2880. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I just remind everybody, in every conversation we had in talking about revenues, the first 6 months of this biennium is expected to have small growth, not no growth, but small growth. And that there was concerns due to, and that the spending we increased in the budget was based on the last 18 months where we expect revenues to be accelerated due to businesses, come driving back. And so I think that this approach is a good conservative approach, taking into account we don't know what the revenues are. We know we're being conservative on the first 6 months of the biennium in revenue projections, and this amendment reflects that conservative approach to make sure we don't overspend, which will only cause, if revenues come in worse than projected, and we've spent more than we took in, it's going to make the last 18 months of the budget even worse. So this conservative approach put forward by the senator from District 6 is a good conservative approach that is in alignment with what revenues we're looking at, and again will not potentially create problems for the last 18 months if we overextend our revenues. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2880. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2893S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Right there.
Please?
Yes, you may speak to your amendment.
Thank you. So we should never be in this position, on the brink of a total state shutdown. Granite Staters sent us here to deliver for them, to deliver stability, opportunity, and the tools to improve their lives. Failing to pass a budget, if that's where we end up, fails to deliver these basic needs. And I guess I need to say that the previous floor amendment certainly is no grand slam. There you go. And in fact, represents a $700 million cut over the first 6 months of the next fiscal year from the current fiscal year adjusted authorized. So that is a significant cut. But the reality is, here we are, and we need to provide the best outcome we can within our means. So that means at a minimum, any continuing appropriation must be as close to existing funding as our revenues can support. Working with LBA, that's what this floor amendment does. It gets us to 96% of fiscal year 25 adjusted authorized, which is what we have learned the revenue projections for the next fiscal year can support. And it also recognizes a very simple but fundamental fact that we are here to do the work for Granite Staters. We owe it to the people of New Hampshire to give them a stable budget that meets their needs. And we owe it to all the vendors that we do business with to get this done, to be responsible stewards for our state. This continuing appropriation in this particular floor amendment would enforce that, and it's a shorter period of time. We would give ourselves a month to get this done so we don't leave the people of the state and our contractors in limbo. I know we would all like to take the summer off, but we were sent to Concord for a reason, and that's to support aspiring young adults, hardworking families, small business owners, retirees, and everybody in between, every which way. So let's step up to the plate and do our job. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your baseball references. It brings me to remember two former colleagues, Senator Jack Barnes, who represented District 17, and Senate President Jeb Bradley. They both truly enjoyed those baseball references.
Senator Barnes, he was a big Red Sox fan. I'm a big Mets fan.
Oh.
Well, hometown team. Red Sox are doing better than the Mets are. They're neither is doing incredibly well, but thank you.
Providing us with some lighter moments this afternoon, Senator. We have proposed floor amendment 2893. Is there any discussion on the amendment, proposed amendment? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Senator Waters has seconded. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 2893. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
You said yes? No, that's what I thought. Okay. Senator Waters. Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
No. Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
And Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Floor Amendment 2893 fails by a vote of 8 to 16. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 115. Senator Fenton would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. There's been a lot of talk today about how a vote for this is somehow a vote against that. And I just want to be very clear that my colleagues and I, we are here, we've always been here, to work and get things done, and we are here to vote yes because we need to keep the state open and running. This isn't just about political games, it's about ensuring that our government can function and serve the people of New Hampshire, and that is our sole responsibility here today. And that's why we are going to vote yes today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 115. Are you ready for the question? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 115, having been ordered to the third reading, be by this resolution read a third time. All titles be the same as adopted and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. We're going to go into a brief recess because the clerk needs to process paperwork.
The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 115, making temporary appropriations for the expenses and encumbrances of the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Weiler moves that we concur. All right. Representative Tulerski is recognized to speak.
Mr. Speaker,
You recognize to speak.
yes, a quick question of
Go.
clarification.
State your question.
Okay. Since we haven't seen this bill or how it's been revised by the Senate, by the other body, is it possible that the clerk can just tell us how it was amended so that we are clear on what was in the bill?
The clerk will read the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amended House Bill 115 with the following. Page 1. Amend the title of the bill by replacing it with the following. An act making temporary appropriations for the expenses and encumbrances of the state of New Hampshire. Amend the bill by replacing all after the enacting clause with the following. 1. Rate of expenditure state agencies. Each state agency or state entity for which the General Court appropriated funds for its operating budget for fiscal year 2025 shall obligate additional funds for expenditures during the period of this act in effect at a rate not in excess of 45% of, and for the same purposes of, the appropriations for fiscal year 25 contained in HB 1 of the 2023 regular legislative session, with any authorized adjustments made to fiscal year 2025 appropriations as contained in the October 1st, 2024 agency budget submissions pursuant to RSA 9:4, plus any additional appropriation needs associated with payroll during this period of the Act. Unless due to an emergency, it shall be otherwise authorized by the Governor with the advice and consent of the Council with prior approval of the Fiscal Committee of the General Court. For the purpose of this Act, the provisions of HB 2 of the 2023 regular session which relate to the 24-25 biennium shall apply, and B, enactment of this legislation shall constitute acceptance by the state of federal funds in such amounts as under applicable state or federal law shall be necessary to give effect to the provisions of this act and shall further constitute the appropriation of such state funds as under federal law shall be required to be added to such federal funds as a condition of their transfer to the state. The authorization provided in this act shall be deemed to be a budget within the meaning of RSA 9. And C, funds subject to obligation under this act shall be deemed subject to transfer under the provisions of RSA 9:16 through 9:17/D with prior approval of the Fiscal Committee of the General Court. The governor is authorized by and with the advice of the consent of the council to draw warrants for the sums necessary to discharge obligations authorized by this act out of money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, or, in the case of special funds, out of any such special funds. Expenditures obligated under authority of this act shall be charges upon any appropriations subsequently enacted with respect to identical purposes and periods. Roman 2. The provisions of RSA 9, inconsistent with the provisions of this act, and the provisions of any other statute so inconsistent, are hereby suspended to the extent of such inconsistencies during this time the act is in effect. The state of New Hampshire hereby indemnifies any state official, commissioner, trustee, or other person having control of public funds appropriated by the general court for any liability personally incurred because of the provisions of RSA 9:19 and RSA 9:20 for whatever period of time elapses from 12:01 a.m. July 1, 2025 until the time the provisions of this act making temporary appropriation shall become law. 2. Applicability. Section 1 of this act shall take effect July 1, 2025, and shall continue in effect until an operating budget is enacted into law, but in no event later than January 1, 2026. 3. Effective date. Roman 1. Section 1 of this act shall take effect as provided in Section 2 of this act. Roman 2. The remainder of this act shall take effect July 1, 2025.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the clerk for reading through this extremely important bill that we are about to consider. It's my understanding that this is a 90% funding of the government with a continuing resolution that will be for 6 months. Let's stop pretending that this is normal. We are being asked to vote on a continuing resolution that funds our government at 90%, a $700 million cut to services that Granite Staters rely on to survive. That's not a solution. That's an abdication of responsibility. This resolution doesn't just shrink a spreadsheet and remove some zeros. At 90%, it threatens to evict seniors from nursing homes. It drastically cuts services like health care for children on Medicaid. It withholds payments from hospitals that are already stretched thin. It leaves disability services unfunded and public safety departments scrambling. This resolution is not neutral. It will do harm, deep, immeasurable, lasting harm. You cannot claim to value public service and then gut the very programs that serve the public. You cannot celebrate our state's resilience and then vote to pull the rug out from under the people who make that resilience possible. A budget is not an abstract policy document. It's a lifeline. And this resolution cuts that line for thousands of families across New Hampshire. This is not fiscal discipline. It's austerity politics wrapped in procedural language. And let's be honest about why we're here. Because this body failed to pass a budget. And now, the same people who couldn't govern are asking us to sign off on cuts that would never survive public scrutiny if they were put to a vote in full daylight. We should not be talking about 90% funding. We should be talking about 100% accountability. Because when you vote to slash essential services, you are voting to abandon the people who need this government the most. So let me say it plainly. Do not shut down our government. Do not balance this failure on the backs of the elderly, the poor, the sick, and the working class. There is still time to do the right thing, and I ask you to vote against this CR so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will now be in order. Or I don't know. I'm hungry. I could take a break for 2 hours and then we'll come back. Don't test me. I said the House will be in order. Representative Sweeney is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, a majority in this body voted down one plan that would keep the government open after Monday. This is the backup plan that the people behind the wall have sent us. I'm pretty sure they've gone home. We can talk about anything we'd like about if we had the ability to amend the percentage of what we fund or for the time period of what we fund. We could do all of that really any other day, not today. The other people on the other side of that wall sent us this bill with this percentage level of funding, with this timetable of how long the government would stay open because we haven't been able to pass a budget yet. This is our option for something that we can vote on today, unless something else were to get reconsidered. I don't know. But right now, this bill is our option to keep the government open today. Otherwise, we'd have to come back tomorrow under the special session that the corner office has already called, in which the Senate, with the other body and us, would have to come back. So we can be productive. We can get this done today. Or if this goes down, maybe we can reconsider other actions that have been taken. I don't know. But I would vote yes on this just as a backup insurance plan, and hopefully we don't need it by the end of today, but vote yes right now. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
An inquiry, if I may.
I'm sorry?
A question on if there is another option for a continuing resolution in our seat pockets.
I have no idea.
That could be part of your Thank you very much.
Alrighty. The question is whether to concur on House Bill 115. Representative Chelerski requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to concur on House Bill 115. This is what's he want? This is a roll call vote. Representative Simpson's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that what we are voting on today is not a neutral measure to keep the government functioning, but a deliberate act that shifts the consequences of legislative failure onto the people of New Hampshire, and if I know that this equates to a $700 million cut to the very programs that keep seniors in nursing homes, provide care for children on Medicaid, reimburse hospitals for caring for the most vulnerable, support disability services, and fund our first responders and our state employees. And if I further know that approving this 90% resolution means endorsing evictions for seniors, loss of care for children, and underfunding for the people who keep our communities safe. And if I know there is another option in your seat pockets, then would I vote no on this motion?
Representative Sweeney is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, this CR, keeps the government open for a few more weeks, a few more months so that we can figure out the deal, would I now press green to have this in the back of our pocket as an insurance policy, absent any other changes that might take place this afternoon, and vote green? Thank you.
The question is whether to concur on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 196 in the affirmative, 167 in the negative. The motion passes. Representatives Litchfield and Kuchar declared a conflict and did not vote.